Good morning. I want to welcome everyone who's joined us on this rainy second day of spring, March 21st, 2017, and thank you all who have made the trek down here in the rain and are joining us maybe for the first time. Yeah, but we certainly extend our welcome and hopefully you'll join us again. With that, I just want to call this meeting to order and invite those who wish to address the board on any item to fill out a speaker identification form, which is in the back of the room on items that are on the agenda or not on the agenda. And we have a number of presentations, some very special guests here this morning, so we'll get to those in a few moments once we get into the agenda, and I'll have the clerk call the roll to establish a quorum. And with that, Flo, please do that and make any other announcements, and then we'll go forward. So.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
Supervisors Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Frost? Here. Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, March 24th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. And also, please silence your electronic devices at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Flo. If I could invite our Girl Scout troop to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, would one of you want to come to the podium and just ask us to put our hand over our heart? And so if one of you or all of you want to come there and just invite you to lead us. Come right up to the microphone there. I should have told you ahead of time.
Girl Scouts are always prepared.
They're always prepared.
Please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Thank you very, very much, young ladies. Okay. All right, with that then, thanking our Girl Scout troop, we're going to get a chance to be introduced to them a little more in a few moments, but with that, Flo, I'll turn to you on agenda items to be continued or added. And
okay. So for your consent matters, you have one addendum item, A1. It's a resolution recognizing Girl Scouts Heart of Central California upon celebrating the 100th anniversary of Girl Scout cookie sales. Also, on your regular agenda, you are introducing an ordinance amending Title IX, Chapter 9.36 of the Sacramento County Code relating to consumption of alcoholic beverages, use of motorized bicycles and vehicles on bike trails, and games permitted in regional parks. You are waiving full reading and continuing to April 11th for adoption. And then I also have a title correction for item 31. It's the resolution proclaiming April 6th, 2017 as Talk, They Hear You Day in Sacramento County. And that concludes my notes.
okay, thank you, Flo. All right, with that, let me turn to my right. Supervisor Frost, any items to be continued or you want to call for the agenda? Okay, Ms. Peters?
Yes, I'd like the record to reflect I'm recusing myself from item 17 due to a business conflict.
Okay. So noted. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Cerna? All right, and I have no items as well. I did note, though, our item on the Mental Health Services Act update that maybe in the future, again, I think because of the substance of that item, that it's actually item number 6, that we may put that as a separate matter in the future, and then, again, if there's no questions, certainly it can be acted upon quickly. But I think just in light of certainly the discussion we're going to have this afternoon and a number of other things that are embedded in that beyond just a consent item that gets received and filed, and certainly people can look at that and ask questions. I would suggest that in the future, particularly with some of the ongoing work, that we have that as called out as an item. So
Absolutely, we'll do that.
okay. Mr. County Executive, any item you wanted to call on any else on the agenda then?
No.
Okay. All right. With that then, I had no one sign up to speak. Anyone here wish to address any item on the consent calendar here this morning? All right. Seeing none, then noting the recusal by Supervisor Peters on item 17, a motion would be in order to approve the balance of the consent calendar, including the addendum agenda, and then we'll take that item. That'll be our last presentation after we do the other ones that are on the regular schedule. Okay. All right, we have a motion?
Move consent.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, moving second to approve consent. Nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
And also noting recusal by Supervisor Peters.
Supervisor Peters recused from item 17.
Very good, thank you. Okay, with that, then we'll go into some of our presentations for our timed items.
Okay, for your first presentation, item 43, it's a service award for Albert Edwards, recognizing 30 years of county service.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. You can step between the two. If you step between the two of them and raise the podium up, it'll make it easier maybe for doing the presentation.
Okay, great. Good morning. My name is Keith Leach, Supervisor Natoli, and members of the Board of Supervisors. I am your Chief of Fleet Services and the Parking Enterprise.
Good morning, Keith. Is this your first presentation before
This
the
is
board?
my first presentation. Mr. Morris is on vacation this week.
Okay, well,
for the
good.
remainder of the week.
We welcome you, and it's good to see you, and certainly our honoree as well. So go ahead.
Thank you very much. Pleased to be here today to recognize Mr. Albert Edwards for 30 years of service. He was hired as an equipment mechanic on October 6, 1986, and has worked at the Regional Treatment Plant Heavy Equipment Shop since 1995. Al has been an exceptional technician with a vast knowledge of the processes at our facility and the equipment needed to perform that work. Al has excelled in troubleshooting, diagnostics, and repairs, as well as welding and fabrication. We're here today to congratulate and honor Mr. Albert Edwards. Thank you very much.
Very good. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Albert, this is your opportunity. We're on live television here, so if you want to stand between the microphones and tell us anything we should know about about mechanicking or Girl Scout cookies or anything, no? Congratulations, Albert. Thank you for your service and for keeping things in good working order. Again, I think oftentimes we take for granted that things get done, and whether it's those who clean the building, to repair the equipment, maintain our fleet and so forth, and those are very, very important items for safety, but certainly for the functionality of the services that are provided to people in this county. So we thank you and your colleagues for your good work. Again, congratulations on 30 years. So, one more time. Okay, with that,
Okay, our next presentation, item 44, is the presentation of resolution honoring William Safford on the occasion of his retirement.
okay. Jeff, you going to make some introductory comments?
Got Ranger Safford and Chief Ranger Doan coming down as well. Just to celebrate the opportunity, Will Safford to my right in his retirement after 25 years. And I find myself in kind of that distinct pleasure as the Director of Regional Parks to be able to direct and supervise law enforcement officers here in Sacramento County with our park rangers. And it is an absolute pleasure to watch them do their hard work every single day, not only protecting our parks, but protecting the people within our parks. And after 25 years, we will wish Will not only a good farewell, but also he's got a lot of good adventures that we continue to talk about with mountain biking and skiing and other excellent recreation pursuits that he has coming before him. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Ranger, Mike Doan, for a couple of comments.
Great, thanks, Jeff. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Mike.
It's always mixed emotions day when you have somebody celebrating somebody's retirement. And I would have read the entire resolution, but I'm still adjusting to getting older, and my glasses are sitting on my desk in the office. So I'm just going to get the highlights. Will's one of the success stories with the county because he actually started with the Department of Parks as a park ranger assistant, which he served in a few years before he got promoted to park ranger. And then he spent the remainder 20 years with the department as a park ranger. And he also got to go through the whole progression of the service of park ranger from the very beginning to ultimately where we are now with being a recognized state agency with peace officer standard and training and being a full-time peace officer. So he got to live it all. And as a chief ranger coming in, only being here 2 years, the value that senior rangers have to an organization with being able to share the history of the organization and the why things work on the parkway is very valuable to me. So we're going to miss that that service that he provided to our agency, and to me in particular, with having the agency history. He served on a number of joint task force in his capacity as a ranger, working with city police and the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. And he also served for 4 years on our homeless illegal camping team. So about 6 years with our illegal camping team, which was a wealth of knowledge on that issue for us. So again, it's with mixed emotions that we're celebrating his retirement, but it's also with a sad heart that he's actually leaving our service and leaving that vacancy with our department. So I just want to congratulate him and thank him for his years of public service as a peace officer with the regional park system. And Ranger Coleman actually has a short presentation to give to him as well.
We, as a tradition, we usually give our retired rangers a retired peace officer badge. So with the union and the other rangers, we pitched in and got this for you.
All right.
Thank
Nice. Very nice.
Thank you, Michael, and our
Stacy, nice to meet you.
Stacy, good to see you, and thank you. I think Chief Doan covered most of your career, at least some of the highlights. And I'll just note, as he said, career spent certainly the majority of it here with Sacramento County Parks, Open Space and Recreation, and a lot of good work. I'm sure the folks you've encountered over the years have appreciated your work as a ranger, certainly your I think concern for the public safety, and whether they be a casual user or a regular user of or a visitor, just a one-time visitor to one of our park facilities. You and your colleagues have, throughout the years, continued to make our places of public interest, certainly our parks, ones that are hopefully enjoyable and safe. And again, I'm sure you come to the aid and rescue, and you can probably share some of the stories. Many of them, obviously, in working in concert with your colleagues and other county members of our county family, whether it be law enforcement, code enforcement, our navigators, more recently, obviously, working with some of the folks in our parkway and other public areas. The one thing that wasn't mentioned here, and was just alluded to briefly in Jeff's comments, I know we attempted to try to get some information, talks all about your work, but doesn't talk about what you're going to do next. And so we have one whereas is missing, but that's the rest of your certainly retired life, and I'll let you share with us, Will. But I want to thank you for your service to this county. I know you've served on the Parks and Recreation Commission in the city of Folsom, I believe, and have in other civic capacities volunteered and given of your time and certainly of your experience and a wealth of information. And 25 years, more than 25 years of service to the people of Sacramento County. We want to express our gratitude for that, for your dedication. Wish you well in retirement, and extend our best wishes for good health, much happiness, and many blessings in the years to come. Well, congratulations to you.
I just want to thank everyone for showing up from our department. I really appreciate the honor of our chief and Commander Lumsden's here also. My future right now, I'm just in between jobs. I'm enjoying my retirement. I've been off about 6 weeks, and I still use the Parkway all the time. I live in Folsom, so I'm right next to the bike trail. Right now, like I said, I'm in between jobs. I'm not sure what the future holds. I'm hopefully going to get back into the recreational law enforcement setting at some capacity, and we'll see what the next year or so happens. And I have 2 daughters. One is in college, and another is going away to college. So
You're going back
I definitely need to.
It's going to be a short retirement.
I still really need to increase my financial situation, but we'll see. We'll see what the next year or so holds in my future. It's like I said, it's still up in the air. But once again, I want to thank everybody from our department. I started working in '91, like I said, as a ranger assistant, and I've seen a lot of changes for good. I've always been a parks guy, and I'll see everyone's faces from the board supervisors and everybody cross paths in the future. Hopefully, I'll be working for another government agency at some point, hopefully. Thank you again.
Hey, good luck to you.
Thanks a lot. And Will, when you're out there on that parkway, our county executive has been known to every once in a while take a bike ride up and down the American River Parkway. So if you see somebody in distress with a flat tire, you just keep on going. No.
Okay, for your next presentation, item 45, it's the resolution recognizing National Public Health Week, April 3rd through the 9th of 2017.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the
Hello.
Board of Supervisors. I am Dr. Olivia Cassiria, Public Health Officer, and I thank you for the opportunity for this presentation. As was mentioned, April 3rd through the 9th is National Public Health Week. And this year, the public health staff have organized several events during the week, and we are raising awareness about 7 public health priorities. These are infant health, injury prevention, STD prevention, chronic disease prevention, mental health, oral health, and emerging infectious disease prevention. I would like to thank the Sacramento County Public Health staff who work so hard to monitor the health of our communities and who take measures to promote and protect optimum health for all. I also want to thank the Board of Supervisors for your continued support and your trust in allowing us to do our job. I also want to thank Dr. Heller, the DHHS Director, for her leadership and guidance. In the work that we do in public health, we can't do it by ourselves. We have a lot of partners, numerous partners, that are too many for me to list over here. But I would like to acknowledge Val Siebel, who is retiring, the Director of Environmental Management Department. EMD works very closely with public health on various issues, including foodborne outbreaks and other environmental issues. And this year, EMD is celebrating 10 years of the restaurant inspection placard system. This has been credited with improving restaurant health standards and reducing foodborne illnesses associated with restaurants. And this is just one example of a very successful public health intervention. I want to say a big thank you to all of our partners, and I hope that many of you will be able to join us at some of the planned events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Kasseri, please join with you certainly this morning in presenting the board resolution, which was approved just a few moments ago. Again, recognizing, as you said, National Public Health Week here in Sacramento County, April 3rd through 9th. And as you also noted, there are some planned events, and certainly the board members will get notice of those, and the community is invited to many of them. And again, I think to highlight a number of the things that you pointed out relative to the partners, both those within the county family, but certainly within the community who work every day to improve and protect public health in Sacramento and throughout our neighborhoods and our public as well as private facilities. And we want to certainly compliment your team, but also the team of folks that assist us in many ways. And I want to also echo your comments, Val Seibel, who is here, and would note his leadership over more than a decade with the Environmental Management Department here in Sacramento County, and a long and stellar career in the environmental management arena. And again, we don't have a formal presentation. He has a little get-together later this week, and we have a chance to recognize him with a board resolution there. But he and certainly Dr. Heller and Uma Zajkowski and others who work in health and mental health, environmental health, many different facets, but certainly ones that represent the whole person, the whole being, and the health of our community. And so we appreciate your leadership, Dr. Kasseri, and I know that you're always on call 24/7 in the event that there is something that threatens the public health, but you and your staff do a stellar job in helping to make our community a better place to live and certainly improve the quality of life by protecting the public health. So that being said, I want to recognize you and your department with a resolution, and again, complimenting the work that goes on, the efforts each and every day that make a difference in the lives of thousands and tens of thousands of individuals and families throughout the county of Sacramento and beyond. And we resolved by this resolution proclaiming April 3rd through 9th as National Public Health Week here in Sacramento County. Congratulations. Good week, buddy. Get all our health partners. If there's anybody I missed. Oh, get the rest of the team up here. Not all. Oh, I know all of them. You guys ready to vote?
Great.
Good job. Yeah. Thank you, Val. Next.
Okay. For your next item, item 46, it's the presentation of resolution proclaiming April 6, 2017 as Talk, They Hear You Day in Sacramento County.
Good morning. My name is Jessica, and I'm the project director for the Coalition for a Safe and Healthy Art and Arcade, which is the prevention collaborative for the Sheriff's Community Impact Program. Today I'm here in partnership with the Sacramento County for Coalition for Youth, and today's resolution has been initiated due to the alarming rates of underage drinking in Sacramento County. As we all know, alcohol continues to be the #1 substance of abuse by youth. The California Healthy Kids Survey shows that Sacramento teens are drinking too early, too much, and too often. In fact, nearly half of all 9th graders in Sacramento County have tried alcohol, and about 1 in 10 9th graders report binge drinking in the past 30 days. Underage drinking leads to multiple negative consequences, and we truly believe the issue of underage drinking is preventable with community support.
Good morning. My name is Joelle Orrock, and I'm the coordinator of the Sacramento County Coalition for Youth. We are grateful for your support this morning as we roll out the Talk, They Hear You campaign in Sacramento County. This campaign is a national campaign developed by SAMHSA, and the goal is to prevent underage drinking among young people by providing their parents and caregivers the resources and tools that they need to start addressing the issue of alcohol use early and often at home. When we asked young people in our community, where should we start as a coalition in addressing this issue, their #1 response was parents. Parents have a strong influence on young people's decisions around alcohol use, and when parents know about the issues around underage drinking, they can protect their children from the many high risks due to underage drinking. And parents who don't discourage their young people for drinking, they indirectly influence them. So by not saying anything, they're saying something. This campaign is threefold. It begins with introducing parents to the awareness of the risks and the prevalence of underage drinking. It equips parents with tools and resources and skills to talk to their young people and encourages them to act. And we're encouraging them to act, to step up and to talk to their young people early and often around alcohol use. The Sacramento County Coalition for Youth, along with the Coalition for a Safe and Healthy Art and Arcade, is going to roll out this campaign. We're trying to develop a presence in our county in the next few months. These next few months are dangerous times around drinking, with proms and graduation and summer coming. And so we're looking to roll out this campaign and have a presence. We have billboards and social media. Uptown Studios is creating some strong social media for us, and advertisements and presentations to parent groups in every possible venue that we can. We're kicking off our media event on April 6th at 10:30 a.m. at the zoo. We'd love to have any of you join us. And we're really grateful for your support, along with the strong support of the County Alcohol and Drug Services, the Department of Behavioral Health, and the Department of Health and Human Services. We really appreciate your support, so thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Melinda Avey from the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board. And I want to thank you for your support of this really important coalition. Parents want to talk to their kids, but they don't know how. And this is a message that will help them with that, and that's really compelling. We want to thank also Lori Vallone from Alcohol and Drug Services, Uma Zajkowski, and Sherry Heller. With your support and their support, it makes great things possible. So thank you.
Well, I thank all of our presenters this morning. Certainly these ladies and many others work in concert, obviously, with the Youth Coalition partners to, I think, address a number of issues certainly facing young people and families in our community. And this effort obviously will have a lot of focus this upcoming spring and early summer. And I think the title itself, "Talk They Will," they hear you, is an important, again, a very short phrase, but one, if you reflect on it, I think really does go to the essence of communication between people of all ages, but certainly parents and caregivers and young people in our community about certainly the problems and challenges of growing up as a youngster, but also making choices about your life and your lifestyle and the temptations that come with alcohol and other drugs. And so I want to commend certainly the coalition, the work that they're doing, obviously in the Arden Arcade area and Supervisor Peters District, but throughout the county. I think it's important to highlight that young people, if they can get through some of those difficult teen years, obviously, unscathed, maybe with some of the experiences that really are tragic and make the news oftentimes, that they'll grow into productive adults and provide leadership as each of you and others do in this community. So with that, this resolution approved by the board this morning, Talk They Hear You Day, proclaimed for April 6th with a number of events, and as you said, at the zoo. Kicking that off, I know we're all invited to that, so I want to again commend you for your efforts and thank all the young people, but certainly the adult leaders and mentors in our community, and certainly our Alcohol and Drug Advisory Commission and others who have worked really hard throughout this community to make for a better place for our young people and hopefully allow them to grow up in a way that's productive but also healthy and where they avoid some of the risk that is involved with alcohol use and abuse. So with that, we join with you in proclaiming April 6, 2017 as Talk They Hear You Day in Sacramento County. Congratulations. Good. Thanks. Is there a website that people can go to if they want more information, or is there some information you want to share? That'd be great. So
Yes, our website is Sacramento CCY, Sacramento County Coalition for Youth.org, and we will have a landing page with information about the campaign right on the front of that website. So thank you so much again. Appreciate it.
Okay, for your next presentation, it's the resolution recognizing Girl Scouts Heart of Central California upon celebrating the 100th anniversary of Girl Scout cookie sales.
Good morning. My name's Lynn Van Tilburg, and I'm the Chief Development Officer at Girl Scouts Heart of Central California. On behalf of our council, I would like to thank the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for honoring Girl Scouts Heart of Central California for the work we do in our community and for the 100th anniversary of cookie sales. We serve 18,000 girls ages 5 to 18, and we serve 18 counties. In Sacramento County alone, we serve 6,800 girls. Since 1912, Girl Scouts of the USA has been the premier leadership organization for girls. The Girl Scout Cookie Program is about much more than just cookie sales. It's financial literacy, and it teaches girls goal setting, decision making, money management, people skills, and business ethics. The proceeds from this program stay in our local communities, helping serve our girls, and with one exception, we donate cookie cases to Blue Star Moms. And through this project, thank you, you might have heard Girl Scouts say, if you can't eat them, then treat them. And what that means is customers donate their cookies instead of taking them home, and we donate them to the active military. This year, we're donating 2,000 cases to our military, and that's approximately 24,000 packages. In addition to financial literacy-based cookie program, our council provides opportunities in the area of outdoor skills, leadership, development, STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, and many other programs that help girls develop courage, confidence, and character. With me today are some of the girls from Troop 2621 in Elk Grove. There's Alexis, Christina, Destiny, Alana, Eliana, Samantha, and co-troop leaders Elizabeth and Carrie. Alexis was the troop top seller, and she'd like to say a few words. Thank you again for honoring Girl Scouts Heart of Central California. Alexis, do you want this one, or do you want me to? Good.
Hello, and thank you to everyone for having Troop 2621 here for the 100th year of the Girl Scout cookies. I also wanted to thank my mom for helping me deliver all those cookies and reaching my goal. Our troop leaders, Mrs. Liz, my mom, and Mrs. Carey, have been teaching all of us about leadership, goal setting, sales skills, customer service, people skills, and most importantly, going for the no. My mom says the answer is always no if you never ask. The one with the most no's wins, and a closed mouth doesn't get fed. We don't just do booth sales, we also make calls to old customers and family and friends. We sold over 2,500 boxes of cookies as a troop. This year, to sell over 800 boxes of cookies, I also sold cookies to my church. I did 3 group presentations. I used my mom's social media and a lot of door-to-door. All of these things will help me in the future become an entrepreneur like my parents. Thank you, and have an amazing rest of your day.
Okay, stand off here to the. We do have a resolution, again, congratulating our Girl Scouts Heart of Central California Council, and certainly our Girl Scout troop from Laguna 2621, and certainly all the Girl Scouts, though, in our community, but throughout the state and in the United States, who, again, have contributed in one way or another, not only to the sale of cookies, but certainly to the program. And I think, as pointed out here, we recognize the value of our scouting programs. And actually founded in 1912, the Girl Scouts of America, now Girl Scouts of the USA, and 5 years later, started with cookie sales in, I guess it was in Muskogee, Illinois. And the first batches were cooked at home and then sold in the school cafeteria. I think there'll probably be some, health rules about that now, but come a long ways. And I think your familiar faces, you and your Girl Scout colleagues, during the season when the cookie sales occur, and to hear that Alexis, you did 800 boxes, and that your troop did 2,500, that's pretty amazing. And the fact that you're donating to others, helping to treat them and so forth, to the cookies and all the tasty offerings is really outstanding. So we're really pleased to have you here. I did want to note, too, that I guess the motto or slogan is Girl Scout Cookies, 100 years, 9 cookies, 5 skills, and 1 purpose. You guys knew that. I knew you knew that. So anyway, with that, we want to certainly extend our best wishes and thank your leaders, and certainly you for being with us today to be our special guest here, and for the good, wholesome activities that you're a part of. Not just cookie sales. Obviously, it raises money, though, to support all the things that were pointed out that help in your growth and development and those that have preceded you. And as I recall, I think there's like 59 million Girl Scout alumni. Is that right? A lot of certainly young ladies and certainly women who've gone through the program and have gone on to be leaders in our nation. But I did note that 2/3 of the women in the United States Congress were former Girl Scouts, and all the female astronauts were formerly Girl Scouts. So it's pretty impressive. So maybe one of you will be an astronaut, or you'll go to be Congress, or be a member of the Board of Supervisors, or or a Scout leader. So we'll do it all. So we have a resolution to be presented to your adult leaders, and we have a county pin to add to your collection here, which has the seal of the County of Sacramento. There's one for you. Get one more here. You. Oh. There you go. You earned your county merit badge. We have some for adult leaders as well. And then we'll present this to all of you. You have to cut it 6 ways. Share. You know how to share too, right? That's part of having cookies. So, but at any rate, we recognize you. Congratulate certainly Girl Scouts of the USA, Girl Scouts of Central California, Heart of Central California, and all of you young ladies throughout our communities, again, who bring smiles to faces. And we have to, watch our calories after the season, because I know I can eat a box or 2 just at one sitting. So, and you actually had a new cookie this year. What was the new cookie? S'mores. Was it pretty good? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think it was the cookie-versary, right? Is that what it was? This was the cookie anniversary? Cookie-versary? Yeah. Okay. All right. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, here. Uh-oh.
I was fearing this.
Special delivery here. So
This is going to be one of those high-calorie presentations.
So, well, let's get a picture of all y'all, and then we'll let you deliver some cookies to everybody here. So, can I get our leaders in here? Yeah. Did board members want to join? Sure. Come down and get your cookies. Come on down. We'll get a picture and yeah.
Want us to hold these cookies?
Oh, look at that.
I'll hold them.
Behind you then.
Okay. 10 minutes? Okay. Here. S'mores. Here's my whole s'mores. You want I'll trade you 10 minutes for s'mores.
One picture. Sorry, that was good. All right. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Good. Okay.
Is there a merit badge for public speaking?
There is.
You did a very good job today.
Yes. And thank you so much for the cookies. Anything else you wanted to add? Yeah.
Did you guys want to say anything else? No? Okay.
Girls, before you leave, I just want to make a comment to you, since I'm one of the 59 million people that was a Girl Scout, and my mother was a Girl Scout troop leader, and in those days, our garage was full of cookies. I mean, cases of cookies everywhere, and so my mother distributed the cookies to the Girl Scouts in my area. And then also, at that time, we sold our cookies door to door. I don't think do you do that anymore? You do? Yeah. Good. Wow. That teaches you a lot. It's very scary, knock on a stranger's door and try and sell them something, but I'm sure you learned a lot from that. You know how to talk to people and
Did it prepare you to walk precincts?
Walk precincts, yes. Not everyone's very nice, but most people are. But also in Girl Scouts, I learned a lot of leadership skills and how to work as a team. And recently I came across my Girl Scout handbook. I don't know if you have those anymore. It's ancient at this point in time. But I have my little notes in there that we went through on how to earn various merit badges. I have to say I was better at the hiking and camping skills than some of the how to be a good wife badges at the time. Things were different then, you know, how to sew, how to cook. No, I never did any of that. But I just, Don, it's true. That's what they were. So things have changed. And I also wanted to say, when I was a scout, you have much better uniform situation. We had to wear these horrid green skirts and blouses, and they had to be tucked in, and you had to wear a merit badge, and you had to wear it to school, and that also taught a lot of character. So you're learning a lot, whether you know it or not. It'll come in handy later when you're an adult. And also want to remind all of you, this is on television at 6 o'clock on Friday night. So if you want to see yourself on television, and your parents, maybe, Channel 14, you can watch it. So good luck to all of you.
That's cool. Do they still have brownies? My sister was a brownie. Yes. Yeah, were you a brownie, Miss Peters?
Never a brownie, always a Girl Scout.
Oh.
I was a brownie.
Oh, you? Well, didn't you have to be a brownie before you were a Girl Scout? No? Like a Cub Scout before you were a Boy Scout?
Yeah, that's what it was when I was growing up.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's all Girl Scout now.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
combined.
All combined. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for sharing your experience. So, and if you want to compare handbooks, you can call Ms. Peters and tell you the changes the revisions that have occurred over the years. But
lots.
Really, again, I think great lessons. And I'm just curious. A couple of you raised your hands. You did the door-to-door sales. Would you mind coming forward and tell us what was the most memorable part of that? Come forward.
Just stand between the microphones.
Yeah.
The most memorable part about it
Tell us your name first.
Samantha.
Samantha.
Hi,
Okay, Samantha.
And the most memorable part was I learned that people aren't always that nice, but like I got some project thank yous for it that I took to the military, and that's what I think. Some people just didn't want cookies, but they still helped.
Well, good.
Very good, Samantha.
You do realize that sometimes people are dieting, right?
My name is Elena, and the most memorable part in being in the Girl Scouts is that I have my wonderful troop, and I learned about a lot of stuff that I didn't know, and I just like being in Girl Scouts. I love it. It's just
a great part of your life.
Girls just want to have fun.
Go ahead, Alexis.
The most memorable part of going door to door is that when you're out there, like some people are just like, oh yeah, you're a Girl Scout. I used to be a Girl Scout, and like it makes you like, oh, she was a Girl Scout, and so like I'm a Girl Scout now, and it's like, yeah.
Something in common.
Yeah.
Now, did you keep track of those addresses so you can be sure to go back to those houses next year?
So I can like call them if they moved or
Forwarding the address, yeah. She's selling some of the strategies. So she's a little experience there. So.
Yeah,
well,
good for you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you all for being here this morning. So. And thanks to the cookie delivery person. I know you were, I think, winding your way through traffic, so you got here just in time to share the mints and the s'mores. So, okay, again, well, thank you so much, young ladies, and you're welcome back here anytime. And certainly, thanks to your adult leaders and to our development director for the Girl Scouts of Heart of Central California for all the leadership and good work. So, we really appreciate it. And have a great rest of the day, ladies. Thanks. Thank you. Okay.
Item 47, hearing to determine whether to modify definition of Sacramento area for the purposes of applying the prevailing rate provisions of County Charter Section 63.
Okay, good morning.
All right, go ahead. Good morning, Supervisor Natoli and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Rebecca Stuckert, Human Resources Manager with the Department of Personnel Services. I just have a brief report for you this morning.
Good morning, Rebecca. This is your first presentation to the board, too?
It is for the board, yes.
Yeah, well, very good. We're getting some first-timers, so that's good. So,
all right,
welcome. Good.
Did you come bearing baked goods by chance?
So, as I mentioned, I have a brief report for you this morning. Per county charter and ordinance, every odd-numbered year, the county is to conduct a public hearing to define the Sacramento area for purposes of applying the prevailing wage provisions of the county charter. The data collected this year suggests that there be no change made to the definition of the Sacramento area. This has been consistent since the ordinance went into effect in 1979. We haven't had any changes since that time. The findings must be considered at a public hearing to be scheduled no earlier than March 1st and no later than March 31st. Notice of the hearing has been published twice in the Sacramento Bee this month, and we have noticed to recognize employee organizations regarding this hearing. So therefore, we respectfully request that you open the hearing, take any testimony, and approve the resolution. This concludes my report, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thanks, Rebecca. Any questions of the written report? All right, seeing none, then we'll declare the public hearing open. And I don't have anyone signed up to speak. Anyone wish to address this item as it relates to definition of the Sacramento area for the purposes of applying the prevailing rate provisions of the county charter? All right, seeing none, then I'll close the public hearing. And with that, entertain a motion unless there's any other questions or comments. So, Chair would move it. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and second then to approve the resolution outlining the definition of Sacramento area. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
There you go.
Thank you.
Pretty painless. Thanks again, Rebecca. Appreciate it. Okay, next item, please.
Okay, for item 48, it's the 2030 Sacramento County General Plan Annual Reports for calendar year 2016.
Good morning. Not your first time presenting to the board.
Not my first time. Leanne Moffett, your county
She's
planning
a workout.
director, and as with Supervisor Frost, a former Brownie. Oh. Sorry, I don't have any cookies though, so this presentation will not be as exciting as the Girl Scout one. Sorry. This is the. I do have a PowerPoint though, just to go through this really quickly. This is the annual report on progress that the county has made overall on implementation of the county general plan, including the housing element. We do send an annual report to the State Office of Planning and Research, highlighting accomplishments, and we also send a report to the State Housing and Community Development, specifically on the housing element, and that report is due by April 1st, and it allows us to qualify for a variety of grant funding. It's also an opportunity for the public to comment on implementation. There have been a wide variety of accomplishments that have been made. This just highlights a few, probably focusing more on the land use side of things, although a variety of county departments and agencies do implement the general plan. We've had a number of general plan amendments, zoning code changes, and the floodplain management amendments to address state legislation around flood issues. We've adopted the Matherfield SPA. We adopted special planning area amendments for Locke in 2016, and also prepared an applicant handbook guide to the Delta, given the complexities of land use in the Delta. We've done a number of zoning code fix-its. We adopted the Greenback Lane Orangevale Envisions Plan. The board has been working on a variety of property and business improvement districts, PBIDs. One was adopted for Carmichael. We participate in the CEO's office 5-year capital improvement plan review and reviewed that for general plan consistency, and also did the general plan annual review. This slide just highlights a couple of general plan amendments that were done. We have a variety of ongoing efforts and projects that will come forward to the board hopefully in 2017. Just a general plan cleanup amendment package. We have the West of Galt project coming forward to you before. Some updates to the safety element. We have the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan, which has been delivered for publication in the Federal Register. We're working on the Folsom Boulevard Transit Area Plan, the Phase 2 Climate Action Plan, and we have a number of private application amendments to the general plan. We're also continuing our work on a variety of master planning and making good progress on some of those. We may even see at least one of those coming forward to the board at the very tail end of this year. So those are on this slide here. We also continue to work on a variety of the master plan efforts that have been approved in the past, including Alberta, a number of projects in the Vineyard area, and Rancho Murrieta. So we have had a lot of maps approved, particularly in the Vineyard area, and a lot of map extensions, and we have a number of maps in Alberta coming forward in a large project in Rancho Murrieta. This just lists a number of the entitlement applications. There's a full list in your report. Interesting, just a little anecdote. Number one is shopping cart plans. That is in recognition of an effort that we made in some rules that were adopted by the board to try to contain shopping carts. And so a lot of the shopping centers have been complying and coming forward with their plans to corral that, along with a whole variety of other things. Not specifically a slide on this, but I did want to point out with regard to the housing element, we did have 46 dwelling units produced this year in the very low income category. That's the deeper income targeting, which actually represented 7% of this total year's units, which was pretty good. As you look in the housing element charts, the production of single-family homes is slowly increasing, definitely up from past years, still down somewhat historically. But in the entire reporting year, it would actually average 11.3% of our total units in the low and very low income category. So that's actually a pretty good percentage number there. So just in conclusion, we have a number of projects completed or underway. We and the board have made sure that the land use decisions that are being made are consistent with the general plan. So we're asking that you receive and file the annual report and direct us to submit the annual reports to the state. And we will continue to implement the general plan.
Okay, thanks, Leanne. Let me ask questions of Leanne on the report update. I did have one question for you. Did you have a question? Oh. Just on I was surprised that the low number of development plan review, where we went through quite a extensive discussion about residential, obviously, and I think did some significant alteration to reviews for business commercial properties, and you only had 6 last.
I think because we actually classify development plan review different from design review. Okay. So it's not capturing, that number's not capturing all the design review. We do a ton of design review. Well, right, okay, items. So there's a, yeah, okay. Yeah, so I think it's how we classified the entitlement type.
Okay, well that explains it then. Yeah, and maybe it's the language and how it's applied, but okay.
Yeah. That's just one subcategory of overall design review.
Right, understood. Yeah. Okay. If nothing else, I don't have anybody signed up to speak on this item, Leanne. So with that, this is a receive and file and some direction as it relates to the annual report and to our reports have to go to the Department of Housing and Community Development relative to housing inventory and production and so forth. So that's embodied in the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
Move.
Okay, it's moved. Have a second? Chair would second it. Move and second then to approve the staff recommendation, and nothing further, please vote. Great.
Unanimous vote.
Thanks, Leanne. Okay, moving right along.
Okay, for item 49, you are introducing an ordinance amending various sections of the Sacramento County Code and authorizing the Department of Personnel Services to process a salary resolution amendment, waiving full reading and continuing to April 11th for adoption.
Mr. Gill, it's not your first time presenting to the board either. So.
I don't believe so. Good morning.
First time this morning.
Not this morning.
Yeah.
First time this morning.
Yeah.
I'm in front of you today to present to you a restructuring that we've been working on for a couple of months. And basically, as outlined in the staff report, the changes are, our recommendation is to change the titles of the chief deputy county execs to deputy county executives, create a new agency to be headed up by a new deputy county exec, which is a public works and infrastructure. This agency will house transportation, waste management, recycling, water resources, and also a newly created Office of Development and Code Services. Currently, the Community Development Department houses functions of county engineering, code enforcement, and building inspection. We are recommending doing away with that department and moving those functions into the new Development and Code Services under Public Works and Infrastructure. Also, in that new office, we're recommending moving construction management and inspection, which is currently housed in General Services, moving it under the Public Works and Infrastructure Agency to have better coordination process there. Also, municipal services will continue to house animal care and regional parks. We're adding agricultural commissioner office in there. And a couple of other things that we do that does not really end up showing up in an org chart is we have a lot of coordination efforts we do with our sister agencies, be it the library JPA, be it with SHRA or sanitation district. This recommendation formalizes that by saying liaison will be our municipal services administrator. Internal services, our recommendation is to rename that to administrative services because that's the types of functions that are housed in there, and to add Department of Voter Registration and Election to that agency. Countywide services, which is one of our biggest agencies, we would like to rename that to social services, and also formalizing First Five. In our existing chart, you do not see First Five coming in, but there's a strong link between us and First Five, and Mr. Lake coordinates that for us. A couple of other changes have the clerk of the board report directly to the county executive. Since it's a very intense agenda management and working with the board, I would like to recommend that that function reports into the county exec for me to work closely with our clerk. The other item that has created some confusion for us is kind of an unforeseen effect, is that we have a chief financial officer and we have a finance director. And most folks tend to assume that one supervises the other one. Those are two separate functions. Finance has treasury, accounts payable, accounting, and billing, while the chief financial officer, as we have right now, has budget and debt management. This proposal does change the title back to chief fiscal officer, because that's more on the budget side, and also renaming that office to what really it is, which is the Office of Budget and Debt Management. We want to clarify that. The other clarification we have on the organizational chart, there's some other offices that are part of the county exec's office that are not very visible where they reside in our organizational structure, and we're just formalizing that on an organizational chart, which is emergency services, labor, and legislative and communication. So those are our proposed changes, and I'm available for any questions.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Nab, for the presentation. I know you've put a lot of thought into this, and I'm prepared to support the restructure. that you proposed. I have one question about the first 5 connection that you mentioned. We have both Child Support Services led by Terry Porter, who serves on our first 5 commission, as well as Mr. Lake, who she would report to in his capacity as Deputy County Executive for Social Services. I assume that by having this kind of different acknowledged working relationship between first 5, the county, relative to those 2 specific offices, that there's not going to be the introduction of any kind of new unexpected conflict. I know that as a matter of regular practice, we are very careful at the first 5 commission to make sure folks recuse themselves when necessary and appropriate. But I just want to make sure that at least county council has been consulted about this so that we don't have any unexpected conflicts.
That is correct. What you're seeing here is formalizing what's been the practice for the last 10, 15 years. It just didn't show up on the org chart.
Okay, very good.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Serna. Supervisor Peters?
Thank you. Thank you, Nav. I just realized I'm missing page 3 in the staff report for some reason, and that affects the community development, that whole section of the first bullet on the restructuring. And I'm prepared to go ahead with this, although I would like to see page 3. I just want to get you on the record about your support for community development in general and issues that affect the unincorporated area. And since I don't have page 3, the construction management department is, I see, moving into the new office. So if you would briefly describe how the duties of the community service, the previous Lori Moss position, how that's getting spread out in this new arrangement.
So a couple ways that's happening. Planning, environmental review, and economic development are both direct reports into the county exec. So I'll be working closely with both Leanne and Troy and our executive team. So we're going to have a more focus on that, but separate offices. They're not together. They're two distinct offices. Then building inspection, code, and county engineering, which was another one that that previous position had. Those functions will be transferred into the Public Works and Infrastructure Agency, and that deputy will be in charge of that. And other items that went on the focus on the unincorporated, I am taking the lead on it for the next couple of years to make sure that I understand what the issues are. It's a continuation of what I started with the board last year, which is getting some district tours and really get a feel for what are the items that you're facing in the unincorporated. So my commitment is, as I get those items in, work with our executive team, get the right focus on it to make an improvement to the to those areas. And if it is meeting with business owners or shopping center owners, I'm absolutely available to work through those issues.
Okay, so in this period of time you're describing, the next 4 or 5 years, you solve all the problems, then what happens?
Well, I saw
or you get a handle on it. You
get a handle on them. I working with our executive team, we get it to the right place. There's a concerted effort to make sure that we are not just dealing with the item once. I'm not trying to criticize, but if there's a concerted effort to make an improvement in it, and if it's not working, to report back to you on what are the issues we're seeing and what kind of resources do we need to make changes.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I've had a couple of questions. One kind of along the same lines. I do want to comment. I think that it's entirely appropriate that, and just a brief conversation with a colleague this morning, that economic development and planning community development, again, there may be some areas of common interest, but that previous blending, I think, led to some other problems that show themselves, particularly in the arena of land use considerations before this board. And I think this is a wise move. And again, certainly having them direct reports to the county executive's office and coordinating those activities, as in response to Ms. Peters' question. But I do think that this is a wise move, and I think it again maintains firewalls are very important from the standpoint of land use considerations coming before this county and economic development activities that may be either in-house and or related and working with our private sector partners. And so I want to just... Hello? Another question I had, though, around that is that rather than having a department of community development environmental review, you've got an office. I want to know the distinction there because, you know, that's a fairly sizable, we're rebuilding again in a number of ways, both with staffing, but I think in the work that goes on there. And so why would we call that an office versus a department?
At this point, the position is a civil service position. That's the biggest distinction. It's not exempt, which is a department head position. And that could be something we could look down the road, is that do we make a full-fledged exempt position?
But didn't we call it department? I mean, there's Department of Planning, it was Department of Planning, and there was Department of Environmental Review. Was it never a department? It was always an office?
It was a department, and when the merger happened in 2011, it was still a department. In 2012, when that restructuring happened, planning ceased to be a standalone department. It became a division within community development.
Okay, so again, if we're, I think, restoring some of that stature, that's important, I think, to, just as Leanne ran through in the general plan, you know, a number of items come before here, so this isn't about salary or even titles as much as it is, I think, office sounds like you got a desk over, you know, in some you know, section of the building versus a department, and we have departments that are, you know, smaller in even numbers than that one. So I guess I'm trying to get some sense about.
It was basically we were trying to just get the restructuring done without adding exempt positions. But if that's the desire of the board, we can always go back and create and bring it back to you as an exempt department head position.
Okay.
There wasn't a thought that it was going to diminish the role. It was
no, I know that. No, yeah, you actually.
How can we fit it into our structure? Okay. And it can be a department reporting to the county exec. It's just a matter of us going through the process and putting it in place.
Well, again, without parsing it too finely, I just think that you know, again, I think this, you know, that you know, people department will go get, you know, contact the office versus the department. So maybe it's more nomenclature than it is anything else. But
if I could just offer, what I can do is, as this is, if the board agrees with this, what I can come back to you next couple of months is making that into a department. What would that look like?
Or give us the, you know, the why fors or why nots. I guess that's why it's more a question here this morning than anything else. And thank you for that. I did want to ask on another one under the municipal services. We carry the title of animal care and regulation, and I think we ought to consider animal care services. We have a number of other ones that, for example, general services, personnel services, and I don't know that regulation. If you look at any other titles, I don't see that. You know, a number of those departments do licensing, they do obviously hearings and so forth, but it doesn't say regulation. And I think, again, I think the portrayal we're trying to do in animal services, particularly with our shelter efforts, but also within the community framework, there's an aspect of regulation. But again, I would like for your consideration, certainly my colleagues, that we may look at animal care services or some other title that I think reflects an approach that has evolved over time as it relates to both our service to the public, but to the animals that are in our care and custody. And I would like us to take a look at that.
Okay.
And with, you know, and if there's some costs associated with everybody having changed, you know, I mean, I want to know that. So maybe something over time, but at least from a title standpoint, I think we need to reflect that. So.
I'll report on that.
Okay, good. All right. I didn't have anybody signed up to speak. Anyone wish to address item 49? No, it's a good body of work. Certainly, Nav, thank you for your work and that of your team bringing this to us this morning. So this would be introducing the ordinance this morning for the first reading, and would then return to us on April 11th for further consideration and adoption by the board. So,
move the item.
Okay.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded then to introduce the ordinance, approve the salary resolution amendment, and authorize direct personnel services to process the administrative salary resolution. If there's nothing further, no other comments, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we're almost back on time.
For item 50, it's the Department of Regional Parks recommendation for operation of Gibson Ranch Regional Park.
Okay, before we get on this item 2, I just want to note that we have a speaker to sign up for item 52 on the agenda. We will not be hearing that item until this afternoon, so for those that may be here for those items, they are afternoon session items, and so you're welcome to stay with us throughout the morning and keep your seat, but I just wanted to let you know that we could be a little bit of a wait, so, okay. All right, with that. Hi, Jeff.
Thank you, members of the board. Jeff Leatherman, Director of Regional Parks for Sacramento County. I have a couple of just opening comments and remarks as it relates to your board agenda item. Be happy to answer any questions as we move through the item. And as I begin, I think it's important just to recognize that Gibson Ranch has been open since 2011 under a lease agreement. It's been available to the community for special events, recreation purposes, for horseboarding and equestrian uses as it's connected to our Dry Creek Parkway. And that's no small task. We had we had the unfortunate experience of closing that park in 2009, 2010, and in working with Gibson Ranch and GRP 2011, and the primary management representative, Mr. Osi, getting that park back open and operating for the community. What we've experienced now over the last 5-6 operating years is that under the current lease agreement, Mr. Osi has experienced financial losses at the park, approximately $230,000 over the course of the five and a half years of operation. And that's come to the conclusion by Mr. Osi that the current lease agreement is no longer sustainable, and we need to look at some other options for operating the park to continue to keep it open for the community. We've outlined kind of the first step in our evaluation of that operation in your staff report today, and are looking for board direction on what our next steps are in reviewing and moving forward for the operation. It does include the potential for closing the park as one of the options that the board could take. It also includes options for solicitation for another request for proposal, or for the county to resume operations under a little bit different of a modified model to what we were doing before in 2008, 2009, and before that. I just want to outline a couple of the scenarios that are also included, but before I do that, I also want to not only assure the board but the community that in working with Mr. Osi over the course of the last 5 years and over the course of the last couple of months, that he has also assured me and committed to me that we will continue to work together in this transitionary period, whatever it may be, to continue services to the community, to continue to have the park open. It may take a little bit different look, it may be a little bit different shape, but he is committed to not only me but also the community that he will be a good partner with us and continue that partnership that we've had. And I'll let Doug speak to any more of that he may want to. A couple of the scenarios that have been outlined in your staff report provided by Mr. Osi, Scenario 1, I'll just classify more as a typical concession type agreement that the board could consider. That guarantees a certain revenue cap, guarantees a certain type of payment. Traditionally, you see these types of agreements more in Yosemite National Park or park facilities that have significant amount of revenue to offset costs. What we've experienced in the last couple of years at Gibson Ranch is we don't have that revenue, so that model may not be as sustainable in the Gibson Ranch model. The second scenario that's been outlined, has been discussed with Mr. Osi, is more of a fee for management type agreement where we would pay for a certain level of service and working with the operator be coordinating our efforts, but also contracting for certain types of services. This has also been outlined in a way that we would see an increase to the park entry fee and also an elimination of the annual passes. So it kind of takes some of the operating model away from the regional park system and isolates it as a standalone entity. The third that we've outlined in this model is for the county to be resuming operations at Gibson Ranch. And that's not to say that we would be mirroring exactly what we did when the county was operating Gibson Ranch prior to the contract model that we're in now. This is more of a model where we would be looking at contracting services such as cutting grass and edging grass out to the private sector. We would be looking at connecting with local service providers for the equestrian services that are there. in the park, as well as some specialized special event services. So it's not a recreation of the old model that we had used at Gibson Ranch, but it is more of a county-operated model with some limited staff on the county side, as well as some contracting for services out into the community where we can find the best service for the cheapest price under that model. Those are the three kind of scenarios, as well as closure of the park, that have been outlined in the staff report. A couple of other comments, just in some questions that we had that I just want to run through really quick.
Jeff, I just could, as
Sure.
you're running through that, you've gone through the scenarios, but, and I know, again, Supervisor, we're going to want to speak to this, but this idea about the closure of the park, that's not even, I mean, you can put that out there as your comparison chart, but we're not, that's not before this board today. You're not proposing that. We're not even, it's not being suggested by members of this board. Obviously, community support, we reopened it on a particular scenario. We're talking about that. But I just, again, I guess I would want to ask, why was that included as a part of the analysis when, that was a decision that was very difficult for this board in 2009 and 10, and along with the whole closures of other county facilities, but that's not even on the docket. So why did that appear? I guess that's my question to you.
It's a fair question, and I appreciate that, highlighting that fact, because from the staff's perspective, I also agree that it is not an option to close the park that we would be recommending today to the board. And the comparison model that we put together was the recognition that there are costs associated with even closing the park.
Costs. Okay.
And I think that was important to realize that we don't get to a net county cost of zero by closing facilities. There still is a cost associated with the closure. And in this case, we're estimating that to be right around $250,000 on an annualized basis. And so when you start to look at the profit loss scenario or a management scenario or even RFP scenario, we're in that kind of $300,000 to $400,000 operating ratio, potentially as low as $160,000. And so mothballing, even from a financial perspective, doesn't make sense.
Okay, so I guess if I take it from your response and what was included in the report, then it was to frame the answer to the question about, what could happen under, different management scenarios, but that going back several years, but to bringing that current as well, is that there are costs associated with holding that asset and providing some level of security and oversight to it that are basically fixed costs.
That's correct.
They may have certain elements that can be adjusted, but there are certain fixed costs just to holding that as an asset in the county's portfolio of parks or lands or buildings. And so, again, I think that because to the first time, reviewer of that would take a look at it, well, then, since you might take away that, that's a serious option that's being considered by staff or by this board, when in fact it is not. Again, county facilities certainly can be looked at as to what their status is, but we're out of the financial times, which brought that particular decision point to this board, and we have to look at what we're going to do as far as operations. But I just want to be clear about that, because there may be folks in the audience or others that are watching that somehow the takeaway is that the board is considering closure at Gibson Ranch, and that's really not the case. But there are costs if the board did that when we did it in the past, and then had to transition, and would be ongoing. So
that's correct.
Okay.
Thanks for that clarification.
That's right.
And just a couple of notes as it relates to different operating models that we use. There are a number of different contracting and operating models that the department experiences throughout our regional park system. We have great partnerships with our historical societies and our historical ranches. We have partnerships with ARNA at FEI Nature Center, with Soilborne Farms, with the American Parkway Foundation. And so over the course of the last even 10 years, the department has really been looking for the ways to best manage our facilities in the most effective, both policy-wise, master plan-wise, and then also financially as we possibly can, and continue to look forward to doing that here at Gibson Ranch. So with that, I'll leave the board any other questions that you may have as it relates to the scenarios that we've outlined, and go from there.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jeff, for your report. Supervisor Frost.
Well, I want to open by just thanking Congressman Ossie for, I guess this is before my time, but during a time when the park was closed, he worked with the county to figure out how to open it back up and continue a wonderful amenity for the community. And I also want to mention that my district, when I first was elected, we came out with a survey and asked people what is important to them. And throughout this whole process with Gibson Ranch, we've received an overwhelming feedback with hundreds of emails saying that the community really loves Gibson Ranch. They love the services there, the equestrian facility, and they do not want it to close, not even for one day, and they would like the services to continue the way they have been. So I just wanted to put that out and share that with everyone. I did have a couple of questions relating to the report. I'm aware of, the average cost to operate Gibson Ranch from the standpoint of, what's happened over the past 5 years. But in the first scenario, it's talking about the 906,000 possible offset by revenues. Right. So my first question relates to exactly what is the difference between scenario 1 or the GRP number 1 and 2, and what are the average revenues? Because I know in the winter months you don't make as much as you make in the summer months. So what is the average monthly revenues? What annual revenues could be expected if Mr. Ossie, a private operation, was there? I guess the question is, can the county continue with, overseeing events and weddings and managing the equestrian facility the way Mr. Ossie has been doing it, and how do those two scenarios compare? So I'll start with that. I have a couple of other questions.
Yeah, I'll tackle that one first. So in the first operating scenario, as I described it, it's more traditional of a concession type agreement where you have negotiated caps as well as negotiated payments back to the county. As soon as you start to restrict the contract obligations of a future operator, it starts to drive the risk, and the risk tends to increase a management fee. And so that's where we look at scenario 1 as being potentially more expensive, because we're tightening the restrictions around the type of agreement that it is. Typically you would see that type of an agreement. The best is, it's our iconic Yosemite National Park, where they have something to sell, they have revenue, and you can start to restrict the expectations on an operator as well as force them into specific payment obligations back to the landowner. In this case, we really don't have that flexibility with Gibson Ranch, because unfortunately it does not generate that kind of revenue. And so the more we restrict the obligations, the higher the fee payment from the county to that operator tends to be. Additionally, as we look at the revenue offset, to answer your question, annually we're in about $620,000 to $650,000 on average that is coming into the park facility. A lot of that is driven by weather as well as special events. So what we're experiencing now, I can use just our own experience. Discovery Park has been underwater for the last 3-4 months, or 2 months I guess, and we project another 2 months. It just went back underwater yesterday and the day before, and so that, from our experience, is driving our revenue down because we're not able to keep the park open. That can happen across all the scenarios, and so it's not isolated just to one.
So the other parks in the park system, do they generally lose money annually, or do they generally make money?
So the department receives a general fund allocation. In this current fiscal year, it's about $6.3 million for our department. So in general, the Parks Department is subsidized by the county general fund. You can find isolated circumstances. Mostly are areas where we have small park facilities with a launch ramp, Hogback Island in the Delta, Elkhorn also on the Sacramento River, where you actually generate more revenue than it costs because you're maintaining asphalt and concrete. So there's not a lot of work that has to happen there. But that sets aside the administrative cost as well as the capital improvements to those facilities. So on a year-to-year comparison, they're generating revenue, but when you start to look at the overall cost of those facilities, land acquisition, capital improvements, long-term deferred maintenance, they do not make money.
And my understanding is that Mr. Ossie doesn't wish to continue to bear the losses of our parks, which I can understand. What is the difference then? Is it possible to manage the park with, like we manage the golf courses, with a management agreement? In the report, it's talking about the golf course management agreements.
Yes, it is. And so as you look at our golf course management agreement, those are traditional kind of fee management type agreements where the county really manages the overall policy direction of those courses. We approve the fee schedule, and our day-to-day operations managers, we have 2 of them, they manage the day-to-day operations. Ansel Hoffman, I'll use as an example, is a little bit different. We actually cut the grass at Ansel Hoffman because we have a larger park facility that surrounds the golf course. And so our fee for management operation is just the course actual operation, as well as the pro shop and restaurant. So we've done a couple of different things within those fee management structures. What you'll find is a little bit different in a fee management operation is they tend to be shorter periods of time. Our golf course operations are roughly about a 5-year contract versus more of a 20 or a 30-year contract that you would see in a traditional concession operations.
So if we went to a golf course type management, fee management contract, it would be a shorter contract.
It doesn't have to be, but they traditionally are. That allows the county to hold the operators accountable to perform, because we're essentially buying a service and we want them to perform to that service standard.
So in the report, it's talking about $154,000 through the end of the year, and I'm assuming that's to the end of the fiscal year. So we're estimating $75,000 a month cost to run Gibson Ranch if the county takes it over, or is that including setup fees? Or because I don't think it's costing that much now under the private scenario.
That's correct.
I think it's significantly less.
It is. You're absolutely right. The majority of that is some capital acquisition that we would need to make, some additional vehicles and some light equipment that we would have to purchase in order to take over the operation of Gibson Ranch in the first fiscal cycle, well, in this remainder of the fiscal cycle, in order to manage the facility.
And if the county did take over Gibson Ranch, would the county then manage all those weddings and the equestrian? How would we? How do you propose that? Would the same activity? Would it be the same as what it is now? Because that's what's important to my constituents.
Yeah, and it's important to the department as well. And so our intent would be look for outside service providers to start to help with those types of activities. So we wouldn't be hiring staff for the wedding services. We would look to contract that service into the facility to be able to provide that service for the county and for the community. Same with the equestrian facilities and some of our light maintenance. We would be looking from the county perspective at just the heavier maintenance stuff, irrigation work, fixed assets in the buildings and structures, but the lighter maintenance we would contract out. The special events as far as weddings, anniversaries, those types of things we'd be looking to the private industry to help us with, as well as the equestrian services to look for a contract service for those.
So in theory, it's going to require more employees on the county side, and you're dealing with more people rather than having one person manage it and basically operate, take on the whole operation.
That's correct. So we would be hiring.
So it's more of a burden on the county, really.
There is a staffing burden on the county to manage those staff people, yes. And we would have that obligation to manage what would be probably 3 full-time staff people and some part-time staff, as well as the administrative function would be housed out of the regional park office. But that would be an additional responsibility of my department.
And then I just have one more question regarding how do you manage the insurance requirements for all these different entities? You know, some of them are management contract. Are they all responsible for their insurance, and is it just based on their activities and whatever they can get, or does the county have an umbrella policy that covers all the parks?
Sure. Ultimately, as the landowner, the county's in the business of insuring those properties. But what we do in the case of having operators out working in various facilities is we work with our risk management office to insure and indemnify the county where it's appropriate and when it's appropriate. And so we do require our partners to carry insurance policies to essentially bridge the gap, the liability gap of those operations between the county and potential risks that are there in the field, whether it be our historical ranches or our park facilities or golf courses.
And then lastly, sorry everyone, the entry fee, there was some discussion regarding an entry fee,
right?
The raising the cost to access the park. What is the county's policy on that? Do you have a policy?
So the county's policy in raising fees is that it's the board's discretion. So we have an item right now under the current management agreement. Mr. Ossie is responsible for bringing an annual report forward to the board. And we have that report has gone through the Recreation and Park Commission, and there is a recommendation for the board to consider a fee increase under the current structure of the lease agreement in order to help offset costs associated with the park facility. We've held that report pending direction from the board today on where we move forward from here. As it relates to the department, we're not looking at fee increases for the remainder of our facilities, and would want to see not only the fees to be consistent, but also our annual passes to be honored at all of our regional park facilities.
Okay. So I'll just, for now, close by saying I guess I was surprised to see it costs almost as much to mothball a park and to maintain it than it does to keep it open. So for me, the option of closing it is not even an option. And I somehow feel that business as usual is a positive thing, and that Mr. Ossie's done a good job. So if there's a way to work it out so that he can continue and it can be cost effective for the county, I think in the long run, having a private sector business person managing the park under a management contract would be ultimately probably save the county money and resources. That's just my opinion, coming from the private sector as a business owner. And there's a big spread between the 160, on his item number 2, 160 to 350 is the anticipated cost, and then for the county's alternative, it's 315,000, and I'm assuming from there that goes up, because once you have employees, they get regular raises, and you have you have more cost associated on the public side than you really do on the private side. So it looks to me like it might be worth our while to take some time to see if we can negotiate something. Now, I know that County Council has recommended that if we do make any of these changes to the contract are significant enough that we would have to go out for an RFP, but I guess I'd like to go on record as saying keeping it private is good. Mr. Ossie's done a good job over the last 6 years, and if he, it seems like he wants to continue, is willing to continue doing it. If he wants to, then that would be great. Those are just some of my thoughts at this time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Supervisor Peters?
Yeah, thanks. I'm sure we'll hear from Mr. Ossie at some point in time here, but I have a couple questions.
I'm here to answer questions for you, and then we can invite Mr. Ossie to come up.
Well, I think I've learned over the time that Gibson Ranch is a unique beast in our park system, and they do things at that park that we don't do in our other parks, and it has also a unique interest for the people who live around the park. So I had a couple of questions on the GRP scenarios. The lease extension is suggested to 2041, and I wonder if you know what that seems like. An awfully long time.
Yeah, it is. It is an awfully long time. Mr. Ossie can speak to the direct philosophy behind that from a parks perspective. As I look at management type agreements, as I said earlier, that 5-year, 7-year horizon, in my mind, would be more appropriate to recommend to the board.
Is that what our golf?
That's correct. Our golfs are 5-year agreements.
Okay.
Yes.
So then another question on the GRP scenarios. They talk about a daily vehicle fee and the potential of regional parks passes no longer being allowed, which I have a problem with that, because that's one of the big sales points, I think, in the passes, even federal passes. You get to go to all the parks. So can it be one or the other? Right now, we charge a daily vehicle fee. It looks like $5.
That's correct.
Suggestion that it go up to $8. So why wouldn't that be a sufficient amount to move the request to disallow regional parks pass? Do you know the background behind that?
My assumption, I don't know the complete background, is just the number of passes that potentially come into the park and how that impacts revenue. And if you were to eliminate the use of our regional park pass, you would be able to collect revenue directly to Gibson Ranch.
Okay, I can figure that out, but it seems like it's, maybe Mr. Ossie can explain more of that. In the alternative 1 county operation, you say 3 new full-time positions. Are those rangers? What are
not.
they?
It would be 1 recreation position to help coordinate the overall recreation programs there in the park facility, and 2 full-time maintenance positions. We would also have some part-time positions associated with the park in the on-season in order to manage the weekends and deal with cleaning of restrooms.
Okay. One of the things I remember from the time when we had to close, the county had to get out of management of this park, one of the most difficult aspects was the equestrian boarding operation. We had people in our board chambers pretty regularly from Rio Linda and surrounds complaining about, this is prior to, sure, and then during the revision of standards for the equestrian boarding operation, and I am not sure that we want to go back to a time when the county handles that, because we didn't handle it very well before. So I got some trouble with that part of that alternative. Then I wanted to know, this is going to come back to us at some point, I assume. One, if we went with a competitive selection process, that doesn't mean we would have to do we know if Mr. Ossie would be one of those competitives? He would have part of the process? He would have the opportunity to submit a bid as part of that process, and Mr. Ossie can comment on whether or not he would participate. I guess I should have asked this question first, and it really involves county council. I'd like to know the reasons, just saying a substantial change to terms and conditions, that we should go out for a solicitation process. I'd like to know more about that, because I'm not sure I can think of those by myself, so maybe you can tell me.
Well, and I would suggest it's prospective, depending on, and Mr. Leatherman and I haven't teased out what those material changes might be, but the board's authority rests in its authority to lease. And if the concession changes are substantial in that it's not a lease, but it's more a running of an operation, my office could foresee that that would be material enough to suggest that it could be required to go out for an RFP. If instead the board direction is some lesser negotiation, that might not be necessary. So if you are providing a concession for less than the whole, and it has more a direction of the financial obligation, and the risk is changed or flopped, that I can see changing the nature of that lease materially.
Well, there was still quite a bit of risk in the agreement that is out there now. I mean, he's lost a couple $100,000 in the last 5 years. I'd call that risk. So is a basic difference leasing of the whole facility? Is that what you're saying?
Whole versus a subpart, and exactly what that consists of.
Okay. Then another question I have is, under the GRP scenarios, it suggests that the county decrease its insurance requirements to the partnership. And I'm curious as to what the difference in cost is. I'm sure it's expensive insurance to have all those people playing in the park, doing one thing or the other. Jeff, can you speak to that? Do you know? Or Mr. Vaughn, do you know what the difference, what the current operator pays now and what would happen if the county assumed those obligations?
So
would that be the difference? I'm trying to get to, is that the difference between profit and loss here?
I don't know that it's the difference between profit and loss, and kind of the shift right now is a lease agreement, in my understanding, has more protection for the county in that the leaseholder carries a greater burden as it relates to risk. When we switch to a management agreement, some of that risk could potentially transfer to the county.
So it just gets folded into the county's overall liability insurance?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I'd like to know more about that before we vote on this.
Robin, anything you wanted to add? I think the question kind of went to you and to Jeff both. Any comments about risk, liability?
My answer would be very similar. I don't know the cost differences.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Next, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of you will remember this is where I cut my teeth 6 years ago. My first vote on this board was on a related subject as it relates to privatizing the management oversight of Gibson Ranch. So if you see a little twitch, that's what it's about. My question for you, Jeff, is if the will of the board were to initiate a competitive selection process for an operator, what's the timing? In terms of making sure that there's no lapse in management of the park? Because I agree with Supervisor Frost. For me, the one alternative that's not on the table is to close the park. Mm-hmm. So for me, it's really a question of how best do we keep it open and make sure that our constituents don't have any interruption of access to it for all the things that they need and want to do. This park used to be in the district I represented, so I have some familiarity with how much the park is appreciated by the immediate community, but of course it's a regional asset. So I'd like to understand, how do we, if we go down the path of that particular alternative, how do we make sure that there's no interruption?
So if we were to head down that alternative, I would anticipate 4 to 6 months, depending on the complexity of the agreement and the time frame that we needed to leave it out in the open market in order to get those responses back. I use our golf agreements as a good baseline, and they generally take that 4 to 6 month window to turn something around and get a recommendation back to the board. In the meantime, we would be looking at what delegated authority we have or potentially need to have in order to maintain services now in some sort of holdover type of agreement, likely with Mr. Ossie, and then looking at what county resources we potentially need in the short term to bridge any of that gap.
Perhaps Mr. Ossie is going to speak to this, but have you received any indication that that's an option for him that would work in terms of this carryover?
Yeah, I believe that it is, and he can speak to that directly.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Jim, I had a couple of questions. One being back to the annual passes, and again, I trust somebody's kept some documentation since that's a part of the discussion that's occurred between Mr. Ossie and county staff as part of this triggered point in time where people can give notice and so forth. So what's been the conversation? Is that 10% of the annual folks that pass through there? Is it 20%? What's the attributed shared and not lost, because obviously depending on the county parks, this is a county park, and right. I think it's very important. I would concur with Ms. Peters and others that having equal access is very important, unique or not. We have unique properties throughout this county as it relates to the topography and to the uses and to the enjoyment of outdoor activities, both planned as well as just park settings. And so I guess I'm curious, what's the number that's been assigned to that?
So the department in our current, or the county in our current lease agreement, requires that the annual pass be honored at Gibson Ranch. There is no cost sharing associated with that pass. So any entrances that come in, 100% of the proceeds, we have an annual pass agreement also with the Parkway Foundation, so there's a portion that goes to them as our contractor, but those come directly to the department. So Gibson Ranch specifically does not receive an allocation from those annual pass uses. I'll look over my shoulder at my finance department my finance department and see, do you know the numbers off the top of your head of entrances, or Doug, do you know? Okay, Doug knows off what the actual entrances are into the park facility for
Okay.
passes.
Again, I don't know this anything is proprietary, so I guess that would have been helpful to have as part of the report, because it kind of frames some of this discussion. And I know this is a general outline, and I think some of the other questions have been asked about insurance, about extensions and so forth, and again, those of us that went through certainly the recession and the decisions that this board and community obviously was faced with through our actions were tough ones, and yet recognizing that county parks, along with all county departments, faced serious reductions in budgets, and part of that action was obviously Gibson Ranch and its status at the time. I would just say that over the last several years, that I think that the having the park open, some of the improvements and opportunities, both capital that went in from the county side of it, but also Mr. Osie's in his team, their management and so forth has been, I think, helped to build not only the use but the appreciation for Gibson Ranch. And I think as we see, growth in development, not just in Sacramento County, but certainly to areas to the north and east, people will continue to look for venues that offer the opportunities that Gibson Ranch offers for family types of events, but also for other things that were permitted. And again, under the operational agreement, there are certain restrictions, and I know that Mr. Osie and certainly county staff have had conversations about certain activities and so forth that either were allowed, need to be interpreted, and or were prohibited under that arrangement. But I think part of the consideration here needs to be kind of, at least for baseline for me, is to have this level playing field as it relates to the park access, to the fees that are charged for entry, and to the activities that go on there. And again, I'm not convinced, at least as we sit here today, that reverting necessarily is if you're looking at it from the cost standpoint. I think county staff can certainly maintain our facilities and have proven that. And I appreciate your leadership, Jeff, and your term of service here with the county. And I think, some of the investments got back into both staffing, but also the recognition that, for your annual general fund budget of $6.4 million, it's not a lot of money in comparison to what, to the thousands of acres that are in the county inventory, the public exposure, and the use. And I would hope that in years to come we're able to supplement that. But I think part of the underlying base, both of access, but also is that there are some things that people's contribution to the general fund, however those revenues come in, whether it's property tax or otherwise, or sales tax, or whatever discretionary income comes in, that they're providing access, but to good wholesome activities and to settings that allow people to enjoy the out of doors, in addition to to other county programs and other programs that are offered through agreements with parties, whether it's GRP or others. I think that's an important aspect, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. I think there was over the past couple of decades, kind of a migration to, not only fee for service, but that somehow the general fund couldn't be used for certain things. Like this board has explored that, both with our road maintenance. I think the consideration later on today about programming in the social services arena. And I think when it comes to parks, clearly we don't have an unlimited amount of money in the general fund to do these, but that these are you hope to break even, but the chances that you're going to make money and or break even are dependent upon a lot of factors, including weather, which you pointed out. And so I think that we need to recognize that whatever arrangement we use, whether it's working with a party that leases and operates, or somebody that manages and operates, or us doing all of it or part of it, and part and parceling out, that, you know, these are public facilities, we want to maintain access, we want to cover some of those costs, but there's going to be a general fund contribution, and that's, you know, not going away. Even in the worst of times, that didn't go away. And I just think that sometimes we can, you know, get a bit sidetracked with trying to, you know, make sure you get all those dollars that cover all those activities. We need to be conscious of that and conscious of expenses, but on the other hand, I think there's a real balance that needs to be achieved, and I think we've gotten much closer to that, certainly in recent years, as things have shown some recovery in the economy and revenues to the county. But I, you know, appreciate the discussion here. I certainly want to hear, you know, from Mr. Ossie and from anyone else who wants to weigh in on this. We've gotten some, you know, a few pieces of correspondence from folks certainly speaking to why they think that Gibson Ranch is important and access for them and their families. And I guess I would just note lastly, you know, this whole thing with the equestrian operation out there is, Ms. Peters, you know, kind of helped us revisit that was not an easy discussion, and it was one that, you know, long after we had made a decision about how we were going to proceed in keeping it open, working with GRP, that still lingered, and there were people in these chambers and so forth. And so I think that whichever direction we go on this, that we need to tread softly on that, because I think that certainly can bring a lot of angst and maybe some pushback from folks, depending upon how we approach that, because, you know, the sensitivities about that, people and their animals.
Yes.
Okay, with that then, I don't know if there's any other questions or comments at this point. So Supervisor Frost, you did have something else?
I just had a quick question relating to the park entry fee. That's for cars that enter the park, but people can walk. Maybe Mr. Ossie can speak to that. I mean, I think it's good to keep it affordable, because a lot of people, that's their recreation and they can't afford these fees. So my understanding is they can walk in, it's just an auto fee if they're driving in.
It is a vehicle parking fee for all of our park facilities. I will take an opportunity to also mention that we do have a low-income annual pass that's available for sale at our office for $10. So there is that option for those that qualify as well.
The annual pass is $10?
Correct, for those that qualify under our low-income policies, yes.
For the year?
Correct.
Oh, well, that's affordable.
It is.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ossie, I didn't have a speaker set, but I trust you wanted to speak to this. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, Doug Ossie, Managing Partner, GRP 2011 LLC. We're the folks that actually operate Gibson Ranch. I want to thank you, first of all, for giving me the day off. I got to come down here and put on a suit and tie, and, you know, so far it's been nice. Does the visual thing still work here?
Yeah, it's on the white spot to your right there.
This thing? Or this thing?
No, the surface.
Table.
Oh, I'm going to have to put on my glasses. So.
Well, we can make it a little larger.
Right. Let me just, as I recall the questions, I want to work through them. Supervisor Peters described Gibson Ranch as a beast. Well, we're in beast mode every day, so I want to thank you for that.
I've seen you driving that tractor.
The insurance question, the way we have it structured now is that the county requires me to indemnify the county. So I have a policy. And when we have large events or events that I determine need insurance, I require from the promoter or the person doing that event to provide us with a certificate of insurance that names us, and then a second certificate that names the county as additional insured parties. The reason I brought the insurance up in the first place, it's my distinct understanding that the limits on my policy, as outlined in the lease, which I executed, are twice the limits that are imposed on nonprofit organizations. And I take exception to that, and that's why I brought it up. The total annual cost of my insurance for liability coverage is somewhere between $27,000 and $30,000 a year. On top of that, I have an equestrian policy, probably $6,000 to $10,000 a year. On top of that, I have workers' comp. That's somewhere around $35,000 a year.
What was the last one?
Workers' compensation.
Workers' comp. Okay.
And then on top of that, I have an umbrella policy just in case, which costs probably $6,000 a year. Now, I'm not encouraging anybody to explore those coverages by any means, but those are the coverage limits. And I don't know what limits the county has on their individual policies. I will tell you, I'm not aware of any claim at Gibson Ranch over almost 6 years now that has gotten to the county in terms of settlement. Zero.
Well,
there have been claims, but they've never gotten to the county. Right?
I mean, the insurance costs seem like the difference between, somewhere in these documents, I was just looking for it, it showed how much profit and loss each year, which was roundly, as I remember, $25,000, $30,000 a year, except for 1 year. I mean, it seems like the insurance is the...
Well, keep in mind that the net results you're seeing there do not account for anything that you'd pay to have somebody like me out there. So if I hired somebody, essentially I'm filling that role at no cost. So it's $222,000, I think was the number in your report, plus a senior management person to execute the plan. But it's close. Now, as I understand the agreements you have for, say, the golf courses, you have a similar situation with the people you've hired to operate the different courses, where they provide the county with a liability policy and the like. And I think that's actually incorporated into the financial transaction. So,
Doug, does that make it different than what you just described with the golf courses? Does that make it different than what we're doing at Gibson Ranch?
It's a different...
When you said it was incorporated into...
it's a different operating template at the golf courses than at the ranch. At the golf courses, it's a fee for service.
Right, fee for service. Okay.
Where the operators basically run the golf course for the county, and then they submit an invoice for reimbursement at the end of each month, and they add a management fee. And that invoice presumably covers all their expenses. And then offsetting that is the revenue you get from the tee box and from the restaurants and from the pro shop and what have you. So that's my understanding.
Okay.
So going to this exhibit that I've put on the board here, just starting from the top where it says park, it's about 9,500 to 10,000 hours a year to generate $415,000 in revenue. Right? On the equestrian side, it's 3,500 to 4,000 hours a year to generate about $210,000. In 2015 and in 2016, we had over 100,000 visitors each year in the park. So I do not want to pass this point without expressing my compliments to the county for going out on a limb for whatever reason in 2011 and reopening that park, because you've got 100,000 people a year who are now enjoying that. That was a risky move on your part, and you should be complimented for having taken that step. And while I'm at the business of compliments, I want to extend my compliments to Mr. Leonard, Mr. Leatherman, Ms. Bellis, and Mr. Melton, who are the county parks team that I work with virtually on an everyday basis. They are responsive, they are protective of the county's interests, and they are willing to listen and sit down and talk problems through. Sometimes they get what they want, sometimes I get what I want, and sometimes we meet in the middle. But they have been excellent partners to work with. So going on down the list there, in 2016 we had over 30,000 vehicles enter the park. We collected $5 a vehicle from each of them. The people who came to the gate with the county pass was honored as it has been since day one. They are not included in those 30,000 vehicles. That's just the paying customers.
How many were they?
It's a bell curve, Supervisor Natoli. So over the course of a year, January and February are down at the bottom, and November and December are at the bottom.
Right.
But between March and October 31st, on a sunny day, you'll get 25 a day.
Using the regional pass?
Uh-huh. Weekends. Weekends.
Parks pass.
Yeah, the laminated, color-coded
Right.
park pass.
Right.
You'll get 25 a day. So if you actually do the math, if it was 25 a day for all year, that'd be 45,000, but divide that by 2/3, so you're probably at $30,000 worth of revenue.
Did you keep track of all those, though? You said the average 25 days. Do you have a number? You have an actual count, though?
Yes.
Okay, you do.
If you'd like, I mean, I'd be happy to show you the...
No. Again, I'm just trying to get some sense, though, so if it's 30,000 vehicles total and it's 125, it's 25 a day times X. That's the average?
On a sunny day, we'll get 25 county parks passes.
Yeah.
So
That's the March through October scenario?
And it's okay. I mean, I took the deal knowing that.
No, I know. I'm just trying to get some sense about what that means to the overall, to the usage. One is good because I think it gives you a sense of folks that are, either buy the pass and use Gibson exclusively, or going to different parks in the in the system, depending upon.
Well, in addition to the county's pass, which does give the holders the opportunity to go to any of the county parks, which, by the way, they do very much appreciate. We sell a Gibson Ranch Social Club pass that is good only at the park for people who use only that park. So people that might be a mile or two radius around the park. And frankly, I think we're at 110 of those per year, maybe.
What's the cost of that?
Same as the county's, $49. So, but it's people who only use Gibson. And we ask them.
They would be paying the $5 fee.
Yeah, they avoid the $5 fee, and instead they pay us $49. So, just, I mean, those are nuances and details, and it's only 110 or so, but it is what it is.
Okay.
So going on...
They use more than 10 days a year.
Right, then it benefits them, right.
So going on down the list here, at the bottom you see just a sampling of what kind of things happen at the park. And I will tell you from firsthand interviews with the folks who come to the park, they come from each of your districts. From Elk Grove, we get a huge number of Boy Scouts. From Supervisor Kennedy's district, we get the Hmong and the Lao. They come twice a year, and they enjoy it. From the Thomas and what have you, we get Boy Scouts. From the city core, under weddings, we get all sorts of gay wedding events. From Carmichael, we get Boy Scouts and family reunions. And from the 4th district, we get all of the above. I mean, it's just the description of the park as a community asset is appropriate. It's a beast. It really is, and we run it accordingly. We don't. I do want to make sure you understand. We don't bat 1,000. Seriously, we don't bat 1,000. There are some things we don't do. There are some people who we can't meet their needs. I'd say we bat somewhere around 850, which is pretty good. We provide our own security. We monitor behavior. When someone's not behaving appropriately, we invite them to leave, and we back it up. We run the equestrian side. We have about 50 horses boarded there now. It's a grind because it's every day, as you might expect. Horses don't get a day off. What I want to leave you with before we take questions is a suggestion, and that is to give staff direction to work their magic, meet with me, figure out a solution to the interim period of time that Supervisor Cerna referenced, using your word to tease out where that line of going back to an RFP or not having to go back to an RFP is. And let's make a decision as to whether or not, under those conditions, I'm willing to continue. Because you can always go back to the RFP. I actually think that if we can't meet that line, you need to go back to an RFP. Because you have so much more information available to a potential operator today about how things work than we had in 2011. We were just out on thin ice. So anyway, I'd be happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Doug. I just had a question for staff about, and I think Supervisor Frost wants to speak to this as well, but in the initial lease arrangement, we had $500,000 for capital improvements for long deferred maintenance and projects that obviously both the lessor and lessee would, get some agreement around. There was a list. So has that money been fully expended? I trust the list was multiples times that, and we had for years discussions about the second access and so forth. But where are we with that? Has that money been expended? Because we're now in year 6. There was 5 years at $100,000. Not all those projects got done in the first year. I know Doug could respond to, but where do we stand as relates to that? Because while we're in this holdover period, whatever period that time is, if we're not putting additional money into capital improvements, it doesn't speak to the current operator as much as it does to the owner of the asset, the county, that I think it's in our best interest to continue to put improvements. However, we're going to maintain it, because I think it's pretty clear we're going to maintain that in open condition. It's just, but we have a lot of deferred maintenance in many of our facilities. So where are we with that?
So the $500,000 was made available as per the terms of the contract. About $200,000 of that was spent within the 5-year window that it was available, and the remainder of the money is no longer available based on the contract and was put back into the general fund for allocation by your board.
So okay, then I want to go drill a little further then. So we put money aside. It required obviously concurrence, I believe, under the but it's still a county-owned asset, and so we had identified up to $500,000 of improvements, and there was a lot of deferred maintenance out there. That's being very gentle about. At least that's my take on it. So why wouldn't we have then found projects that, again, would have benefited the property? Yeah. You really got my curiosity. We didn't even spend half of the money on capital improvements when we know there's, you could walk out there today and find the identified need for capital improvements.
Yeah. So I'll let Mr. Rossi tackle that one, as it was money that was available to him as the operator.
Okay.
So the arrangement, the concept behind the $500,000 was the county wasn't having to lay out $200,000 for the closed park, so we took half of that each year for 5 years and dedicated it for capital improvements, fixing the deferred maintenance.
Right.
We spent $200 doing different things. And I want, again, before we go past this point, every single thing I asked for with the county staff and explained to them, they said, okay, every single thing. There were things they asked me to do that I didn't do because I didn't have the staff to get it done, and I wasn't willing to go to a third-party contractor to complicate the process. That was my decision, not theirs. The money that didn't get spent did get returned to the general fund, and it's still there, presumably.
I think it probably got spent.
Again, my point here is that staff and I worked together.
Yeah.
My team got the work done. We did it efficiently and at a reasonable cost. We didn't just throw money at stuff. Are there things that need to be done still? The answer is yes. We did not get to everything that I'd hoped we'd get to.
Well, let me, again, I know there were some differences about, regrading and, all that. But if you had money available that could be drawn upon, even if it was to make other improvements beyond just, long deferred maintenance, why wouldn't we, particularly when parks scraps for dollars anyway, again, recognize it required, operation might have been some other obligations taken on if you added certain things. I get that, but when I recall that physical plant, that large site, and, just looking at normal road maintenance for entry roads, for fencing, for the cabins, they were in pretty lousy shape. Now they've been repaired, and that may have been part of what was invested in, but I guess, or the old swimming hole, I guess I'm curious as to, it's a little, you talk about unique, a little unique that somehow we wouldn't find in a facility long before you were in the picture, had a lot of deferred maintenance, and over a course of an ensuing 6 years that we wouldn't find the ability beyond what the operator would do to identify for the asset that we retain, irrespective of who operates it, to invest the additional $300,000 in without stepping on the toes of the party that's leasing it from us to actually make those improvements. What about the second gate?
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond to that, because Jeff tried, but again, there's a certain amount of work that my team can handle, and we did the work that I thought we could handle in a pace that I thought we could handle. On the roadways themselves and on the flood protection improvements, not only the stuff along Dry Creek, but also along the dam road, those were specifically carved out of that list of projects, if you will, that was eligible for deferred maintenance funding under our agreement. And when we got to the end of the agreement's time period, we stopped. So, I mean, it's just, I don't think anybody purposefully set out to not do it.
No, I'm not showing any intent. My question is not about intent or anything. I'm just trying to get some sense of it, because when I remember the shade structures and...
There was a shade structure that collapsed, and we removed it for safety reasons. It has not been replaced. Jeff has asked me to replace it. I have said to him, it makes no difference from a revenue standpoint whether that shade structure is there or not. So we haven't replaced it. I never pursued it because it made no difference to revenue. I was still renting that spot weekend after weekend after weekend.
But what about convenience for the folks that use the park? I mean, sometimes I may not just be about whether
it tends to get hot around here.
Yeah, I've been to Gibson Ranch in the summertime. He said it tends to get hot around here in the summer. Yeah,
definitely.
Well, if we're going to have a report back on this, I guess I'd like to, again, this is not so much about why it didn't get done as it is to, the money was there, and and maybe that obligation then fell to you as a part of the contract. So if you chose not to do it for whatever reason, good reasons or otherwise, then it didn't get done. But again, I still take it back to the asset itself. And again, if a shade structure fell down or was dismantled, it may not make any difference as far as a rental, but it may offer some additional convenience or shaded area for folks that use it. Now, again, it may not discourage if they're looking for a place to rent, then they go find a tree somewhere. I mean, rarely do you see us, particularly with a capital improvement, if you had a project list, why we wouldn't, do some of those things. I get it. You were managing it and operating it, but I guess I'd like to kind of know what that list was and what was kind of left on the table, and the money I assume it got reprogrammed?
So we have the complete list of the deferred maintenance projects that were accomplished throughout the first 5 years that we can provide, as you suggested, as we come back and continue to revisit this item, as well as we can compare and contrast that with the list from the lease agreement so that you can see the difference in what was accomplished throughout the contract term.
Well, then we're completing year 6. I mean, it's almost to the day when this agreement was approved by the board, March 22nd of 2011. And we were talking about a holdover status, which would take us potentially into 18 months with no capital projects. I guess I want to know about that. That needs to be a part of the discussion, I think. And to me, that's, maintaining the public asset and, whether it's GRP or county parks, because that does get built into it, because we had this kind of baseline at $315,000 for operation, but it didn't take into account things that, compete then for money in your department, Jeff, relative to a whole inventory of parks assets that, have capital investment needs and or certainly deferred maintenance in a number of cases. And I guess when this comes back, I want to have some conversation about, because going forward, I think it's an important consideration for not only what we do, but then how we craft something that, may have that as a part of its consideration. And certainly for me, if County Parks is going to operate it, I want to know that too, because it's more than just, people out there mowing the grass and collecting the fee and making sure the fence boards are painted. There's a lot goes into an operation. You knew that far better than I. So
understood.
Okay, Ms. Frost, you have a question? I think you didn't punch up. I thought you were. Or do you want to?
Well, Jeff, with your recommendation, are you talking about a management basically the county takes it over and then contracts out for services for different functions that the county, like the equestrian and so forth. What services would you contract out?
That's correct. What we're reviewing right now and considering as part of our recommendation would be contracting out the equestrian facility and the equestrian operation, as well as the kind of basic maintenance function, along with some specialized special event function as well. I would not classify it as a management fee type agreement. It is more of a county management with looking for ways to maximize our operational capacity. And so it wouldn't be something that we would have a overall RFP for, but there are certain functions that we would have to contract out, such as mowing of the grass, looking at the equestrian operation and see what kind of function that potentially has, whether it be a full RFP process or if it would be a contract of services that we can do under signature authority here at the county.
And I have the impression that you and Mr. Ossie have been talking and that any of these scenarios are acceptable. Is that correct, or what is your desire, Doug?
My desire is to stop losing money. So I'm willing to stay, but I have to stop losing money. I can't subsidize it. And I know that...
So you don't have any preference as to the outcome?
Well, there's such a wide number of avenues you can go, which Jeff and I have talked about briefly. I don't know which one's preferable because I'm not quite sure.
Are you
what
saying
the end state is.
if he were made financially whole, would he like to continue as operating the park?
Yes, that's what I'm asking. Does he want to do it?
I've told Mr. Leonard and Mr. Leatherman that we're not going to leave this thing in the lurch here. I mean, going to Supervisor Cerna's point about a lapse, we're not going to have that. You know, we're just not going to have that. But I'm not going to lose any more money.
Okay.
Well, the two recommendations, Alternative 1 and the GRP 2, I don't know how they really stack up. I'm not sure how they stack up, and if
Can I make a suggestion?
there's a way to...
I think everybody's interests would be served here by directing staff to go back and sit down with me to address first an interim arrangement that would commence on May 1st, and then allow staff time to set up a structure that leads to an RFP, while at the same time teasing out with county council whether or not an RFP is necessary.
Okay.
That's what I recommend.
And the RFP, is that like a typical, you have to go with, how do you determine, the bottom line decision on an RFP like that? Is that like we do with contractors and projects, the lowest qualified bid, or is it, the most qualified person, or how does that RFP work?
Well, first we look at the nature of the scope of the existing agreements and how material those changes are. When we come to a successful RFP, it will be those proposals that best fit the board-approved requirements.
And I have the impression no matter what we do, we're going for an RFP. We need to.
Not unless we decide to go with county operation.
Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah. And are you good with that, Jeff? I mean, you're recommending Alternative 1.
So if the board chooses to direct the staff, further down an RFP process, or as Mr. Ossie suggested, an interim process, we're going to carry out the direction of the board as appropriate, and happy to do so.
I think it's nice of you, Doug, to offer to transition so that we don't have to close the park, because that's important to everyone.
We're not going to close this park. I got too much investment.
I really appreciate that.
I'd like to get more in the mode of this being an interim situation, that county staff goes back with Mr. Ossie and works out the financial details so they're more understandable, and see if there's, get the transition 6 months on the table, but then as soon as that is done, then to work towards a more, a scenario where he could stay running the park in some way. I don't know what that might be, and then if that doesn't work out,
Go to RFP.
that he wants it, then we go to RFP. I just don't think there's been enough homework done here that's understandable to us. So.
Yeah, I was going to offer a similar suggestion. Let's see if there's any more questions of Doug first. We do have a speaker on this, and then let's bring it back to the board to give some additional direction. I appreciate Mr. Peters coming. Doug, anything else? Anything else?
Come visit us at the park.
Okay.
It's lawn mowing time, isn't it, about is March?
You'll accept the county pass, right?
You won't need a pass.
Oh, yes, we do.
I know who you are.
Oh, yes, we do.
You'll be able to get in.
No. Either $5 or county pass. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Stern, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Excuse me. Before we get to the speakers, just wanted to ask Jeff, how confident does Jeff feel that if the county were to run operations, that we could appropriately budget for and operate the park at least in the same manner that Mr. Ossie has managed it the last 6 years, if not at an elevated level, given our financial situation today versus 6 years ago?
So given the overall county's financial situation, we're in a position and moving towards a position with, as I look at our recommendations with the service review report that we've put forward to the board, and the future of regional parks, we're continuing to build capacity in our department to take on additional responsibility. So I am confident that we can resume operations there under a different model than we've used in the past, and I think that's the key response that I want to leave the board with, is that it's not exactly the same as what we've done it in the past, is that there are some responsibilities that are more administrative as what than it was before as far as our contracting would go, but I do believe we have that capacity to take it on. As far as generating the same amount of revenue, Doug has done a great job of selling that park to our community. We are building that capacity within our department to do the same in our other parks and facilities. The challenge really lies, has been pointed out, the equestrian operations are a difficult one, and one that I wouldn't advocate for county staff to take on, that we would contract that out.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Nothing further questions. I do have one speaker signed up on this, and James Warsnap. James? I'll put 3 minutes up on the... Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Notali. James Warsnap here. I think Gibson Ranch is a great asset for the county if managed properly. I just have a couple of questions. I don't understand why the county has privatized the management of the park in the first place. I think that there's additional sources of revenue in a lot of our parks in the county here, and other land that is owned by the county, and you're not best utilizing the resources of the county. So I kind of question that. And the last thing is gift of public funds. I just don't understand why a private operator would split the costs with the county when the county's maintaining and has all the costs up front. It doesn't seem like a very good business venture. Those are just some of the questions that I have.
Okay, good. Thanks, James. We appreciate that. We'll be back with this item, it sounds like, here in the near to mid-term future. So, okay. Anyone else wish to comment on this item, on item 50? Ma'am, did you want to talk to this item?
Yes.
Okay, please come forward, and you can fill out a speaker form later. Just identify yourself, if you would, please.
Shannon Brown.
Hi, Shannon.
I right now I have my resident of Sacramento County hat on, but I serve on the board of directors for Sunrise Recreation and Park District. I also am the operations manager for the city Department of Parks and Recreation. Okay. And I would just like to make a comment that I was working with Doug Ossie at the time. I was an employee at the county when they were looking to close, and we were very grateful that Mr. Ossie took, a risk with our community, and I think that he has done adequate work. It has been a challenge to, keep those revenues up, but I hope that the Board of Supervisors recognizes the importance of this park within our community. We are a very tight-knit community, and it is a very important jewel of ours that we would like to keep intact and would like to preserve the open space for future generations. So just want to make sure that I'm speaking for the residents of Antelope, the county, and my children as well. So thank you very much.
Good. Thank you, Shannon, for being here to offer your comments. Okay, anyone else? We had 2 speakers. Jeff, did you want to speak on this item? Okay. Jeff Tardy, yeah. I had you signed up. I wasn't sure what item you wanted to speak to, so.
I do want to speak further about, because I'm going to be at a legislative hearing at 2:30.
Right, I was going to call on you at the end of this item.
But dealing with this 40 years ago, went to Gibson Park, and I will say that, yes, indeed, it is the asset that you have at the north end in the way of parks. And as last night, participating in the specific plan for downtown Sacramento, note that big discussion was about parks and the open spaces. And so I think this is a very important asset for the county in the North region, and remembering going there when I was going to Sac State. So it's just a comment further is please, it isn't very important, and that's why I want to speak to this. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks, Jeff. We'll get back to you in a moment on the other item. Okay, anyone else wish to address this item? If not, then I'll bring it back to the board and get members' comments. It sounds like we are headed in a direction here today, though, to entertain some further discussions with the current operator regarding some holdover status, and then I think with the questions that have both been posed by board members, but certainly been a part of the discussion, and those that have been presented by the audience, we entertained a report back at a period probably even prior to May 1st, if it was some holdover, but and then some determination sometime thereout that you would say we're going to work on an extended agreement of some sort, going out to an RFP, further consideration for county operations, but again, not closure. And so, I don't know, Nav, something you wanted to sum up, and then we'll go to board member comments. So.
I think feedback we've gotten is to see if we can get an interim agreement. At the same time, see what the RFP will look like and come back to you in the near future to at least present the interim solution and then keep working on the long-term solution.
Okay. All right, board members. Does that seem sufficient then at this point in time? When would you anticipate a report back? You want to set a date to continue this to? Or you want to?
If you can give us a little bit of flexibility, and we'll schedule it as quickly as we can.
All right. But again, very clear that there will be an interim arrangement. We've heard from Mr. Ossie, we've certainly heard from county staff that we're going to, Gibson Ranch will be open, and all those sunny days to come, we'll have an opportunity for folks to use that park in a variety of ways. So,
yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Mr. Sar.
Mr. Gills, do you expect to bring this back before budget, or is that even relevant in your estimation?
No, it's kind of divorced from the budget at this point. I think the interim agreement, we should get that to you prior to budget, and the long term could be a budget discussion. So we'll see what options we have on the table.
Thank you.
Okay, then I think it's clear on the direction here today. We want to thank our staff, and we're not taking one option over the the other here today, and would direct our county executive then to continue to work on this, bring it back to us with at least a status report in the next couple of months, and then I'll seek direction depending upon what you're going to recommend to us for the long term on this at that point as well. Okay. So do we need to take any other action on this today? All right. Okay, that's clear then. Okay. Thank you all for your comments and for being here today, and we'll take those into consideration as well. So, all right, that takes care of the morning agenda items. I do have an off-agenda speaker, Mr. Tardigui, in a moment, but Flo, is there anything else we need to do for the morning agenda?
No, I have nothing else.
Okay. All right, then, Jeff, I know you wanted to be here for the afternoon session, are unable to, so I'm going put you 3 minutes on the board here, and you're going to comment, and you'll be the first speaker on items 51 and 52, I guess. So go ahead.
Well, as Jeff Tartagia, I would love to be here this afternoon and speaking further. And so the 3 questions I'm going to direct to the board that I would be interested in hearing you ask for dealing with the homeless. And that is, one, beyond you and I think Phil Cerna going to San Francisco, have you looked at the San Francisco, not San Francisco, but the San Diego model for the homeless? The second one I'm going to direct and ask you is my understanding Sacramento Housing, after 10 years, has reviewed the 70-plus families and reduced that list to a significant, believing coming closer to 20,000 families now. Would like to ask, what the criteria of removing from the waiting list currently on this. The other thing I will also direct to you is obviously clearly the homeless is a long time, should we say, unrecognized need, and so I appreciate what's going on and happening in that regard. I won't be here this afternoon because I will be at a state legislative meeting, 437, that is going to be discussing SSI, SSP, and COLA. I think that's a meeting that on the state level that I think it's more important for me to bring to discussion and offer. And again, I appreciate some of your county board members directing me to remind me that there are things that affect the county and should be spoken. And I'm no lobbyist, but I advocate intensely and remind them of unintentional consequences of actions that occur both ways. And I just thought that was important, something. And I will remind both. Thank you, Don, for your history, and Patrick and Phil will remind you that HUD considered under that criteria that there was a Title VI issue, even with 70,000 related to senior and single black individual households, as well as some others. And yet, guys, for regional transit, you just made a one-line goober on Title VI issues. So it's interesting to hear the criteria of HUD's and wondering what the FTA's criteria to resolve of what is significant and not. And I just bring that to you as County Board of Supervisors in your ongoing. And again, I serve at your pleasure, and if there's something more I can do, I will do my best to be involved. So thank you, guys, and I hope you have a good lunch. And yes, also trying to get people to speak about Meals on Wheels is what's coming out of our Mr. T. And I'm sorry, as a Mr. T, that's the way I address Mr. T at this point in time. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Good luck at the Capitol today. So appreciate your advocacy and your appearance at our hearings. And
I will attempt to speak at the city tonight.
Okay. All right. You got a full day ahead of you then, so be careful out there.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. With that, I don't have any other speakers signed up for the morning session, and we do not have a closed session. No closed session today, so we will then recess until the afternoon session, coming back here at 2 o'clock. Good. All right. Good afternoon. As we're getting assembled, I want to call to order the Board of Supervisors meeting of the afternoon session for the March 21st, 2017. And I want to thank all of you who come to join with us this afternoon for both report backs with a number of recommendations and obviously consideration of any comments from you members of the public, in addition to those we received over the past several weeks since we last heard this items or portions of it in a joint session with the City Council on January 31st. And so with that being said, let's go ahead and call the roll, Madam Clerk, and establish a quorum, and then we'll get started with the afternoon session.
Okay. Good afternoon, Supervisors Frost. Here. Kennedy.
Here.
Peters. Here. Cerna.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Okay, great. Before we get started and call the items, I do want to note that many of you have been here in the past, but if you, in the event you haven't, if you wish to address the board on items either 51, 52, or 53, two of those related to the homeless issue and the reports back. But or any items on the agenda, would ask you please spell out a speaker identification form. Looks like this, and make sure that the clerk of the board gets that, and she'll get it to me, and we'll call upon you at the time we take the public comments on this item, or on these items. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to have the clerk call both items 51 and 52. We're going to have the report on 51, and then any comments and questions from board members, and then likewise we'll go ahead and take 52 as a part of that, but because there'll be some bleed over in the public testimony or comments here, rather than have folks come to the podium twice and have to, return, we'll go ahead and we'll put those together and we'll consider the action at the end of the public comment period at a point in time when the board's ready to consider some motions on the items that are before us. And so I don't know if there's anything else you want to add, Madam Clerk?
No, you didn't.
Okay.
Perfect.
So with that, let's go ahead and call the items and we'll get started.
Okay, for item 51, you're acting as the Sacramento Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento. It's serving the homeless with housing authority resources, authorization and acceptance of the performance partnerships pilots for disconnected youth, grant and reservation of 100 housing choice vouchers for program participants, receive and file the written report for the award of 75 Veteran Affairs supportive housing vouchers to house homeless veterans in Sacramento. For item 52, you're acting as the Board of Supervisors. This is the County of Sacramento initiatives to reduce homelessness.
Okay, with that, Mr. Gill, before you start, anything else you want to add to process for this afternoon?
No, I think it's been outlined.
Okay, very good. Okay, with that, then I'm going to turn to our folks from the Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Agency to give their report back. And it's been a busy several weeks for agency staff and certainly for the community as a whole. And many folks have participated in the outreach. And so again, you're here today with your presentations. And thank you so much, certainly to Lachelle and to others who've worked on this. And with that, we'll go ahead and get started.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Natoli and the members of the County Board of Supervisors. I'm Tyrone Roderick Williams, Director of Development at SHRA and Director of the Sacramento Promise Zone. The Performance Partnership Pilot Initiatives Program, better known as P3, enables pilot sites to test innovative outcome-focused strategies to achieve significant improvements in educational, employment, and other key outcomes for disconnected youth, and using flexibility to blend existing federal resources and to seek waivers associated with program requirements. On August the 15th, 2016, the U.S. Department of Education, Department of Labor, and Department of Human Services jointly issued a notice of funding availability announcing funding of approximately $2 million for the P3 pilot program for local communities to develop pilot programs targeting issues related to disconnected youth. SHRA, the Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento, as the lead applicant, in partnership with local partners, submitted an application targeting youth who were homeless, at risk of homelessness, aging out of foster care, on probation, and the notice of funding availability indicated that Promise Zones would receive preference consideration. This year, on January 29th, the Department of Education informed SHRA that it was a finalist in the application process and that upon executing the partnership agreement, the Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento would be awarded $248,799 over a 3-year period. As proposed, the Sacramento P3 program is a 3-year comprehensive service delivery system that coordinates and integrates a multidisciplinary approach to providing services to 100 disconnected youth ages 16 to 24, especially targeting foster youth, youth on probation, homeless youth, and youth at risk of becoming homeless. The program adopts a housing first model to promote stability for the participants. The federal regulation waivers that are granted under this program are designed to increase efficiency of service delivery in 2 ways: by removing barriers to housing and expanding housing eligibility, and leveraging existing services and increasing services to the target population. The program is based on a collaboration with local and state partners and in cooperation with funded services. The program does not provide funding for social services. These services are including case management will be provided by community partners. Through the collaboration of key partners, the 100 program participants will achieve measurable outcomes in education, employment, and housing that will help support them in their path to self-sufficiency. That concludes the report on the pilot P3 program.
Okay. Tyrone, and maybe Lachelle, just to help clarify, we jumped right in with the pilot P3. Is there a certain sequence to the order of presentation here? Because you have a number of actions that are considered, and we didn't really have any introductory comments about kind of how we got here today. So that might be helpful to frame this just a bit. Again, Tyrone did a good job in delivering. It's included in the staff report, but maybe that would put a little context behind all of this. So if you could,
I just wanted to follow up and give some context. The part of the report that we will be presenting, and Sarah's going to present in just a second, really gives the whole comprehensive overview of all of the recommendations that SHRA is making regarding how we align our resources, our Housing Authority resources. One of those components is the Performance Partnership Grant, which is what Mr. Williams just talked about. And so it really kind of feeds into the overall report. Okay. But we needed to give some context that is a report that has to be approved by the board. So we wanted to take them together. But I think it would be useful for us to then go through Sarah's report and then talk about the sequencing of how we do the approvals.
Okay. Well, yeah, thank you for that background. I think that again kind of ties it back to the recommended actions here today, and certainly the vouchers for the homeless youth, and how that will be monitored, but certainly the funding came down through HUD for that. So
absolutely.
Okay,
so now, if it's okay.
Yeah. Let me ask any questions for Mr. Williams before you. Okay, good. All right, Tyrone, you're off the hook easy. Stand by, though. All right, Michelle.
Okay, so now I'm going to have Sarah come up from our office, and she's going to give the presentation on aligning our Housing Authority resources. So if Sarah could come, but just before she does, I just really would like to just say that we have had an opportunity to talk to a lot of stakeholders and a lot of groups, some of which you'll hear today, and also go out and meet with all of the different cities and jurisdiction city managers and do presentations. So it really was very useful, and it helped inform our final recommendation. And we are delighted that we were able to craft something that really meets the needs of all the individuals here within Sacramento County. And we're going to go into some more detail. Sarah will walk you through, and if you have any other questions, we're available for those.
Okay, good. Well, thank you, Lachelle. Appreciate that. Okay, good afternoon, Sarah.
Thank you, Lachelle. Good afternoon, Chairperson Natoli and members of the board. My name is Sarah Thomas, and I'm with the Housing Choice Voucher Program at SHRA. I am here before you this afternoon to share staff's overall recommendations to house homeless households utilizing Housing Authority resources. To provide some context, during the past year, the county and city have been working diligently to develop strategic recommendations with the goal of improving the homeless delivery system to produce better outcomes for persons experiencing homelessness. SHRA is a critical partner to these efforts, and we have been working closely with the county and city to align Housing Authority resources. After the January 24th board meeting and subsequently the joint county-city meeting on January the 31st, SHRA staff was tasked to meet with community stakeholders and the incorporated cities in the county to seek input of options to house the homeless using Housing Authority resources. This is our report back on SHRA's recommendations based on the community feedback, meetings with the incorporated cities within the county, consultations with HUD Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity Office, or FHEO, and HUD Public and Indian Housing Department, under which our Housing Authority programs reside.
I have a question.
Sure.
You mentioned you had meetings in the incorporated cities. Did you not have any meetings in the largest jurisdiction in the county, which is the unincorporated area?
Oh, we did too, as well.
Nice to mention that, though.
Okay. I would like to first start by providing some context for our recommendations specifically related to the Housing Authority programs we are considering to utilize to house homeless individuals and families. Two of the largest programs under the Housing Authority umbrella are the HCV and public housing programs. Through both programs, we provide a roof over the heads of approximately 50,000 residents on a daily basis. Of the residents we serve through both programs, 76% of the families have a female head of household, 56% have a disabled family member, 28% have an elderly member in the household, 45% are families with children, 77% are extremely low-income families. The average income on both programs is $13,800 annually for a family of 3, or a little over $1,000 a month. We serve the hardest-to-house families who, but for our program, would be homeless or at high risk of being imminently homeless. Both programs are fully leased up, and there is approximately 800 turnover vouchers and units per year. It is these turnover vouchers that is being considered to house homeless individuals and families. On January 24th, we brought forward 4 options to consider to house the homeless for both public housing and HCV. They are the general homeless preference, the limited allocation of vouchers to house the homeless, a site-specific allocation or project-based allocation, and the move-on allocation. In addition to presenting these options and receiving initial feedback from you, since that meeting, SHRA held 9 workshops with community stakeholders and also met with the unincorporated cities in the county to receive their feedback as well. We contacted over 800 interested parties, and the stakeholders included public housing residents, affordable housing developers, homeless advocates, the general public, nonprofits, applicants on the waiting list, landlords, service providers, neighborhood groups, and many others. Close to 200 stakeholders attended the meetings, and we received over 100 written comments. Most felt that homeless households need to be served and they must be linked to services. The general consensus was that we need more affordable housing. On the flip side, there was concern about resident safety and attracting homeless from outside our jurisdiction. Many applicants who have been waiting for a long time shared with us that they are homeless and are desperately needing housing. We also heard the request to relook at the definition of homelessness, which we are reevaluating at this time. As mentioned earlier, we also met with the unincorporated cities in the county, including the cities of Folsom, Ileton, Galt, Citrus Heights, Elk Grove, and Rancho Cordova. The general feedback was that they all agree we need to have housing solutions for the homeless, and households should have access to services.
Sarah, if I just could, I just want to make sure the nomenclature, because you said the unincorporated cities, they're either the incorporated cities or the unincorporated communities, but you can't be a city unless you're incorporated, so...
Incorporated cities.
So incorporated cities, and then also to Ms. Peters'
and the unincorporated
unincorporated areas, communities in the unincorporated. Okay, I just want to be clear. Okay, thanks. Sorry.
The general feedback was that they all agree we need to have housing solutions for the homeless, and households should have access to services. They also acknowledged the need for more affordable housing. However, they also wanted to make sure that families off the waiting list are served. In addition to individual meetings with city staff, the city councils of Elk Grove and Rancho Cordova voted on this topic during their council meetings. The city of Elk Grove was in favor of allocating 50% of their turnover vouchers to homeless households for the limited preference, move-on vouchers, and project-based vouchers. The city of Rancho Cordova was in favor of assisting 1,755 homeless households. They were in favor of a 50-50 split of utilizing the vouchers for homeless households versus families off the waiting list. They also wanted to make sure that the homeless households are matched with the appropriate level of services. Parallel to the community engagement that we conducted, as requested by the board and council, staff also consulted with the HUD Office of Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity to ensure that we were not creating a disparate impact to protected classes who are on our waiting list. We shared our participant and applicant demographic data, which was analyzed in conjunction with homeless data from the 2015 point-in-time count that was independently gathered by HUD. As we continued our conversation with HUD, they informed us that because the wait lists are not exhausted, dedicating all turnover vouchers and units to serve the homeless would create an adverse impact to female heads of households, families with children, and minorities, specifically Blacks and Asians, who are on the waiting lists. HUD also stated that more than 70% of the applicants and over 60% of participants have incomes less than $1,100 a month, which is less than the average median rent in Sacramento. But for the housing assistance programs, these families would be homeless. Staff was given a lot of information to digest from the stakeholder meetings and the consultations with HUD, Fair Housing, and the cities. During this time frame, SHRA was also awarded 2 grants to serve homeless youth and veterans. As you just heard from Tyrone Roderick Williams, the first grant we are the finalist for is the Performance Partnership Pilots for Disconnected Youth, or P3 for short, that will serve 100 homeless or at risk of homeless youth, linking them with vouchers and services. The second is the award of 75 HUD project-based vouchers to serve veterans through the VASH program that was competitively sought after and received from HUD to add affordable housing units to serve homeless veterans. Information about this award is provided to you in your packet under the same agenda item. With all the information from the stakeholders and receipt of these 2 grants, staff developed a 3-year, multifaceted plan that was mindful of preserving the utilization of public housing units and vouchers to maximize funding from HUD, and also ensuring that homeless individuals and families are served, yet balancing this approach with serving those on our waiting lists who have been waiting a long time. Our recommendation is to house up to 150 homeless individuals and families through the limited preference option for a 3-year period for a total of up to 450 households, where they enter the intake process through the county's Flexible Supports Rehousing Program, or FSRP for short. Details of the FSRP program will be presented to you shortly, next on your agenda, by your Director of Homeless Initiatives, Cindy Cavanaugh. The intent of the program is to rehouse homeless individuals and families, and through special engagement with the Whatever It Takes model, link them to wraparound services, including intensive case management and housing location services. Funding for this initiative is estimated at $7,800 per household, or $1.2 million for 150 individuals and families for the first year. We are working closely with county staff to develop this program to create a seamless process for our families. As it relates to project-based vouchers, while it is critical to serve homeless individuals and families off our streets immediately, it is just as important to develop a long-term strategy to add affordable housing units to our inventory. Currently, we have 673 project-based vouchers at 8 developments around the city and county of Sacramento, and it is a model that works well for some families. Homeless individuals and families have units to move into and have access to services on site to remain stabilized. Examples of such projects are Mather Veterans Village Phase 1 in the city of Rancho Cordova and 7th and H Development down the street here from us. For this initiative, staff recommends the allocation of 375 vouchers for additional project-based units, of which 75 were just allocated to veteran housing. As part of the rollout, staff recommends issuing a notice of funding availability to allocate up to 100 project-based vouchers on an annual basis, ensuring that individuals and families also have access to services as well. In addition, based on past experiences, we believe that adding permanent supportive housing projects typically leverages additional units, which we estimate to be approximately 300 units over a 3-year period. This is not a hard and fast number, just a goal of what may be anticipated. We also want to be mindful that while building new units is critical and is our priority, we cannot forget the need to preserve existing homeless units, many of which may be in jeopardy of losing existing financing. We are currently in the process of revising our project-based voucher strategy that will be brought forward in the next few months. Input from affordable housing developers and other stakeholders will be taken into consideration as the policy is being revised. Upon revising the strategy and receiving your approval, we anticipate releasing a notice of funding availability shortly after, later this year. Transitioning to the Move On program, this is a program to help homeless individuals and families move on from intense services utilizing a permanent supportive housing unit to receiving an HCV voucher and living more independently. Having met with service providers serving homeless households in Sacramento, we know that there are some homeless who could relinquish their intensive case management services but still need help paying the rent. It is this limited subpopulation of homeless families, up to 50 families, that is being recommended to utilize the HCV voucher and free up a permanent supportive housing unit for a homeless household. Like the limited allocation, the homeless allocation, the Move On program must be developed with the assistance of partners prior to being launched. As mentioned earlier by Mr. Williams, the P3 program will increase the flexibility to house a total of 100 homeless or at-risk homeless youth. And the goal is to have the program launched in May, where youth are connected to services and attain housing through the voucher program. As it relates to the public housing program, per the city's request, staff is recommending the city turnover inventory of up to 160 units be allocated to house the homeless for a 3-year period, which totals 480 units. We are still working through the details, especially in light of the HUD FHEO findings, and will have a rollout of our implementation plan shortly. We believe that services must be available to homeless public housing residents as they need help being stabilized. In addition, assistance with security deposits, purchasing furniture, mental health assistance, and much more is also needed. On February 21st, at the City Council meeting, Mayor Steinberg identified $5 million of city resources available for services, leveraging additional funds, totaling up to $40 million. SHRA staff looks forward to working closely with city staff to identify options for public housing residents to receive supportive services, utilizing some of the city funds that have been recently identified. County public housing units are not recommended to serve homeless at this time, as the rehabilitation of the Twin Rivers development, which is owned by the County Housing Authority, will affect the availability of public housing units for occupancy. In addition to the proposal...
Sarah, excuse me just one second. I think Mr. Cerna had a question here.
Yeah, just before you leave the slide there, Sarah, I just want to make sure you explain the double asterisks for the folks that may be watching at home or those in the audience.
The double asterisk was just to say that those are the additional leverage units that I mentioned. Those are the 300 units that may be leveraged over time with the projects that are created through the project-based vouchers. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Peters.
Yeah, thank you. Sarah, on the public housing vouchers, you say the City Council, assuming that's Sacramento City Council, yes. Wanted you to turn over the vouchers for public housing. Then you state that HUD advises that there's an adverse impact to that action, but you don't really explain how that would come about.
Well, because at this time, we still have to work and continue our consultations with the HUD Fair Housing Office to really understand what the implications are going to be. We just received the information from Fair Housing recently, and so we need to continue our consultations with them. What we do know that is that there is a disparate impact to families with children, females head of households, and minorities.
Yeah, I understand that part. But I see 160 unit or vouchers in that column, and yet the written word here in the staff report says that that's that HUD doesn't want us to do that.
Just if I could, Lachelle Dozier here. One of the things that we're looking at and talking to HUD about is, how do these programs ramp up? How many units will actually be allocated? And then they will be looking at our entire program over the course of not just the city, but also the county units as well. Because even though we're two different housing authorities, they did evaluate all of our data. So we're not dedicating the homeless units that, homeless public housing units that are in the county. And so that's a part of how they will consider and take a look at what impacts that might have.
So you're going to use the county vouchers to offset the city vouchers being dedicated to homeless? Is that what you're saying?
No, the difference here is that there's the vouchers are different than the public housing units. So the 160 you see are our hard public housing units.
Okay, well, units rather than vouchers, I guess, but the question is still the same, because HUD is saying that is would have an adverse impact and could have a financial impact on whoever does that.
If we dedicated all of our public housing units. And we're saying that we're not dedicating all of our public housing units. We're only dedicating the public housing units in the city, not the public housing units in the county. So the 160 that you see there is not the total universe of all of the public housing units.
I think the next slide actually helps explain that.
All right.
Go to the next slide and let's see it. Are you still working on this one? You go to the next slide. Maybe they finish answering the question, I think, might be helpful.
Just one more comment before we go to the next slide. In addition to the proposal for the turnover units shown in this slide, we are also recommending that once the HCV tenant-based wait list is exhausted, a homeless preference is added in parity with rent burden to provide equal access to homeless individuals and families and those on the verge of homelessness. We anticipate exhausting this particular list by the end of this year or early next year.
Well, but since that was your last comment, I was going to ask about it later, but since you just made that point, and I want to come back to the question Ms. Peters had, but so with a waiting list as lengthy as it's been described, how is it you're going to exhaust that by the end of the calendar year, basically 9 months out? How does that happen?
The 70,000 families that we have on individuals and families that we have on all of our waiting lists, that is the combination of 11 waiting lists together. The waiting list that I'm talking about specifically is the tenant-based wait list. It's not project-based. It's the one where they can find a unit anywhere in Sacramento County. Yeah. That list has been closed for a while, and we had put a few years ago 5,000 families on that list. So that particular list will be exhausted.
Then how many remain on the list then?
There would be still the remaining on all the other waiting lists.
No, but how many remain on the list that you say is going to be exhausted by the end of the year? What's the at least in time count? You got 2,000 left, 500 left?
Yeah, we have about 3,000 or so left, and we will be pulling those families.
So you're confident that you're going to be able to work through that list? Is there going to be some other rabbit come out of the hat here? I'm kind of curious about that. I mean, maybe that's, again, I understand the concept here. You're going to, give equal preference at some juncture, but do you really think it's practical at the end of this year? Is that realistic?
That is a possibility. I think the bigger issue for us is what happens at the federal government in terms of funding. Right. If our funding really takes a turn, then no, we're not going to be able to go through that entire list. We will be struggling to really make sure that the people who are currently housed stay housed. If our funding is fine and we don't have any other issues, then we'll continue that process until it is exhausted. And so that could be the end of the year, it could be next year, but basically the bottom line is at the point that it's exhausted is when we will have that discussion.
Well, that's what you said in the staff report. I think we put a time frame to it. I just wanted to be, again, if people, the takeaway here is when the list is exhausted in a foreseeable amount of time, then you will, equalize the preferences. So, okay. So I know Ms. Peters still had a pending question. Maybe this slide begins to address it. So continue, Sarah, and we'll see if it. And then Mr. Kennedy after that. So. Patrick. Oh, what do you want? Okay, Patrick. Yeah.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on the chair's question, just to for just point of clarification, the 70,000 families that we hear about on the 11 lists, I've heard it both ways, so I want to just clear here now. Are those duplicated? Or are those unduplicated?
Those are the unduplicated.
Okay. Thank you.
So to summarize the table, our recommendations before you will house up to 1,755 homeless individuals and families over a 3-year period. This includes serving homeless veterans, youth, adding affordable housing units, and freeing up permanent supportive housing units. And it also allows us to serve individuals and families off of our waiting list, so we aren't creating a disparate impact on minorities, female heads of households, and families with children. Approximately 50% of the turnover vouchers in HCV will serve the homeless, and 50% will serve individuals and families off the waiting list, some of which are homeless, with an 80-20 split for public housing units.
Sarah, just one moment. I think Supervisor Frost, did you have a question on one of these points?
I just wanted to clarify what Supervisor Kennedy was clarifying, because I'm not sure I understood it. Were you asking if there are duplicates on the 11 lists? Are there duplications on those lists? Like they might be on a veteran list and also on a homeless list? And so you were clarifying that they are not duplicated.
That is correct. The numbers are actually a lot more than 70,000, but we estimate that 70,000 of those that are on the waiting list are unduplicated.
So if we, in essence, start another list, a priority homeless list, is that not duplicated also because we already have homeless people on our other lists?
They could technically be on our waiting list as well as get onto the new list.
So there could be duplications. They get on 2 lists, basically.
They could with the homeless preference.
And
that's not a fair housing question?
Just to clarify, the 70,000 people who are unduplicated is when we went through all of the lists and took out those people who were on more than one list. You can be on more than one list. So we took out those people who were, so we wouldn't double count. And so that's how the 70,000 is taking into account people who are on multiple lists, but only counting them once.
But as Lachelle was saying, the family can be on more than one list at a time. They could have their name on a list for public housing as well as on a list for HCV. However, the number we are giving you is an unduplicated list.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Before we can embark on implementing these recommendations before you, we must first follow through with our administrative processes. Upon receiving your approval today, we will amend our administrative documents and have a 45-day comment period for the public to comment on the proposed changes that are placed in our plans. We will continue to consult with HUD Fair Housing during this process to ensure that we avoid any adverse impacts to protected individuals and families on our waiting lists. Once the 45-day comment period ends, staff will finalize the administrative documents based on community feedback, and we will bring it back to you for approval. Once your approval is received, the documents are sent to HUD for final approval. HUD has up to 75 days to review the documents. HUD will not only be reviewing our policies thoroughly, but also our public participation process that guided the proposed changes in preferences. Simultaneously, while we are waiting for final approval from HUD, staff will also be working closely with our partners to align resources and systems to implement the various initiatives. While we are continuing to align our resources, it is important to keep in mind that all initiatives are predicated on having adequate funding for our programs. Our president just released a skinny fiscal year 2018 budget, which, when all is said and done, could impact many HUD programs. Currently, we don't have a fiscal year 2017 budget and are working off a continuing resolution. Here in Sacramento, as of late February, we were informed of a 5% cut in funding for rental subsidies for the next 6 months, which is a reduction of approximately $2.5 million from January through June. We currently have financial reserves to cover this shortfall. However, any additional cuts may impact the rollout of these new initiatives. Given the volatility of the federal budget, it is imperative for us to look at local options to fund homeless initiatives. Options for consideration include devoting a portion of the boomerang funds on an ongoing basis to add new units to serve the homeless. We should also consider creating a local tenant-based rental assistance program, especially to serve homeless families and individuals who may not qualify for federal rental assistance programs. We also recommend looking at creating new permanent supportive housing with the conversion of motels and multifamily developments. Also similar to the Bay Area Transit-Oriented Affordable Housing Fund and other such initiatives in Los Angeles and Denver, Sacramento should develop a transit-oriented development fund that will aid in land assembly and financing that is critical to leveraging other resources, such as the Golden State Acquisition Fund and the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities Funds from the state of California. These funds are resources that have not yet been utilized in Sacramento that could facilitate the development of new affordable housing in high opportunity areas with access to services and amenities for lower income populations such as the homeless. Also, like in San Francisco and Los Angeles, Sacramento should explore a local bond measure to use a portion of the property taxes or sales taxes to construct and rehabilitate housing units for the homeless. To summarize, staff recommends a program mix that addresses the fairness embedded in serving the entire spectrum of resident needs with our limited resources. Through these recommendations, we are able to prioritize homeless individuals and families for housing, yet serve those who have been patiently waiting on our waiting lists. We believe it is an effective and equitable solution that will help us move the needle forward to end homelessness. This concludes my presentation, and we ask that you adopt the attached resolution. Be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Ms. Peters, back to you.
Sarah, let's go back to the public housing turnover units. You can maybe move the slide back there. That one, yes, thank you. Nope, that one. There, hold. I'm still trying to absorb this. I guess I'm not, there's a lot of moving parts on the board here. So first of all, on this slide, when you say 80% and 20%, does it mean that the city of Sacramento has 80% of the public housing units and the county has 20%? Or that's what your recommended shuffling of the numbers is?
I'm going to answer that. Yeah, what we are recommending is that of the turnover units, that 80% would be dedicated to the homeless, which would be the city units, and then the remainder would be coming from the regular waiting list, which would be the county public housing turnover units.
And so the split there, maybe this helps. The split there is about 1,700 units city and about 1,000, a little more than 1,000
in the county.
In the county. And in any given year, you can have about 200 units, plus or minus, in both jurisdictions turnover for about 400. And so what you're saying of that, of the city, they would utilize
80% of the 200?
Of their 200 that turn over them, or 80% of the 400, 80% of the 200?
800,
okay,
yeah.
Yes, that's where you get to the 160.
It's the turnover, not the total number of units that are in the city and the county.
Yeah,
I think
so
that's
the turnover. No, Don just said it. It's,
yeah.
Okay, but then I'm reading the staff report, and I am trying to apply that to the slide. And it says that county public housing units are not recommended to serve homeless families because of the rehab of the Twin Rivers public housing community. And the last two sentences say families currently residing in the units scheduled for rehab will get a housing choice voucher for temporary relocation. So, and then it says some of these families may choose to move to a public housing unit instead of their voucher. And that board movement there is hard for me to follow.
Okay. I'll go ahead and answer that. The vouchers that they're going to receive are not a part of our voucher allocation at all. So
even though they're called the same. They have the same name?
Even though they're called the same. They're not a part of the 12,000 vouchers that we administer.
Okay.
Because we're doing this rehabilitation, HUD gives us special vouchers that allow those families to use them, and they can go out and rent on the private rental market. However, there are some families who may not be able to rent on the private rental market or just choose not to. For instance, especially if you are a large family and you need a 4-bedroom unit, it's very difficult for you to rent a 4-bedroom unit. However, you may be able to move to a public housing 4-bedroom complex or unit, and so they would choose that option. The majority will use the voucher.
Just pause for a second. So does that mean those people that get a voucher and cannot use it and want to move to a public housing unit, are they going to go into this 80% homeless category up here using public housing units?
They will have first priority over any public housing unit because of the displacement.
I'm just concerned about making them homeless and adding to the whole situation.
We absolutely cannot make them homeless. They have priority, in all honesty, over everyone because of the displacement.
So at Twin Rivers, how many units are there?
218.
218. Are all, I know that we discussed this several years ago, but I don't remember the details. All 218 units, are they being rehabbed?
Yes. Not rehab, they will be demolished and rebuilt.
Demolished and rebuilt. So if you're doing that, are you demolishing the entire 218 units at one time? Are you doing it in a phased project?
We are looking at the demolition. At best will be 2/3 will be demolished and 1/3 left, but possibly we may have to go and demolish the entire site, but it will be a significant portion.
So it's possible you'll have 218 units disappear and because of being demolished, and how does that impact the other public housing choices?
Right. So all of those individuals will be working with a relocation specialist who will really work with them to determine exactly where they need to relocate, especially given their kids, and what we know from the children who live there, they go to many different schools. So the relocation specialist will work with them and help them find a new unit. So they may use that voucher, or they may opt for a unit in public housing that suits their needs. But we absolutely must relocate every single person.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I did have a follow-on question. Your local strategies on the tenant-based rental assistance. I understand the explanation. I think I understand the concept. How was that coordinated with the report that we're going to hear from Cindy Kavanaugh then? Because, again, I see elements that I guess I could extrapolate just from that description, but I don't really see any tie back to what's being recommended that we're going to hear about in a moment. So where is that? And again, if you're not the right person, Sarah, then Cindy can get prepared to answer that. But I guess I want to have an understanding, because again, you did make the mention about helping homeless, and we've got this flexible, spending account that would, help with a variety of needs and so forth. We're going to hear about that in a moment. It's in the written staff report. But I guess I'm curious as to whether those fit together, and if there is some thought that they do.
Yes, we are working very closely with Cindy Cavanaugh, and actually in her staff report, the Flexible Support Rehousing Program, she does talk about using the voucher, and that's starting on page 14 and 15.
Right.
So they are linked together, and so the intake would take place through the FSRP, the Flexible Rehousing Supports
Okay,
Program.
yeah, I was turned to that, but I didn't see this acronym as tenant-based rental assistance, I guess. I saw using the limited homeless access to housing choice vouchers. I saw that recommendation. So is that the same thing? Is that what? So TBRA is that?
The limited homeless allocation would be working with the county's program, the FSRP program.
Right, but I believe Supervisor Chair Natoli, you're talking about the recommendation at the end of the report where we talk about tenant-based rental assistance and how some people may not qualify for the other federal programs. And the link with that is really more to the additional funding that we might be able to receive that the mayor talked about. Okay. There's an additional, $5 million that the city is looking to set aside, and then starting to leverage that against some of the other funds. So leveraging against the Sutter money, in addition to money that might be raised, we wanted to say that there should be some consideration that you might want to set aside some of those funds for this type of program to catch people who may not qualify.
Okay, all right, now I understand the context you put it in. Okay, thanks. All right, any other questions? Ms. Kennedy.
I just wanted to, regarding the local strategy, since it's up there, I'll mention it now, and on that slide as well as page 11 where the list is, I take it that's not an exhaustive list, and that's just kind of something we're shooting for as a starting point, because I'd like to see in the future also added to that list, and I'm sure that there's many other options, but specifically I'd like to see more emphasis looking at and seeing how perhaps shared housing can play a role in our strategies as a means of getting enough volume of people together to be able to provide the services in a very, very cost-effective manner.
Absolutely.
Okay. Good suggestion. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. First of all, does this complete the presentation on vouchers before we hear from either other staff on item 52 or the public?
Yes. It does. Yes.
Okay, so I guess my overarching question, and this is directed at Lachelle, is I'd like to understand what constitutes a realistic expectation that any of the various voucher supports, any kind of permutation or mix of the vouchers, will actually be utilized to shelter the subpopulation of homeless individuals, families that are kind of the most destitute, the folks that are actually camping on the parkway, living outdoors on a regular basis, in our storefronts, under the overpasses. And I'd like an honest answer or assessment of that.
Well, that was one of the main considerations of looking at a 50-50 split. And so looking at the limited allocation is really, with the flexible supportive program that Cindy's going to talk about, really starts to address those people who are currently unsheltered and on the streets. The PBV is more long-term, and still will get to that population, but it will take us some time, obviously. The Move On does allow us to free up spaces where some of those individuals, if they have the appropriate supports, could move into those particular units. And then the homeless youth are definitely, those are people who are unsheltered and are currently do not have any type of housing assistance.
So which part of those two those various populations in Lachelle do you think would be the folks that might come, if it's the will of this board, on the next subject we're going to hear about, to begin to develop the architecture of low barrier shelter support? Which segments of those voucher recipients would or could come through that particular point of entry, a low barrier shelter option, and then move into using the vouchers? Would it be the project-based vouchers?
They're the best candidates, obviously, for the project-based vouchers because, all of the services are built in there at the complex, like we see at 7th and H and at Mather. However, in developing the flexible supports program that Cindy is going to talk about, that is really what we're trying to address, and we're trying to make sure that they have enough wraparound services, even though it is a scattered site model, that will help assist them.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I had one final one. So just back to your local strategies, and I know it's been talked about in Cindy's report, something this board has mentioned, and it comes with a fairly sizable price tag, but the motel multifamily conversions, again, when the agency had that stream of funding, we were able to do those. But when we talk about services and getting vouchers, to the point you made a moment ago about having locations where you can, efficiently, but certainly I think effectively provide to those who would be provided housing there, the wraparound services, or at least a good portion of them, right, based at that location, versus scattered out, or again onesie twosies and here and there. I think that's something we need to continue to explore. I know the agency may not have the obviously the wherewithal or the ability, but when county report comes forward, it still seems to me with some of the struggling properties that we have out there that we're probably vouchering folks into right now, I think we'd be far better off to serve both the folks that are being served there, but also improve neighborhood aesthetics and climate if we were to look at some of those properties, and it won't come without a price tag. But to me, that's a very practical approach, and I think one we ought to consider, and certainly would see the agency as being a partner on that in whatever way would be, feasible or possible. So, okay. Any other thoughts on that particular topic, though? Again.
Yes, I think the example that we use in the staff report is Boulevard Court, right, where we were able to convert those motel rooms into permanent supportive housing, which was it was an uphill struggle to get there. However, it has done very well over the past several years in terms of operations, and continues to serve that community. And if you remember, that particular hotel was a true blight to the community and was a source of all kinds of problems. So it really has transformed that particular area.
Could I ask you a question about that, Lachelle? Tax your memory a little bit. I've been out to Boulevard Court and was impressed at the changes that it made to that area of Sacramento. How many units was it originally, and how many units is it now?
It was 100 motel rooms, and they were converted to 75 permanent supportive housing. Similar
to the Courtyard property we're looking at.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Is there a number of rooms on a motel conversion like that where it makes sense or doesn't make sense? Is there a minimum of 50 rooms, a maximum of 100? I don't know. Is there a sweet spot in there that when we're looking at these motels that we should be aiming for?
Absolutely. These are not hard and fast numbers.
I understand that.
In our experience, what we find is if you're doing something too small, like 25 units, you just don't get the economies of scale, and it doesn't really work well in terms of the tax credits. So usually somewhere around between 40 to 60 seems to be, and above, seems to work well.
So 40 to 60 being the bottom number?
Exactly.
Okay. I have a list of motels from the county executive now. I'm out cruising bad motels.
Okay.
So
we have some Canada properties, I'm sure, that we could give you a referral list. So.
We do, but some of them are small, and that's what made me think of that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, just to the point, though, last thing I'll say on this, but it seems to me when we get into some of the numbers that we're talking about with families, housing, and the numbers are at 19 for some of the sheltering and so forth, that if you had a small complex, working with some of the strategies that's going to be outlined by county staff, those might work for some of the situations that we're talking about here. It may not from a finance standpoint as much, but some of those numbers are fairly small, even though, through the course of a year, you may cycle more folks through some of these programs. And I guess as I was thinking about these reports and kind of how they merge together and meld together, that I think if we look at some of those distressed properties and, be strategic about it, but likewise, maybe find a couple that we can start with. And, and integrate some of the programs. We're going to have some funding behind. That's the other thing. We're being asked to, sort of with the vouchers, but with the county report we'll hear in a moment, are being asked to devote some significant funding for a long period of time. And I think that blend needs to be further refined in the work to come, beyond today. And let's look at some of these properties, because I think with the right approach, you might get a pretty good neighborhood reception to what we want to do there versus what's there now and what people have been living with for some time.
Yeah, what I have found is where you get good neighborhood acceptance is you just have to look at the sheriff's reports on service calls to those motels, and the one that we're working on right now is averaging close to 400 calls a year. And if you think about, one, redirecting the sheriff's services out to protect neighborhoods, but two, the neighbors, they say, well, we don't necessarily want more bad neighbors, but you're going to have people on site taking care of them. There's rules about being in at night and not letting undue influences in after a certain time of night and all those kinds of things. So it's trading up for the neighborhood.
Yep.
In many instances.
Good point. Okay. Sarah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know a lot of evenings out for you and Lachelle and other members of the SHRA staff, so you had an afternoon meeting for you here today. So, okay, with that, unless there's any other questions, we're going to turn to the item 52 report, and then we've got probably 25 or more folks have signed up. I know we expect the Mayor Steinberg to join us at some point to offer some comments, and maybe others. And we have some folks off agenda. Appreciate your patience. We're going to be fairly long here today, but we have several folks who've signed up to talk to an off agenda item relative to a matter of importance to this community as well. Supervisor Frost, you had a question?
I just have a question about, are we going to wait and then discuss the other homeless recommendations and then look back at both of these together?
Because we're going to take comments from folks that may offer food for our consideration, food for thought on item 51 as well. So we're going to
Okay.
hold. Yep.
And then I just wanted to go back to the use it or lose it. On the vouchers, if we don't use them, we lose them. So if we allocate vouchers to homeless, we're basically adding, we have 11 lists, we're adding another list. And it can be number 12 or it could be number 1. Is it number 1 or is it number 12? And is it prioritized, or are you just saying first come, first serve? Because we already know we already have homeless on some of those other lists. So it's not like we haven't been serving the homeless community up to this point. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have been serving the homeless community through the other programs. However, when we set up the limited allocation, I'll use that as an example, the 150, it's up to 150, and as that program starts ramping up, and you have candidates who are ready for the voucher, then we will be able to assist them, but we won't stop assisting people through our other lists, so that we're not in a situation where we lose any resource.
So you're not setting aside, I mean, if all the vouchers get used up and you're starting to dip into that 150, say, if there's someone ready that can use the voucher that's not homeless, they might get that voucher.
Yes, we'll continue to work from the list as the programs ramp up, so that at the point, though, when it's in full swing, then yes, 150 will go to them. But we know that it just takes time to do that, and we don't want to lose any resource.
And
does that answer your question?
Yeah, and then as you're moving along, you'll have a better idea of how that's going to work, and if you're able to even house homeless people with these vouchers.
Right, and that's a part of the report backs, to really give you an update and to document the progress of where we are.
And HUD is involved so that we're not putting ourselves in a position of losing our funding or losing our
Exactly.
vouchers.
They will be working very closely with us and will continue to request information in terms of what the dynamics are of our wait lists and how it impacts the different populations. So we'll be working very closely with them.
And I just wanted to go on record to kind of publicly comment on that, because there was some feedback that I did get regarding, there were folks that felt like homeless people were discriminated against because they couldn't get on the list because you had to give an address in order to get on the list. But we do have homeless people on the list, and you don't have to have an address to get on the list. You just have to have you can have a third-party address to get on that list. So there is not discrimination against homeless in that situation.
No, there isn't.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, then, if nothing further, then we'll move to the, again, we're going to take comments on both items 51 and 52 from members of the public once you've heard item 52. So we will then turn to the next item, which is the county report. So I don't know who's going to introduce that. Is Paul?
Mr. Lake is going to.
Mr. Lake, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and thank you for the Girl Scout cookies over at the desk. I appreciate that.
You got s'mores or you got Thin Mints? We got both. We had the Girl Scouts with us this morning. That's why we're talking about the cookies. So. Okay.
Yeah, my name is Paul Lake. I'm a Deputy County Executive for Sacramento County. In the past 6 months, the board has hosted a number of workshops around homelessness in which we outlined a number of issues, including key strategic issues that we need to approach for reducing homelessness. We talked about successful models that are in place throughout the country for improving our emergency family sheltering system, so that we can reduce the number of families who are living on the street. We talked about housing first principles and how we could redirect our shelters towards more diversion and rapid rehousing. We talked about concepts related to a low barrier triage center for persons who we are not serving well. And we talked about how we can increase access to permanent housing. Today we're presenting a comprehensive roadmap for fixing what is not working and shoring up those things that are. We will be discussing several initiatives and bringing to your board's attention options to fund those initiatives. It's important to note that we are not asking for board action today on these initiatives, most of which are contingent on some budget allocations and decisions that need to be made in June. But we are asking for the board's approval to proceed with preparing for the key next steps that we will need to implement this roadmap should those budget allocations be made. Those key steps include preparing a number of requests for proposals related to initiatives for emergency family shelters, transitional housing and employment services, a full-service rehousing shelter, and a flexible supportive rehousing program. Again, we would not release these RFPs until budget allocations are made. We are also, some of the second key step is preparing and returning to the board with programmatic and siting recommendations for a full-service rehousing shelter. Third, preparing applications for Sutter Getting to Zero grants, which we would only submit after bringing them back to the board for discussion of policy conditions and subject to budget allocations. And fourth, working with SHRA to bring to the board funding recommendations for some of these initiatives that would use CDBG and emergency shelter grant resources. As we have discussed in past workshops, we need to address two key deficiencies in our current system. We need to improve our crisis response system, and we need to increase pathways to permanent housing. The initiatives we're presenting today will help us achieve those goals. By changing the objectives and focus of our family shelter system, and through a more strategic use of transitional housing programs with employment components, we can move families in crisis out of homelessness more quickly and more effectively. Through a full-service rehousing shelter, we can target the homeless who are having the greatest impact on services, neighborhoods, and businesses, providing them, or creating a new path in our crisis response system to provide them with stability to get off the streets and find permanent housing. We will also be presenting today concepts to increase pathways to housing through comprehensive, flexible supporting housing services and a strategic use of public housing resources. But before I ask our Director of Human Assistance and our Director of Homeless Initiatives to present details of these initiatives, I want to provide some important context. And this slide presents initiatives that we've implemented since actually before the Great Recession hit, and exemplifies the fact that we, the county, continue to invest in programs for the homeless and have even added to them in the subsequent years. Some of these programs include family, individual, youth, and seasonal shelter programs, transitional housing for individual families and youth, county social workers who use temporary vouchers to help people connect with programs, rapid rehousing programs, and various supportive housing and services for seniors, for families, and for persons with serious mental illness and others. I think this is important context for the public to know that the county continues and has continued to invest in homeless programs. With that, I'd like to turn it over for a discussion of the redesign of our family system to our Director of Human Assistance, Ann Edwards.
Good afternoon, Ann.
Oop, wrong way. Good afternoon, Ann Edwards, Department of Human Assistance. The first initiative we're going to talk about today is the redesign of the family homeless response and sheltering system. This was first raised with you during the fall workshops. As we shared with you in the fall, there are many changes to the CalWORKS housing homeless assistance programs. The permanent homeless assistance and temporary homeless assistance support for CalWORKS families is now allowed once per year instead of once in a lifetime. Additionally, the housing support program providing rapid rehousing for CalWORKS families is now available. All of these programs appear to be reducing the number of literally homeless families seeking shelter. With the emergency shelter contracts expiring in December of 2017, it gives us an opportunity to carefully redesign our shelter services. It also gives us an opportunity to look at the role of St. John's Program for Real Change, which is not really an emergency shelter. It's really a transitional housing program with an emphasis on employment services. So while continuing to work with the current shelter providers, we are proposing 1 to 2 emergency shelters who would serve 268 families over the course of the year. Shelters will prioritize unsheltered families, but will also serve at-risk families who cannot be diverted from homelessness. Services will focus on basic shelter services while working immediately to rehouse families. There will also be diversion services available to help families avoid homelessness altogether. We are proposing a bed reservation system to simplify access to shelter and maximize bed utilization. All families, including those not eligible for CalWORKS, will be eligible for entry into these shelters. Entry will not be predicated on sobriety, treatment, or service participation. However, families must accept housing services. We are also proposing 1 family transitional housing program with an employment focus that will serve 19 families over the course of the year. This program will also prioritize unsheltered families, but will also serve at-risk families who cannot be diverted from homelessness. These families will receive basic shelter services in addition to employment services and other supportive services. And again, all families will be eligible, including those who are not currently CalWORKS eligible. All of these services in their current form are primarily funded with CalWORKS funding. The use of CalWORKS funding creates restrictions and limits flexibility within the family system. And unfortunately, our CalWORKS allocation for next fiscal year is targeted to be $11.8 million less than this fiscal year. Therefore, we are proposing to remove the CalWORKS funding from these contracts, replace it with general fund for these programs, allowing for greater flexibility and being more closely aligned with regulations. Ms. Kavanaugh is going to come up and talk about the other 3 initiatives as well as the funding for all of the initiatives. So that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
I think we'll move to the presentations, and I know we, again, Mayor Steinberg's with us. I want to make sure he gets to make comments, and then we certainly take questions as needed, so stand by.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Cindy.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Cindy Kavanaugh. I'm your Director of Homeless Initiatives. Let's see if I can do two things at once. Apparently not. Which button? Sorry. So moving to Initiative 2. This initiative speaks broadly about the strategic use of transitional housing, but specifically about how the county could help to preserve the programs operated at Mather Community Campus. No board action is being requested today, as stated earlier. Mather is site-based transitional housing located on a county-owned parcel of 33 acres, which was conveyed by the federal government for persons experiencing homelessness. In 2015, the Residential and Employment Program, which is one of many programs at Mather, provided housing and services to about 330 individuals in the 183 single units and the 28 family units. It's operated by the Volunteers of America, and the campus, as I said, includes many other programs that are detailed in Attachment 2 of your report. Last fall, based on the general direction of HUD to prioritize permanent housing projects, Sacramento Steps Forward did not forward the Mather Community Campus application in their Continuum of Care application, which will create in the fall a $2.5 million annual reduction in support. And this has been part of the support at Mather for many, many years. So since last fall, county and VOA staff have explored how the program can continue to operate as transitional housing with employment services, focusing on persons in recovery from addiction who can benefit from the extended supports as they rebuild their lives and seek employment in an environment supportive of their recovery. It should be noted that because most of the units do not have kitchens, actually moving to permanent housing is not possible at Mather. We'll talk about funding options a little bit more in a minute, but first a few words on how the county and VOA will work to maximize the Mather Community Campus's contribution to reducing homelessness. County staff supports continuing current practices and proposes an ongoing evaluation and partnership with the VOA and the larger Continuum of Care around the role of Mather in transitional housing and its contributions and its impact on homelessness, specifically for populations that are identified as appropriate in transitional housing, recovery being one. An ongoing look at the target population, the entry criteria and referral methods, and measuring outcomes, not only around the length of stay and exits to permanent housing, but around employment, recovery, and ongoing housing stability as well.
Cindy, if I just add one comment for consideration, I guess later today or a later date, that my recollection is that at the time when Mather was approved and we were going through that process in the mid-1990s, that the authorization was for up to 200 single persons and for up to 60 families. Now, again, the construct of that could be different, and obviously the capacity for the program to serve is one thing, and as well as the physical plant. But I guess I would say, consistent with what you've outlined here, the ability to maybe, not without some added cost, I trust, but or maybe some facility accommodation to actually take those numbers up to those maxims that were under the previous board authorizations and work with the community. I would just offer that as an opportunity when we start talking about accommodating more folks in the system. Okay.
Thank you, and we'll talk a little bit more about numbers in a minute.
Okay, thanks.
The third initiative proposes to add shelter and rehousing capacity for persons who typically do not use shelters or engage in services for a variety of reasons and who may have lost hope on being connected to housing. Based on the San Francisco Navigation Center model, the county's full-service rehousing shelter is intended to offer a welcoming place for people who typically have been homeless for a long time and likely have health, behavioral health, or other significant challenges. From the security and safety that the shelter offers on a 24/7 basis, people will work with shelter staff to find their path to permanent housing stability through individualized supports and housing assistance.
We anticipate that housing assistance and services will be front and center, but also anticipate co-location or linkages to other essential services, such as income supports, obtaining identification, and health and behavioral health services, just to name a few. The shelter will operate through referral agencies and criteria, yet to be completely defined, but there will be no walk-ups to the shelter itself. And of course, we have not worked out all of the operational details, and we anticipate change even while implementing as we gain experience. We understand, particularly through looking at the San Francisco model, that a commitment to operational flexibility and ongoing evaluation to really have that impact on the population you want to have it on will be very important. In terms of siting, staff is working to identify appropriate county-owned or other sites in the unincorporated area of the county. We anticipate a 75-bed dormitory living with kitchen, showers, bathroom facilities, as well as space for services and community use. Access to transportation or on-site services will be very important. Dependent on the shelter's ability to rehouse clients directly or to connect clients to their concrete pathways out of homelessness into housing, the shelter should be able to serve 250 to 300 persons a year. And creating this flow, as in the family shelters, is essential to really meet the need within Sacramento and to have that visible impact within our communities.
Okay, we'll stop there for a second. Supervisor Stern and Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. So two things. I just want to point out that, especially for those that have been following this particular part of how we're attempting to fortify the continuum for some time now, that this constitutes a shift in the vernacular a little bit in terms of what we're calling this full-service rehousing shelter, previously known as low barrier triage, which I think this is a better sounding descriptor, I suppose, but it's just going to take some time for us all to understand that this is what we're formally considering in terms of low barrier triage. And then secondly, the 250 to 300 persons, Cindy, that you just mentioned that would be served annually, at least for the time being, if we just do the math, that gives us kind of an estimate right now in terms of what we think average length of stay would be. In San Francisco, I believe the maximum was 120 days.
I believe they generally met the 90-day, and I can't recall the maximum, but we looked at between 90 and 120 days. Some people can leave more quickly. It connects with the return to residency program, but yes, something like that.
But I suspect as the fine-tuning would occur to all aspects of the continuum, what we might consider in terms of what affects the prospective length of stay in the full-service rehousing shelter would be the ability to take that next step, whatever it might be, transitional housing, other programmatic services or shelter options. Once someone is stabilized in the full-service shelter, that too would have an effect on determining what that maximum length of stay would be in this very initial point of entry, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, Supervisor Kennedy.
Semi-related. So this particular model, the way it's envisioned now, is it tied specifically only to the housing available at that shelter, meaning that is there an opportunity for people to be served through the full service spectrum here and then be referred to other housing, or is it strictly site-based at this location?
I think you're asking about how will folks be rehoused from this shelter location, and I think the answer,
that's what I'm asking.
While we're retaining our flexibility, is a variety of ways. We'll talk in a minute about how we want to align some specific rehousing resources to the shelter, but we also know that folks may be appropriate for transitional housing and may exit that way. Folks may connect with other continuum of care resources and go that way. There may also be participants from the flexible supportive rehousing program who stay temporarily in the full service rehousing shelter.
Thank you.
Bill?
One other question before you leave the slide, Cindy. If there was interest on the siting side of this from any one of the 6 or 7 cities in the county to either site for all 75, or if later on when we decide we want to, perhaps split this up and make it 2 different sites with a combined capacity of 75. Is there anything that you see as restricting our ability to work with those municipalities or a municipality to site in their jurisdiction versus the unincorporated county?
There would be no barriers to that.
Thank you.
Okay.
So for some individuals and families experiencing long-term homelessness, especially those with the complex health and behavioral health challenges, extraordinary engagement and ongoing support is needed from this street engagement and in housing to build trust and to maintain permanent housing stability. So there are 3 key ingredients for impacting this population that are reflected in this program. We need the ongoing housing assistance. We need flexible, intensive case management, which continues, as I said, through the stay in housing. And we need help, really specialized help, in locating a place to live for a population that we know will be hard to place. This is where creativity, such as shared housing, can come into play. Targeting long-term homeless who interact repeatedly with expensive county systems of care, the county's flexible supportive rehousing program will contract with providers for case management and housing supports. We'll partner with SHRA for an ongoing rental assistance in the limited allocation for 150 persons, but recognizing that people will need more flexible assistance, may not qualify for the housing choice voucher. We want to serve an additional housing with a flexible housing pool. Should be noted, I'm going to speak for a little bit about who we are targeting. We have been working with the consultants preparing a feasibility study for participation in a pay-for-success model. They are doing some very interesting data work, which will be presented either individually or at this board, on who are these long-term stayers that are touching county systems of care, such as sheriff or behavioral health or other systems? How long are they homeless? How much are they costing? And we think that is very instructive and for this program. We've looked at what other communities have done, such as Los Angeles in their Housing for Health program, and we think it makes sense for this program and these vouchers.
I would just suggest that report, you may brief individual board members, that needs to be delivered in these chambers. I think that's a very important piece.
They will be happy to do that.
Yeah, just whatever juncture that's appropriate, but that's something that we've got to have some understanding about for the broad, I think, benefit of the community to understand. So I
would like to say a few things about why we are choosing this approach for targeting. And you will hear probably about coordinated entry. This is required for HUD's by HUD for continuum of care programs and emergency solutions grant programs, activities funded through those programs. Currently, a good number of those programs are using coordinated entry, which is under construction by Sacramento Steps Forward, and we know this is a heavy lift. But not all required programs are currently participating, and this will be a requirement by HUD for 2018. I want to note that the HUD-VASH program is a very similar program to what we're proposing. It uses vouchers with services to a targeted population, in this case veterans. This program uses referrals by the Veterans Affairs Administration, not through coordinated entry. The Flexible Supportive Rehousing Program is a new and costly county-funded program, and we think it's appropriate to target persons who use expensive county services repeatedly while not resolving their homelessness for long periods of time using this objective frequent user approach. We are also very aware, and this speaks a bit to Supervisor Frost's earlier comment, that moving these vouchers is not easy. Whether it's 150, 250. And we look to the experience in the Shelter Plus Care program, which is a continuum of care program that received 70 additional vouchers in the fall. Not half are yet placed in housing. And so there are many moving parts. the required supports of this program, as well as just the challenges of the market, as many moving pieces to make this program successful. We haven't talked about referral to the other housing authority resources. We're silent, that is, both reports are silent, and I think that would be fruitful conversation for using a coordinated entry system when the time is right.
Okay, we have a question?
Yep, thank you. The parenthetical, the 100 persons there, the flexible housing subsidy, go back to my earlier question for Lachelle in terms of the, the overall overarching question about, which subpopulation of our homeless families and individuals here in Sacramento County would this be intended to best serve? I'd imagine it would be the hardest to serve, those that are literally sleeping outdoors today.
I would characterize the frequent user approach as the hardest of the hard.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. At the top of this slide, you talked a lot, well, whatever it takes, high quality intensive case management, specialized property services, et cetera. Do we have those kind of people who are properly trained on staff, or are these new people?
So these will be delivered, these will be delivered by providers within the community. The full service partnership implemented through the Mental Health Services Act is probably closest to this kind of service delivery. So we certainly have providers who have been doing this with that population, doing whatever it takes to engagement, going back for engagement, and going back all the way through housing, knowing that, and I think we have some providers here that may speak to that. I think it is also true that we need to build capacity within this area to broaden the number of providers. I know that the Los Angeles program requires a 10-month training in, I would say, whatever it takes. We might look at doing something like that as well. In terms of housing location, we also have providers who have become more expert in that. We would look to an existing or an external provider who can just focus on those property-related services.
Well, if we've got outside contractors who do this, then is it that we haven't dedicated enough money to this program? I mean, if we already have that, why are we in this situation, is kind of where I'm going with this.
Good question. We don't pay for it for a population outside of, I would say, and there may be some exceptions, but in general, we don't pay for it for a population outside of those with serious mental illness. So this is broadening who can be served with this kind of service.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, 4 more slides, Cindy, so you're going to work down through this and we get some testimony. So. Okay.
So I'm moving now to the potential funding for the various initiatives. Detailed funding is contained on page 21 and 22 of your report. Initiative number 1 will cost a total of just over $2 million. To continue the capacity to serve 33 families nightly and 268 over the year, staff proposes, as Ann had said earlier, to replace the existing CalWORKS funding with $1.35 million in new county general fund support. To support the 19 families annually in transitional housing, we propose to use the existing general fund support, and there is a mistake on this page, that is $400,000, not 3334. And the new allocation of $321,000 in new general fund support for transitional housing. So in total, about $1.67 in new general fund support.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the general fund support again? I got lost in your 3.3.
Yeah.
3.4.
The current general fund support is $400,000.
Oh, okay.
That would be $333 million if you
kind of surprising.
For Mather Community Campus,
I get you started. $333 million.
There's a modest reduction in the program costs. So, and we are also proposing to move the family units, or a portion of the family units, to the CalWORKS Sober Living Program, which does not have a funding reduction. So they can accommodate. They already operate there. They can accommodate 18 to 19 additional families with that funding, and we would be taking, at least temporarily, approximately 9 to 10 family units offline with this funding plan, but we plan to continue to work on it. We would continue with the 183 singles within the residential and employment program, and we have a two-tiered plan for that. The AOA would respond and apply to the request for proposals from the federal SNAP funding in the amount of $836,000, and new county general fund would be needed in the amount of $836,000.
Let me understand very quickly, though, so that you would actually be reducing by 10 from 28 to 18 or 19, and that's all the families we'd be serving out there at the Mather Community Campus. And yet, as I mentioned to you, then the raw number was up to 60 families, again, recognizing that families can have multiple members to them. I guess I'm curious as to how that's going in the right direction if we're trying to add more capacity.
And I'm sorry I didn't cover that more. The families are covered, the family units are occupied with other programs, not the HUD program. So the attachment 2 outlines all of the Mather activities. There are residential services for 48 Adolfo youth. They are in the family units.
Right.
In addition, both the CalWORK Sober Living program and the Options program serve women and their families who are in addiction treatment. That is funded by the county Department of Health and Human Services.
So what is the total count at Mather?
Of family units?
Yeah, of family units. You're saying the Adolfo Transitional Youth takes 48 of those units?
The youth occupy 48 units, and there are 36 family households currently to be served in the other family units, with all of the funding to be served in 36 family units.
Okay, we can come back to that later today. I want to probe that a little more. Okay.
It's taken a while to map. It is confusing.
Yeah, okay. All right. Go ahead.
To just maybe finish this potential funding with the last two initiatives. Excuse me. So we anticipate 3 cost components, and we've identified potential sources for the full-service rehousing shelter. There may be one-time capital improvement costs, and we've preliminarily identified capital funds in existing community development block grant program that could be used for that purpose. Of course, we don't know the number without the site. We estimate annual operating cost of $1.65 million, and we propose in the first year to fund that through general fund, new county general fund, and through an application with Sutter's Getting to Zero campaign. We have not yet applied for that funding. The third component is the rehousing part, and to successfully rehouse, we want to have resources available, and so we propose to repurpose the existing county's local rapid rehousing program to align with participants in the shelter.
Okay, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Just one thing to think about, if you haven't already, Cindy, with regards to the 50-50 split on operations with Sutter Health. I think it would be wise to do some homework on what we think, based on other examples across the state or country, whether it be San Francisco or elsewhere, to find out, try and estimate conservatively what is the number of that subpopulation of homeless folks that might otherwise be visiting emergency rooms, that if they were able to stabilize in a full-service rehousing environment would have a minimal need for those visits, because I think that's going to be of great interest to them.
Thank you. Okay. The last initiative, and I think that would apply there as well, will cost an estimated $3.4 million annually, again to support 150 persons who come with a voucher and 100 who will need some housing assistance.
Okay.
Staff proposes in the first year a general fund contribution of about $1.6 million, to be matched again, we hope, with a Sutter Getting to Zero application of $1.6 million. In addition, staff proposes to repurpose 205 of that's currently used for navigators through Sacramento Steps Forward. Because this program will have an outreach and engagement component as part of the intensive case management.
We will continue to fund 2 navigators in the PBIDs, in the Property Business Improvement Districts of the Florin Road, Mac Road, and the River District. I want to also add that in addition to the SSF navigators, the county has a number of ways, and I'm almost done, that the county services regularly engage with persons living on the streets. And so we will build on that infrastructure as well. DHA's Human Services social workers, 4 county teams providing mobile mental health crisis services, 2 are currently working, 2 are in development. The mental health navigators that work with homeless as well as non-homeless at the local emergency departments, the jails, Loaves and Fishes. That's the equivalent of 21 full-time persons. And the guest house, which provides outreach functions as well as navigation and services to persons with mental illness. So we will rely on the existing and continue to build on the navigation that already exists within the county services. Did you want me to stop or finish the last 2 slides?
Go ahead and finish the last slide. Just wrap it up quickly, and then we'll take the mayor's comments, and we can come back to the board for questions and open for public testimony.
So this chart just depicts a summary of the first-year annual cost of all 4 initiatives, a total of $12.9 million, 1.9 from existing general fund, 5.6 in new growth county general fund, and then 5.4 from private, federal, and state resources, some yet to be secured. Finally, we have more detail in the report, but this slide captures some key milestones and dates. So Initiative 1, the family redesign, would continue to refine the parameters with the stakeholders and release a shelter request for proposals and a transitional housing request for proposals in the summer with contracts in place by late summer. For Mather Community Campus, it would involve the successful application for SNAP funding in the summer and new general fund contracts in place by the time HUD funding expires the end of September. We would continue with siting and scoping the full-service rehousing shelter through the summer with an RFP for an operator released in October. Depending on the site improvements needed, we anticipate the shelter could open by January 2018. And finally, the flexible supportive rehousing program could be ready to operate with providers in place by this winter. This goes without saying, I know Paul stressed it more than I did, that this is contingent on recommendations within the budget in June.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Stand by. We have a question, Supervisor Kennedy. And then.
Thank you. Cindy, one question I have here is looking through the staff report and meetings that you and I have had talking about how it's all going. The plan's one thing, but how's it going to work? It's at the front end for targeting the population that we want to target, initially especially, and then at the back end to it for evaluation purposes, which is just as important. Because as we've said, we're going to evaluate these programs regularly and make sure that we're actually doing the right thing and spending money in the right places and putting our resources in the right places. In order to do that, it's pretty heavy lift and data dependent. Are there currently the processes in place that allow you to get the data that you need to both target and to evaluate? I mean, things like in the past we've had, difficult getting information out of the emergency rooms and the users there at the various health systems because they don't all talk to each other, and it's been difficult. And even if I don't know how much availability you have now to the HMIS data, but all of that seems like it's critical. Do you have what you need, and if not, how are we going to get there?
So probably not fully in place, but very hopeful paths to good data for both targeting and evaluation. On the targeting, we are relying on the work of for the feasibility study for the Pay for Success. They have pulled the data that tells us who is homeless and for how long, who is using sheriff's services, and who is using behavioral health services. We can expand that database with their help. I'm very, very impressed with what they have been able to do, and I think you will be excited to see it as well when they share it. We do not know, but I've asked for a button push that tells us who that target population is.
If not, they assure me that it will be easy to pull that data on a regular basis for targeting for the flexible supportive rehousing program. On the back end side, we want all programs to participate in the homeless management information system. We would like to work with Sacramento Steps Forward to receive regular reports, which I do not currently receive, but we will need to have regular reports both on the individual program performance, but more broadly on how it's impacting homelessness. And I think that is all. There's very promising work going on with HMIS to hopefully produce that information. We would also like, as the county, to have direct access to HMIS so that we can pull the data ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. We'll come back probably with more questions, but at this point in time, I want to kind of interrupt the flow here and invite Mayor Steinberg to the podium, and appreciate his patience and certainly welcome him back. When he was last here, we were seated here chairing the joint meeting, the 6-hour session, so appreciate the effort the city's put forward, and welcome your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to start by saying I came back because I know you wanted to reminisce about the joint meeting.
Where do we start?
Where do we start? Well, we start with this. I actually, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I actually came today, and I thank you for the invitation from NAV and from the board, first and foremost, to say thank you. To thank you for putting forward what I consider to be a robust and impressive set of proposals. I think they're actually a paradigm shift in many ways, and I recognize that you all have been grappling with this and working on these sets of issues long before even I got sworn into office. And so I want to say thank you. I know that the last several months in some ways has not been all that easy. I know that there has been, let's say, some creative tension. I also have learned quite a bit myself in the last 3 months about the way that the county operates and the history and a lot of the work that you have done and have been doing for not just the last 6 or 8 months, but for many years on these sets of issues. And I come forward to reinforce my hope and my offer to be your partner. Because while I recognize that under the way our governments are set up, that the responsibility for health and human services primarily, and even under our operating agreement, these housing choice vouchers are under the jurisdiction of the county, I still believe that we are all better off if the county, the city, the SHRA, the other cities, the private stakeholders are in an operational partnership, especially when it comes to the implementation of these very, very important initiatives. Because 2/3 of the problem, so to speak, according to estimates, do exist within the city. And I know that I want to end the era of who's responsible for what, whose fault is it that the population was moved from here to there. I think as challenging in some ways as the last couple of months have been, in some ways they're a breakthrough too, because you have a city now that is demonstrating by setting aside $5 million of one-time money, and by our aggressive actions, that we want to be your partner. And I will say this, and please don't take this as anything as a lack of humility, but you also have a mayor who wrote Prop 63, who wrote SB 82, the Crisis Alternatives to Emergency Rooms Act, who was the sponsor of the No Place Like Home initiative, which is going to be our long-term housing solution here, because the vouchers is just a temporary strategy before we bridge to that. And I think Sacramento County can draw down even more resources than what you're drawing down by virtue of our working together and our partnership. And there are pieces of this proposal. SHRA, of course, is the housing expert. City has put forward its resources. I hope, but I've talked to Nav a little bit about this, that we can work collaboratively and as partners in implementing these sets of strategies. And so I say that, but I go back to where I started, which is to say thank you for your hard work and for putting forward what, not just on paper, but it kind of pops off the page, I think has an opportunity, it gives us an opportunity collectively to change this reality that we all find unacceptable. We're going to take up our piece of this tonight, and we'll again applaud the county's action, and I thank you for the time.
Well, thank you, Darrell, and certainly thank you for your leadership and your, I think, outspoken and certainly very energetic approach to, I think, working as a community to try to address this issue. And again, I know that you've got good folks, certainly on the city side of the ledger working on this, and we've, again, I think merging that with the county side of the equation and our other cities and other partners in this, I think we really stand a very good chance of being successful. And what I think everybody wants as an outcome of that is to, make a difference in the lives of those that are homeless, but certainly improve the quality of life for all Sacramentans.
In our communities.
And appreciate your work. And again, thank you for being so patient today and for...
It was important for me to listen to as much of the presentation as I could.
Good. Thanks. Any other comments?
Thanks,
Good.
Tom.
Thanks. Good. Okay. Again, well, thank you to Mayor Steinberg and to the council for their work. We probably have some other questions, but maybe we ought to, in light of, I think, the time, and we have probably close to 30 speakers on this item. Let's hear from those in the public who have signed to speak, and we'll come back to the board then to talk about recommended actions and any questions the board members have. So I'm going to take these in the order that they were turned in, and we actually have, and I'm going to allot 2.5 minutes if that's okay with folks, because we've got, we're almost at the 4 o'clock hour. I know some folks are going to have to leave here around 6 and hopefully be done before then. But so with that, let me adjust the timer, and I'll call the first 3, and then I'll continue to work down to the pile here. We have Cheryl Busby, who was actually here this morning, I believe, and then Beth Southern and Sarah Steinheimer as being our first 3 speakers. So please come forward, and we welcome your comments. Good afternoon, Cheryl.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Cheryl Busby, and I am an intern at Wellspring Women's Center. And a lot of issues are here on the table for us to take a look at and talk about today. And I don't think that the numbers are robust. I think that looking at trying to take care of 3,300 people when we have 70,000 that are homeless is not robust. And I have a few other questions about how do we prevent homelessness? How are we going to create rent stabilization? I myself experienced a $400 a month increase in rent. And so how do we prevent more homelessness from happening? And then when we look to SHRA, who definitely is an award-winning organization and works very hard to keep people safe and housed, is there a possibility of forgiveness for the people who were delinquent in paying their rent and their portion of it, for moving out of an apartment without having cleaned it very well, and then they're judged, a judgment comes against them and they owe $500 for cleaning deposit, and so they can't re-enter the SHRA program. So there's some more things that maybe we can look at to address this huge issue, and I thank you for your time today.
Good, thank you, Cheryl. Appreciate your comments. Okay, next is Beth Southern, followed by Sarah, followed by Gasky.
Hello, thank you so much, Chair, as well as Board of Supervisors. My name is Beth Southhorn. I'm the Executive Director of Life Steps. It's a resident service, social service provider throughout the state. Specifically here in Sacramento County, we serve over 5,000 residents, resident homes. And We actually do a lot of prevention for homeless eviction preventions. We actually got developed because we were running a homeless shelter, and catching them after eviction was really almost impossible to get them back into housing. So we designed our model to catch people before they fell. We have worked with both seniors as well as families throughout our time. I've been part of Life Steps for 15 years. I want to just appreciate all of the time and effort that went into this subject. It's a lot of energy and a lot of chaos and a lot of, frankly, a lot of people suffering out there that have a voice and need to have a voice. I really want to just acknowledge SHRA for its proposal that it takes a concerted effort on minimizing homelessness and really targeting the county's design for really targeting the system so that we can get people in housing and less people on the street, but also helping the vulnerable that are still currently on the waiting list, because I have a lot of seniors, as an example, that make $900 a month, and every single 6 months they're up for a possible raise in their affordable housing projects. And so when you're only making Social Security at $1,300, it's even not enough when your rents continue to go up every single month. So the housing vulnerable are important. I think this plan really encourages both, a balanced approach. I think it's a wise approach. We definitely need more funding outside of what we're looking at in regards to HUD, especially if we do get the target hits on a national basis. And I appreciate and applaud all of the leadership, creativity in doing that. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you for your work as well. Okay. Next we have Sarah Steinheimer, and then Mike Jaski, and then David Drake.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Steinheimer, an attorney with Legal Services of Northern California. We at Legal Services provide free legal assistance to low-income families and individuals in Sacramento County around housing, health, and public benefits. We help people with evictions, rent increases, etc. We assist people who are current participants in the Housing Choice Voucher and public housing programs. We also assist people who are in need of affordable housing, including individuals and families currently experiencing homeless and people currently on SHRA's wait lists. I'm here to speak directly to the voucher and public housing proposals that are in front of you. We support SHRA's proposal to have a limited homeless allocation for individuals and families who are homeless. We think that this, coupled with the county's proposal for the flexible supportive rehousing program to provide services, will help to immediately house individuals and families who are currently living on the streets, living in their cars, and bouncing from place to place. We also support the Move On voucher allocation, which would free up permanent supportive housing units for folks. We are also pleased to see that SHRA is proposing to change its general preference for the voucher list. The general preference, as you currently know, includes the rent burden preference. The proposal today is to equally weight homelessness and rent burdened for the general housing choice voucher list. This would ensure that in the future, families on the wait list who are homeless and families that are paying half or more of their extremely small incomes and therefore at risk for becoming homeless at any moment will have equal access to the program. And we think this is an important change as well. I'd also like to comment that that as SHRA's presentation discussed, SHRA is working closely with HUD to ensure that any proposal that moves forward does comply with fair housing laws. As an agency that works with fair housing, that works and tries to enforce and assist people who are dealing with fair housing issues, we absolutely think that SHRA and the county can make these changes and be in compliance with fair housing laws. What is key is that SHRA do exactly what it is doing, which is consider these issues carefully, work closely with HUD to implement the program and to monitor the program. Thank you. Generally, we ask that you support these programs and move them forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for weighing in. Okay. All right, Mike Jaski. Mike, good to see you. I know last time around you waited and waited and waited, never got a chance to speak, so on this subject. And then Mike's followed by David Drake, followed by Joan Burke.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli and Supervisors. My name is Mike Jaskey, representing Sacramento Area Congregation Together and its Homeless Organizing Committee, and I'm a member of St. Mark's Church. First, thanks to the county staff for bringing forward some major initiatives and a significant increase in the resources to devote to this subject. That's very welcome. To be clear, Sacramento Act supports the SRHA homeless priority recommendation as a balanced approach. We believe that the former practices of the waiting lists discriminated against homeless persons, and this is a redress to that longstanding discrimination against homeless persons. And as a general matter, as I've said many times before you, it's vital that shelter and support services be expanded to provide enough capacity care for everyone who's homeless as soon as possible. So these initiatives are a major step forward. The chart at the bottom of this page shows that the problem is almost entirely single adult. Fussing around the edges with families is important to make sure we get that right, because children are at risk. But 20 times larger problem is single adults than is the number of people in families. And the only way that we know of to actually affect this population quickly is the Housing Choice Voucher program, coupled with services that will prevent the sort of landlord problems that might happen if they were just put in housing with no supportive services. Our second major point is that we need to be focused on permanent housing for all homeless persons. And the chart below shows that of the approximately 5,600 total people that are considered homeless but for services in Sacramento County, that about 1,800 of those are either on the street or in emergency shelter. So that 1,800 is the goal for increasing permanent housing by whatever design, whether individual projects, vouchers, etc. And as I said before, the only quick way to begin moving to that scale is the Housing Choice Voucher before you. On page 3, I'm going to focus on the triage center first and then finish up with our last point. The staff has chosen to drop the triage verb or word from their proposal, but we think triage is actually an important function. It doesn't have to be coupled to a shelter, but triage is how you understand what the needs of an individual person are and how you try to channel them into whatever the proper program for their services are. That is missing entirely from any of the proposals before you today. And we have some ideas about how you might want to approach that. Finally, Sacramento needs to have an overall plan to end homelessness with all of the action steps, the funding channels, the time sequence to get us from here to there. There are some very meritorious programs that have been put forward by staff, along with things that exist today. We don't really know how they fit together. Will they accomplish the problem or the desired goal? It doesn't appear to us that the proposals that the county are putting forward, do more than make a small dent in the 1,800 people that need to have permanent housing. So how are we going to deal with maybe 1,000 or more that aren't being addressed by these proposals? And finally, in creating such a plan, it is absolutely critical that all of the parts fit together. We have some concerns about the county staff proposals creating parallel channels to identify persons and get them into these new programs. We think we need to really push the implementation of a coordinated system of entry coupled with this triage idea, and that is the way in which people get moved into various programs appropriate to their needs. Thank you, and we appreciate the direction that things are going. Please go faster.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Okay. Very good. Okay, following Mike, then David Drake. And David's followed by Joan Burke, followed by Shakira Parsons.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. My name is David Drake. I'm a local partner in a business here, and we sell construction screws, which are called ground screws. And having seen the article yesterday in the Bee about storage containers, we have got storage containers in McCovey Cove in San Francisco at the ballpark on screws, and I would be very interested to be seeing that our screws could be used instead of concrete, which is very, should we say, expensive. It's also so permanent. Screws can be used and removed. Some of this housing obviously may even become temporary with screws. You can put screws in the ground, you can take them out, you can put storage containers on top of them, secure the storage containers. I just would like people in the room to know there is an option and a cheaper option than concrete. As I say, we're a local company. There are 1,300 of our screws at the solar farm at Sutter Landing, which obviously was built with the city and Carnegie and SMUD. It's up and operating. That's been there for about 2-3 years now. We built that, our company. I'm with Eco Foundation Systems of Sacramento. I just would like to see ground screws used instead of, should we say, wasting money on possible concrete and stuff like that.
David, since we're giving you an opportunity to certainly put forth your idea, do you have another one? You want to just put your picture up so people know what we're talking about here? Do you have another one of these? You can put it right there on the white space there. Just again.
I've got a few more copies of this if anybody wants, and I do want to speak to Cindy Kavanagh after the meeting.
All right, very good. I just wanted people to, if we can just bring it up, just so when you talk about ground screws, we're talking about. These are good size installations.
Well, thank you for your time, and hopefully we can save you some money and time.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you, David. Creativity from all sorts of interests here. Okay, next, following David, then we have Joan Burke. Joan? And Shakira, and then Bob Erlenbush. Good afternoon, Joan.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Loaves and Fishes strongly supports and thanks you for all 4 of the initiatives. We feel it's a very substantial approach. You're putting $5 million of new money on the table, and it's also very well thought out, and we are thrilled to see it. We also support SHRA's recommendations. As was said before, there's such a large number of homeless people. We know this is not a complete answer, but as I said, it's a very substantial step, and we thank you for it. I would particularly like to commend your staff for crafting the family shelter redesign in a very thoughtful way that I think truly will get families out of cars and out of tents and into shelters, and that will benefit each family. So thank you for that as well. One thing that the mayor touched on so eloquently is the partnership between the city and the county and all players. And Sacramento Steps Forward, as you know, since you were instrumental in creating it, has really become a voice of a very engaged community on this issue. So I would like you to look for ways to coordinate with Sacramento Steps Forward rather than creating separate systems. You know, this sort of community engagement can be very messy, and it may not be the most efficient path, but it is the best path to get a real community input and involvement in addressing homelessness. So I urge you to consider that as well. But mostly, thank you.
Thank you, Joan, for all your work over the years as well. So, okay, next, Shakira. And then Shakira is followed by Bob Erlenbush, followed by Ryan Lifbro. Good afternoon, Shakira.
Hello, hi. I want to say first thank you for having all of these meetings regarding homelessness, and I really see how much time and attention you guys are trying to give to addressing this crisis.
I am the teacher in the K through second grade class at Mustard Seed and the lead teacher there. And I want to say that I support a redesign of the family shelter system and the initiative to create long-term intensive case management that follows families through the entirety of their crisis. Sometimes that will include many periods of homelessness. And I think we're at a good start right now. I want to update you guys on Mustard Seed a little bit. We still have, we have 26 families, 13 of which are in motels, and that totals 45 kids enrolled. And I want to address for a moment the idea that it is kind of silly, the idea that, we don't want the solution for this crisis to be that we have the homeless population cruise the bad motels in our area, but I feel like it's important to remember that that's literally what we're asking families with children to do right now through our current county motel voucher programs, and of course it's better to sleep in a motel than camping, but it's not a permanent solution. Of the families the DHA has been working with since last fall, 5 are still experiencing homelessness. That's 11 children who are going on 6 to 8 months living in these motels. There's still exposure to drugs, prostitution. A meth lab exploded in one a couple weeks ago that one of our students was staying at. And we have several families who were housed in the last couple of years who have returned recently, going on their second, third bout of homelessness now. These 4 returning families that have recently re-enrolled include 12 kids, and 2 of them right now are sleeping outside tonight and have been for a couple months. I bring that up because all of these families who are returning now provide good examples of how an unsupported family who gets into housing can very quickly go back into unhoused situations and return to camping outside.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Shakira. I would just use this as an opportunity to certainly thank you and for your work in Mustard Seed. I know that county staff, after our hearing last year, actually the 2 hearings, I know certainly worked closely, and we're working closely with you and your staff and colleagues there. I guess I would just raise the point as we looked at some of the stuff in the staff report or the information about what it costs to house families for a night. I think in one case it was 109, another was 105. I don't know what we're paying for motel vouchers, but I trust they're in the $60 to $80 a night range. And it would seem to me that we could look at some examples here and maybe create some more capacity in the system. And again, supportive services, to your point too, or those could add to the cost. But again, if people continue to cycle in and out, then that's not good for those who are waiting to get services. But secondly, it just shows that certain level of support's needed for some folks. So I guess I would encourage us to take a look at some of the families. But again, thank you for the update. And I'm glad to hear some of them got more permanent situations. Others are still obviously in a very tentative situation. So.
Yeah, most of them have.
That's
it's
great.
Just there's 4 or 5 different types of families that really need a lot of case
Well,
management.
I think one of the things, Shakira, I just point this out very quickly, that if this county general fund dollars are a different source than something like the Cal Works, I don't know if that's been a barrier for any of those families, but that'll be one less obstacle where I know some of the families couldn't get into the system because they didn't qualify for Cal Works. And,
sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good. Thanks again. Appreciate you being here. Okay, Bob Erlenbush, and then Ryan.
Good afternoon. Bob Erlenbush, the Executive Director of the Sacramento Regional Coalition to End Homelessness. A quick comment on Agenda Item 51, which we clearly support the direction. Encourage SHRA, and we've said it at community meetings as well, to use the Federal Department of Education definition of homelessness rather than HUD's more restrictive definition of homelessness, and I hope that's the direction that the SHRA is moving. As it relates to Item 52, clearly to echo the mayor's words that there is the potential for a paradigm shift, and clearly we support, as it's presented, and congratulate staff for the hard work that they put together, the four initiatives. But we did have some issues or questions as it relates to a couple of them, and we recognize that this is a hopefully beginning document, and the next iteration has a lot more specificity, specifically as it relates to Program 3 and 4, the full service rehousing shelter. Tackling the hardest to serve really doesn't have that much specificity as it relates to behavioral health services. Wording is troubling, such as it could co-locate. There might be some health services that may be available. That kind of wording, I think, needs to be shored up to say we're going to provide mental health services, substance abuse services, another what's the range of full services. And as it relates to the flexible supportive housing program, which again in concept sounds great, troubling that we've said for the last couple of years rapid rehousing only works when you have employment and income strategies coupled with it. And even though it says that in broad brushstroke, there's nothing there as it relates to what specifically is the employment and income strategy. Most troubling, and it was alluded to a couple of times, is that moving money away from Sacramento steps forward the $1.2 million specifically in the Navigator program and rapid rehousing. That's going to hurt District 4 and District 3. The unincorporated North County will lose 3 FTEs, 3 navigators. I don't see the operational partnership, and I've read it multiple times. But what does that mean? That the way that it currently reads is that the county is in part setting up not only a parallel but a separate system. So we will now have 3 systems that homeless people have to negotiate. Sacramento steps forward, the mental health system that predates Sacramento steps forward, and then a county system. So I leave you with one question as we move forward. If you were going to vote on this today, which you're not, thank goodness, do you see the proposal that we're talking about? Is it consumer friendly? I don't think it is, and I would like to hear the arguments in the debate of why, if you think so, why it is consumer friendly. Because it appears that we're setting up yet a third rail, so to speak, a third system that may be well-intentioned, but create additional barriers for homeless people to navigate not only the mental health system, the Sacramento steps forward, but then a parallel system through the county. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate your comments, and we'll ponder that question as we hear some more testimony here. Okay, Ryan Leafbro, followed by Justin Gianchino, and then I think it's Gianvario.
Bob's always hard to follow.
Hi, Ryan.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Ryan Leafbro. I'm CEO for Sacramento Steps Forward. I enjoyed reading through the proposal because it illustrates a lot of the challenges that we face nationally, and certainly in the implementation of a coordinated entry system that's partnered with HUD-funded subsidized housing. You look at the retooling for the family shelter to make sure that we have low barriers to entry, and to make sure that we have true wraparound services. I will tell you, for permanent supportive housing, we have about a 12% turnover rate in our overall stock last year. With just the current amount that we had, it gave us just over 190 individuals that we could place, which certainly is not enough given the need in our community. And then we're left with rapid rehousing to utilize. And we are supposed to use, the best practice is to then look at the next individual that would qualify and that highest need population and make a referral. The challenge is really having that intense services with them so that they have the greatest chance for success. So those are elements that I see coming out of this plan that I really like, and certainly look forward to working alongside Mayfield Community Campus, continue with our coordinated entry system, and then learning from the process that's been implemented. This ability to reserve space for shelter is interesting. I like and I want to get my titles correct, full service rehousing shelter. To be able to do entry through outreach and targeted populations, I think is very important to get the most out of that shelter, and assuring that you have enough of the housing choice vouchers on the other end for placement so you get good movement through the system. In the spirit of what we all created years ago with Sacramento Steps Forward, I want to continue to encourage the collaboration, not only in the implementation, but also in the planning stages to make sure that we're all working together. And while there are certainly aspects of this plan that are to and unto themselves, county run and operate, are not connected with coordinated entry, that we work towards the goal that someday that is one system, and we're learning from one another. We're doing that very same thing. Bob had mentioned the mental health care system. We're doing that right now, trying to figure out how are we going to marry these two systems so that for our homeless individual, they have the least challenges to access the care that they need. So I just want to close and saying I support SHRA's recommendations and in principle the recommendations that are made here today, and I look forward to continuing our partnership. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ryan. Supervisor Kennedy has a question, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yep. Ryan, you heard my my question earlier about data.
Yes.
Will you work with our staff to see if we can work that out?
Absolutely. Yeah, and currently we're working with ABT consultants. I personally like King County's continuum of care. If you go to their website and look, that's the goal that we're seeking to achieve. I don't know if we'll get that level of detail, but they use the same operating system that we do, and we're in active conversations with them right now. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good. Thanks, Ryan. Okay, next, Justin. And then Justin's followed by Gia. Good afternoon, Justin.
Thank you, Chair Natoli and members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to stand before you again. My name is Justin Giacchino. I'm the chair of the Community Advocacy Committee of Carmichael's Homeless Assistance Resource Team, also known as Carmichael Heart. I'm also an active member of Neighborhood Hope Dealers and Bayside's outreach to the city's crisis center. So first of all, I want to echo what Chair Natoli said, because it's a very valid point. The issues of homelessness don't affect only the individuals who are experiencing homelessness, but they really affect our entire communities, our local businesses, our residents, and the economic strength of our communities. And so I definitely appreciate you commenting on that. As an unincorporated community of Carmichael, we fear and struggle with the fact that so much funding and services are provided to the urban core of Sacramento and not reaching our communities. And in the reality of it is that those services aren't really accessible to those facing homelessness or on the verge of facing homelessness in our communities. And so we would like you guys to please keep that in consideration, the geographical quality when we're issuing those out. The other thing I would encourage you guys to do is possibly look at stuff like the Housing Authority of San Mateo County Landlord Incentive Program. I know that the different apartment complexes that we've reached out to as a committee and spoken with about accepting vouchers and such, they really want to see some more incentives as landlords. And so in my research, I've seen that the County of San Mateo has quite a successful model of landlord incentives. So that would be my encouragement. My last encouragement to you guys would be, I get that there's numbers and statistics and dollar signs and percentages. I am not the guy to deal with those numbers. But what I am is I'm the person who's in the trenches putting the good years to the gravel on a daily basis. I learn the names, faces, and stories of the individuals experiencing homelessness in my community, and I advocate to my fullest capabilities. I would ask that you, at some point, take a moment to look past the numbers and realize that these are names, these are faces, these are human beings, these are men, women, and children. I'm working with a family right now who has 3 young children, and they're steps away from not being able to afford their hotel. My heart bleeds for these people. As I shared in the fall, from being homeless for 8+ years to now having the opportunity to stand before you as a contributing member of the community and a business owner in my community, I would plead with you to please recognize that these are human lives that we're dealing with, and they can't wait any longer. The talking part's over. We got to put action to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Well said. I would just express thanks to Justin and his organization. They recently assisted, not unlike many organizations in this room, but on a situation I was familiar with, and wanted to thank him for coming to the rescue in a very short time frame. And I would just tell you that lady got permanent housing, as I understand it. So again, thank you for your assistance in that regard. Okay, next is it Gia Vario? Yep, there's Gia right there. Okay, and then she'll be followed by Davi Rodriguez and then Daryl Rutherford.
Good afternoon. I'm with the South Natomas Community Association. We're a new association, just popped up over the fact that there's a lot of crime and a lot of homelessness that's kind of come into our area very recently. And all of us have sat down together to look at the problem. And these two propositions that have come forward seem very thoughtful and seem to be very well fit within whatever structure they need to be fit within. However, I think it's like trying to fit the homeless into the system rather than looking at what the homeless really need, because it leaves out so many people. If we're talking about just helping from 1,700 to 3,300 people, that's just simply not enough, and it certainly won't help the impact that it's had in our community. I would suggest that we need to look at immediate solutions, such as camps, setting up cities where people can actually take their tents. And we have actually we've gone to the Garden Highway and along the American River and seen trash dumped into the environment. There are 2 open claims right now with EPA looking into the problems of the hazards in our river. We've looked at the trash and we've talked to people there. And the homeless community have told us that what they'd like to do is be able to take their tent and go to some place that has a trash bin, that has toilets, that has showers, that possibly has, a kitchen set up where they can actually go. And when they are somewhere, that means we have access to them. That means public resources can be brought to these people. We can find out more about who they are. Towards that end, one of our community members, for example, went to someone who she connected with. She was able to take him she was trying to get him to Loaves and Fishes to be triaged, because that's the other problem. We don't have transportation for our people to actually get to Loaves and Fishes to be triaged so they can go to a warming center. She took him in her vehicle. While she was transporting him, he had a seizure. She took him to the hospital. He was kind of dumped out of the hospital the next morning. She, still in trying to help him, took him to a warming shelter, and it's my understanding that he is also moving towards getting permanent housing. But he didn't know anything about the resources that were available. He's just this guy sitting in a tent along the river. He doesn't have access to this system that we're talking about, and there's a lot of people that don't. They just don't know that it's out there. So I think while these propositions are great for the population that they know about and that they are accessing currently and they have lists for, there's a lot of people on those lists that are not getting access, and we need to have a solution for them currently, right now, and that's what will help communities, that's what will help the homeless, and it'll also help us as a society getting to these people and helping them. And that's what our community association is all about. We're trying to help with that, and we're connecting with as many organizations as possible to help that happen. So Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Gia, for your comments.
Sure. I actually had a response to that. I want to respond to that speaker, since that community is in the district I represent.
Cool.
I appreciate you being here, and certainly appreciate your testimony. I'd encourage you to understand a little bit better in the host of what we're, the spectrum of fortification of our continuum of services that we're considering today, the fact that there are 100 vouchers that would actually be used, 100 spaces, if you will, for those folks that would not fit neatly, to use your words, into the system, whether they be housing choice vouchers for participating apartments or for our own public housing. And that's why I asked the questions earlier, and I'm sure if you were in the audience at the time or not. But But that's why I asked the questions that I did, is because my concern, because I've heard loud and clear from my constituents, especially since the water has come up in recent weeks and months, about the fact that what once was kind of hidden in the parkway was now very prominent in a number of communities, not just South Natomas. I'm very interested in when we are forced to ask people to move from the parkway because of either fires in the summer or high water in the winter, that they have a place to immediately go. So the 100 units that I asked about earlier, that helps satisfy it. Number two, this idea of low barrier triage, or full, if you want to call it full service sheltering, is by design intended to help that particular subpopulation. Again, that's why I've had the questions that I've had this afternoon about making sure that, I understand it pretty well because I've been bird dogging this for about a year now, to tell you the truth, but I want the public, I want my constituents in particular that live near the parkway to understand that the purpose for that, the inspiration for that, is because quite frankly, we don't have a place for those folks to go right now. They get put on waiting lists, they get offered a motel voucher. Oftentimes, only a fraction of them will actually accept the help because of various barriers, whether it's no pets or no partners or where my possession is going to be stashed. So believe me, as your county supervisor, that has been what has really sparked my interest over the last more than a year in this whole concept of low barrier triage as one component part to fortify our continuum. That's why Chair Natoli and I went to San Francisco last Friday to see what's working in San Francisco. I totally agree with you that it's not enough capacity by any means, given what we know about the total population. That could be said for every single aspect of service delivery that this county offers. There's just not enough, we get that, but we have limited resources just like your households have limited budgets, and there's a lot of other things you'd like to be able to do, take vacations, all those types of things. So believe me, I want to make sure you don't think that there are deaf ears up here. I've heard you very loud and clear, and it hasn't just been recently that we've been trying to deal with the various concerns that you've expressed in your testimony, and I think it's important that you understand that.
Okay, thank you. And I will educate myself more about everything that you
And I want to be of assistance to you. If you want a meeting, a follow-up meeting, I'd be happy to make myself available.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Gio. Okay, next, Davi Rodriguez. Davi, he was here earlier. I saw him. He left. I'll hold that. Okay, then Daryl Rutherford, and Daryl will be followed by Tricia Rosenbaum and Patty Uplinger.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli, Board of Supervisors. Daryl Rutherford, Executive Director of Sacramento Housing Alliance, and it's been a pleasure, and really thank you and your staff over the last several days to take time out to meet with the Housing Alliance, our members and partners on this real important issue. We greatly appreciate all the work that staff, both SHRA and county staff, have put into these initiatives, and we believe that what you have before you is a pretty comprehensive set of strategies that will certainly help to bring an end to this homelessness crisis. It's a step in the right direction and presents a monumental commitment to bring an end to what we've all been seeing on the streets here and the horror stories that we've been hearing. We really appreciate everything that has been going on. We support SHRA's recommendation that 100 turnover vouchers a year be tied to housing developments that include units for people and families experiencing homelessness. However, we hope that there's some flexibility built into this program as well to respond to other opportunities that may pop up, whether it be new innovative projects that come forward that could benefit from these vouchers, or No Place Like Home, timelines, or with the rental market changing as it has and other federal policies that may come down. We also applaud staff in proposing the 4 initiatives within the report. However, we're concerned with, as many have said earlier, with redirecting some of the services from Sacramento Steps Forward without fully analyzing the impacts that will have on the system that has been put in place by the county back in 2009. We believe that county staff should be collaborating with Sacramento Steps Forward to improve and utilize the coordinated entry program and to use it as the staff develops the full service rehousing shelter and flexible supportive rehousing programs versus creating a whole new and potentially duplicative entry system. We also think that this would be a good time to declare a state of homelessness emergency as well as shelter emergency, which could help with siting and movement of these newly created shelters. But lastly, we really want to address the funding issue. To keep having to go back to the general fund over and over, I think is pretty challenging for all of you to have to do. We believe that there is one source already in place that's at your disposal, and that would be the Boomerang funds, former redevelopment dollars. You know, last year it was at $3 million. I'm imagining it's increasing somewhat this year, but if you created an ordinance to put that in place to assist with the homelessness issue as well as affordable housing, you wouldn't have to go back year after year to find those at $3 to $5 million, which will increase over time. So with that, really thank you guys for your time. Apologize for the lateness on our letter, but I hope you are able to review it, and feel free to contact us with any other questions, comments.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Daryl. Thanks for the Housing Alliance's engagement, and certainly for your being here today and the comments on the report, as well as suggestions for things we might do differently. Okay, next we have Tricia, and then followed by Patty, and then followed by Roland Reeves.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Tricia Rosenbaum with Next Move. We have served the community for over 40 years as the first and for many years the only family shelter serving families, keeping them intact with male youth over the age of 14, allowing them to house together in shelter. We look forward to continuing this service in the new model and the redesign. Want to recognize all the hard work the county staff and you and as the board are doing to most effectively align the limited resources we have. We encourage continued work to fund prevention and diversion that will keep families more stably housed and keep them from becoming homeless to begin with. I would love to see one day that you put us out of business. We don't need a family shelter if we no longer have homeless families. We also encourage the use of motel voucher funding only as a means of covering short-term gaps. We heard stories about some of these situations being long-term, and that is certainly not ideal. Many families need more time than 1 week or 16 days, and the availability of shelter and transitional housing will help them go there. In addition to proposed actions today, we strongly encourage a focused and aggressive plan to develop affordable housing. This is now and will continue to be a major bottleneck in our community. Per the proposal, to serve the number of families in this redesigned family shelter structure, we need to move families in 45 days. It's virtually impossible, and we will be set up to fail if we don't have places to move the families to. So we are certainly working to that. Next Move has a history of moving families quickly through the system and successfully, but the last couple years, the housing crunch has made that doubtful. So we encourage the affordable housing focus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tricia, and for your organization's good work over the years. Okay, next, Patty Upplinger, and then Roland Reeves, followed by Rick Bettis.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Patty Upplinger, I am the Chair of the Sacramento County Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, as well as the Director of Housing Now. And we assist people with developmental disabilities to locate housing in the Sacramento County area. Many of these people are on SSI, which is around $900 a month. That doesn't go very far. As we've heard, there's not very many housing opportunities. We need to create more opportunities. It seems like there's some creative funding sources that we can tap into. We can't necessarily just rely on the exciting No Place Like Home. That's focused on mental illness. The population I'm talking about are people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I have a young lady right now currently that has a Section 8 voucher. She's in a wheelchair. There's a lack of accessible housing in the county, and I know there's no immediate solutions to this. It's something to keep in mind. She's been looking for over 6 months to find a landlord, a place that is wheelchair accessible that will accept the Housing Choice Voucher program. Currently, she does have a roof over her head, so that's the good news. And I am pleased to hear, I ditto Sarah's comments from Legal Services about my initial concern was that homeless folks would be a priority and that people at risk of homelessness, which is many of these folks I'm referring to, would be placed at the bottom of priority. So I'm glad to hear that there's some equal access to the resources, the limited resources that SHRA does have. And I concur with Supervisor Peters. I'm a YIMBY from within a mile of the Boulevard Court. YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. And that has been successful project. And I think we could use more of those. And I think that's worthwhile to look into. And also, with the project-based set-asides, I want to make sure that there is access to those projects. If we do have, I think that's great, and we totally agree with all the hard work that SHRA has done. I want to make sure that people with developmental disabilities are included in this equation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty, and thanks for being so patient at the last hearing. I know you didn't get a chance to talk, but you're back here this time, so great, thanks. Okay, next, Roland Reeves, and Roland's followed by Rick Bettis, followed by Kathy Cresswell.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Roland Reeves. I'm from South Natomas. I've been a resident there for 30 years. I'm a member of the Natomas Neighborhood Association, and some of our members are here. You just heard one of them speak. My purpose is just to give you a very detailed description of what our neighborhood network has been doing the last 2 months, and to give you some of the conclusions and recommendations we've come up with. First of all, we had 2 very large meetings. Over 50 people attended each one. Our city council member, Mr. Harris, was there, and also his staff member on the second meeting. And in those meetings, we came up with a coordinated effort to deal with the homeless situation in our neighborhood. We'd actually we're becoming very overwhelmed. And Mr. Cerna, I've got to tell you, thank you very much for your comments yesterday at the Chamber of Commerce luncheon. Homelessness is a tough issue, and you didn't dodge it, and the people in our network appreciate your comments and you bringing that up. So well done. Thank you very much. Basically, our coordinated efforts, we removed large numbers of homeless people and their trash from our neighborhood, and that's an ongoing process, but it ripped our hearts out to do it. I'm telling you, we went from these people needed to be booted out of here to, oh my gosh, this is just, what are we going to do for these people? I mean, it's very, very tough. I know right across the street from me, I have the Banyan Creek Parkway, and there were some people there, and it was just, but they had created huge, enormous amounts of trash. It's just too bad. We've had many missions of mercy, and these 2 ladies right here are angels. I'm telling you, they've been down there many times. They're up talking to these people, telling them about the city and the county services being offered. I'm hanging back watching Jessica's back, and she is just up there with everybody and with other people too. It's just, it's just amazing. Wonderful people, and I applaud you guys, really nice. And this is multiple visits up to the American, the Parkway. Our conclusions. Large percentages of homeless people are not interested in city or county services as they're now being offered. We repeatedly told them, you can do this, you can do that, you can do that. Well, they no response. Homelessness is a symptom. The real issue is the drug addiction and the and the alcoholism and the mental health issues that are causing this symptom. And we've got to deal with that. We've got to really recognize that giving somebody a place to stay might not be where they're completely independent, might not be the right way to go with a large percentage of people, although it's going to help some people that want it, Just our conclusion again. We suggest that small homeless shelters, 20 to 50 people be set up with no barrier to entry. These people are living in horrendous conditions right now. Anything we could provide for them, even with no barrier to entry, has got to be an improvement. I mean, that's just, and also they're in one area, and you just keep sweeping the county and you deposit these people at these shelters until they just get tired of moving. One of the things that they said they don't like to do is they got to keep moving all the time because the police are coming along and booting them out, Well, if they know they're being booted to some place that has, some social services, it has a laundry, it has showers, toilets, these types of things. And then finally, and I'll be done, the American River Parkway can't be used, we can't continue to use it as our unofficial homeless shelter, homeless area. It's being destroyed. We've taken multiple pictures down there. The garbage is horrendous beyond imagination. And even grosser than that, and I've got to mention this here, is the human waste and animal waste. We couldn't walk around up there we just literally had to keep dodging. I mean, there's just, the amount of waste is just beyond imagination. And of course, that's right at the confluence of the American Sacramento rivers, and what's a quarter of a mile down from that confluence? The main intake waterway for the city of Sacramento. So, tough situation, I know our resources are limited. That's just the conclusion we've come up with. If we can do anything with it, that's we'd be more than happy,
Well, thank you, Roland. Thanks, Jessica and Gia, too. And I know Supervisor Cerna had some comments.
Yeah, I wanted to thank all three of you for being here. And again, appreciate the sharing of what you've witnessed. It's something that I'm extremely familiar with as your county representative. I would encourage you to please stay engaged. Don't let this be the last board hearing that you attend on the subject. I invite you here and now to please join us in June when we have our budget discussions, not just on social services and human assistance services, but also on our park services. That would be very helpful for this board to continue to hear what you see. We had a board meeting here, I don't know, about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, where I had a constituent that showed this board some photographs of what they were seeing on the parkway, and I dare say that had a fairly significant impact on the disposition of this board. And that happens from time to time, but I got to tell you, I think this is one of the first times I've heard such a kind of a thoughtful account from South Natomas in these chambers about this particular subject. I know it's been a subject of concern for some time, and it may have been an issue that you've dealt more closely with and more frequently with because it is in the incorporated city limits with your council member, but the welcome mat is out. I'd love to have my constituents from South Natomas here to, again, contribute to the conversation in the future.
Well, we thank you very much, and we're any steps that people are making is a step in the right direction from where we've been, and if we could, if our conclusions could be adopted, we'd really love that.
Okay.
You got to be here.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Roland. Good. Okay, Mr. Bettis, Rick, followed by Kathy Creswell.
Thank you, Chair Natoli and board members. Rick Bettis, and this time I'm talking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Sacramento, who's identified this as a top priority cause for them. Of course, they don't provide services, but they do provide advocacy at all three levels, state and federal, so they're willing to do what they can to help out. And also, strangely, the Sierra Club, you might not believe that, but the national president is now a long-term social activist, social equity advocate who is a health care professional in for the state of New York, actually an epidemiologist type work. So they are also supportive of this, and of course they're supportive from the environmental point of view, and because we know that affordable housing and homeless corrections also result in transit-oriented designs and improve air quality and help us solve the climate change problem. We think that the report that's been done by both SHRA and the county staff is excellent, quite professional, of course, and a lot of great ideas in there that we support. We do think, agree with others who have commented that you should emphasize the coordination and not create parallel or duplicative services, and I think that's important. I think you should not only work with the city of Sacramento, but with the Sacramento Steps Forward and the other cities within the county. I think that's really quite important. With respect to the cost, I think you should look at trying to get people off the streets as quickly as you can with making use of existing vacant buildings as much as you can. I know recently I read, well, I go to Sac State every Friday, and I read where they're having homeless students stay in the dorms with the rate-paying students, and I think that's a great idea to have shared uses. And I might mention with respect to funding, that's going to be a real challenge. There's a lot of good ideas here, but funding is going to be a real challenge. And I note that Los Angeles in the past 2 elections has passed a bond issue for affordable housing as well as a sales tax increment for services for the homeless. So I think that's something you might have to look at considering the federal situation. And lastly, I might want to say that the mental health situation is very important and has to be solved, but in a lot of cases the people that I've worked with on this Family Promise effort. They are really great people who are trying to pull themselves out, but the last thing they can do, last thing they can accomplish after finding work and everything is to find housing that they can afford. So I think that's the housing first idea still should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate your comments. Okay, Kathy Cresswell, followed by John Foley, followed by Janet Fricke.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. On behalf of the Housing and Redevelopment Commission, I am here today because I'm pleased to tell you that the Commission unanimously voted to support the SHRA proposal. The SHRA proposal demonstrates the leadership in trying to meaningfully address homeless problems and mindful of the other vulnerable populations that are in need. The staff report recognizes that the Housing Authority has multiple obligations and goals, and in crafting the strategy, they've really made progress in achieving and in reaching all of those goals, and really trying to maximize the effectiveness of a very precious and limited resource, including working with the county on the flexible supportive rehousing. The plan that they came up with recognizes the urgency to act. It recognizes that HUD is actually encouraging people to do these prioritization for homeless and provides guidance on how to do that. And I think SHRA has effectively looked at ensuring that while they're serving the homeless population, they aren't disadvantaging other populations. I think the plan that they've got really does that, and they should be commended for that. I think it also recognizes the need to support immediate action as well as additional housing resources that are needed, particularly related to the project-based vouchers. In fact, I think there's room to increase that opportunity. And while it's a good effort, it clearly in the report recognizes it's not enough, that we have to find other resources, and I commend them for doing that. So I urge your support in that plan. And then just quickly, I want to talk about the county's proposal. I really commend staff and the county for pulling this together. It's really a clear reflection of your leadership and the values of the board, and I commend you and the staff in coming up with a strategy that, while it is not perfect, it is clearly, in my perspective, the most comprehensive and significant effort that's ever been undertaken in this effort to end homelessness, and you're to be commended for doing that. It recognizes the urgency to act, that we cannot tolerate one more person dying while being homeless, and it's well thought out, working both to strengthen existing resources as well as identifying new resources. I will just quickly say very much support it, but I would encourage you to strengthen the coordination in implementing, including working with SSF, and also on the coordinated entry. Please don't set up a new system. The coordinated entry system that we do have can include things like multiple users, so we should be developing and expanding that. And also, I want to commend you for considering looking at really expanding your general fund resources. Again, our budgets are a reflection of our values, and your willingness to consider really expanding that resource to address homelessness is really important. So I look forward to continuing to work with you, as well as and this all part in the county was not related to SHRA's position. I meant to mention I changed my hat, but also to encourage you to work on the county proposal, which talked about doing a bond as well, because that would be very helpful.
Great.
So thank you.
Well, thank you, Kathy. Thanks for wearing two hats today, but also I want to just convey to the Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Agency Commission thank them for their work and for your leadership as the chair of that board this year. So thank you again for being here. Okay, I have next John Foley and then Janet Fricke. And then Janet will be followed by Holly Wonderstyles. Hi, John.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is John Foley. I'm the Executive Director of Sacramento Self-Help Housing. As you could hear from the folks from South Natomas and have heard from folks from Carmichael Hart and other community groups, people have taken matters into their own hands, trying to figure out how to deal with the fact that their neighbors and their neighborhoods are full of people experiencing homelessness. it's very impressive to me that your staff and your leadership have decided to take real responsibility and put yourself out there as taking the lead on trying to find some ways to respond to this homelessness crisis. I think that Sacramento Steps Forward, City of Sacramento, and the other communities are also doing good work. But just the nature of the way we organize our polity, it's really in your ballpark. It's really your responsibility. And I hope that you'll find ways to encourage the other communities and the neighborhoods to see you as the leaders in this. I know that you recognize that as much as you might have, whether it's a triage center or something else, if you don't have housing into which to guide people, it's sort of an unfair and almost cruel joke. That's certainly the experience that we've had in trying to work with Sacramento Steps Forward on navigation, that we're sort of navigating people to nowhere. This housing crisis it continues to surprise people who come to us for help, that we really don't have an easy way to provide housing for them. Even though they have money and have a good record, they still can't find a place to live. The time it takes us to help people who have vouchers to get into housing is unbelievable and very frustrating. And whether that leads you to find ways to find additional resources to help SHRA and affordable housing developers build housing, that's great. Whether you can help us to create more rooming houses and shared housing, to use the existing stock to expand housing capacity. Housing is really the name of the game. Your staff, Cindy, Paul, and others have put together, I think, the beginning of a pretty good new way to look at this. But unless you can provide them with an amazing number of new housing units, it's not going to be that pretty, and you're going to continue to have neighbors frustrated and your staff frustrated when you get those calls. So I hope you focus on developing housing. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your efforts over the years as well. Okay, Janet, and then Janice, followed by Holly Wonder-Stiles, followed by Susie Dotson. Good afternoon, Janet.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing all of us to have you hear our voices, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lots of good suggestions. One I wanted to, with the shelters and homeless, and partnering, there are over a dozen schools that are closed in Sacramento County for immediate homeless shelters. They have heat and air, bathrooms. The junior high and high schools have showers. Each has the cafeteria, kitchen, and it can also be set up with, speaking of partnering, with other entities that have grants for education, and what better place than already a school that's set up. The different classrooms, you can work with people, short-term, certainly in the shelters to just get them up and out, but also they could be used for longer term with housing and having education for them. With the kitchen area, getting trained and having a certificate that they're a cook. All the schools have grass. It could so easily be turned into edible gardening, where there'll be the residents would be able to not just help participate in eating the food, but people get certificates as being a master gardener. All trees that are planted could be fruit bearing, but we have resources if we just partner that can cost a lot less than like tearing down a standing building and then rebuilding. That's about the most expensive thing you can do. The least expenses is using the resources that we have and partnering, getting education, getting the schools, things that are already up. And another thing with this wonderful woman about really emergency and even having like a tent city. And I'm just going to piggyback real quick. All of the schools also have offices where it'd be easy to have triage. come in for the schools. But Mr. Warren, the Sacramento City Council member, is bringing up this evening. Is my time up?
Yes, it is.
Okay. He has a plan with some ground in a location in Del Paso Heights where he wants to have an emergency, like, outdoor tent city shelter. So I hope you guys support that.
Okay. Thank you, Janet. Appreciate your comments, and thank you for the good suggestions. Okay, Holly, followed by Susie Dotson, followed by Gerald and Anna Franklin.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisor. My name is Holly Wonder Stiles, and I'm the Director of Housing Development for Mutual Housing California. Since 2011, we have operated Mutual Housing at the Highlands, a permanent, supportive housing community where we have had the pleasure of watching formerly homeless people shed that label of homelessness. We strongly support all the proposals presented today for addressing the homeless crisis. And given the clear benefits of permanent supportive housing, where on-site services are not just offered, but readily available at the same place where people live, we are particularly pleased today to see the inclusion of project-based vouchers in the proposals. Project-based vouchers are a critical piece of the puzzle when securing the operating and capital funding that can be used to create housing that is financially feasible over the long term. We look forward to the opportunity to have further conversations with SHRA as it develops the specific strategies for utilizing the vouchers. And in light of that, making sure that Sacramento is successful in accessing the No Place Like Home program and the resources that will be available through the state. And we also look forward to further conversations regarding the creation of new revenues for affordable housing so that we are sure to be able to build the housing for which project-based the vouchers are one piece of the puzzle, and capital sources will be another important part of the puzzle. Thank you.
Great, Holly. Thanks for your organization for the good work as well. Okay, Susie Dotson, then the Franklins, and then Eric Dismukes. Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Natoli, Board of Supervisors. Susie Dotson, Executive Director of Wind Youth Services and Co-Chair of the Sacramento Homeless Youth Task Force. I commend the county for the work and the efforts towards reducing homelessness, and I'm really excited about the P3 performance pilot that we're a part of, and the 100 SHRA housing vouchers that go along with it. However, I'd be remiss not to talk a little bit about the county proposal and its lack of ability to address the homeless youth population. Without strategies to address this population, homeless youth will become our next generation of chronically homeless. Sacramento currently has over 500 youth between 18 and 24 on a community queue, and they make up at least 15% of the overall homeless population. This is an overwhelming number because our youth shelters and youth housing programs are full to capacity. WIN's drop-in center saw nearly 1,000 unduplicated youth last year. When we were only able to house 70 out of those youth, and that was not due to lack of trying, it was just due to lack of resources. Youth experience high levels of victimization while homeless, including sexual exploitation and labor trafficking. Homeless youth experience rape and assault rates 3 times higher than the general population. Homeless youth are 3 times more likely to be parenting as housed youth. Youth have unique developmental needs that will be ignored if we don't have intentional programming to address them. We cannot apply adult solutions to homeless youth. We are losing track of youth as they get lost into adult systems or choose to remain in unsafe environments rather than cope with the unknowns of adult shelters. Youth homelessness does not look like adult homelessness. By only focusing on the chronically homeless, we miss key opportunities to intervene and stabilize youth. Our dependence on HUD funds for most of our homeless programs is limiting our interventions for youth. We need to move upstream to prevent homelessness. We need to fund more transitional programs specifically focused on youth. We need to innovate programs that don't force youth into reliance on HUD funding, but instead help prevent youth from becoming homeless or intervene quickly to move them out of homelessness. We need to start investing in youth or we will never end the cycle of homelessness. When considering where to invest on solutions to end homelessness, please consider youth. The Sacramento Homeless Youth Task Force is filled with adults and youth who believe that Sacramento can end youth homelessness. Please partner with us to make ending youth homelessness a reality. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Susie. Thank you for your work and that of your organization. Okay, we have Gerald and Anna Franklin, and followed by Eric Dismukes, followed by Heidi Stauffer.
Good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, folks. I'm going to speak briefly about the homeless situation. We're currently homeless, me and my family, and we're in the Next Move program. Okay, we want to go ahead and address the people to let you guys know that the program does help if you utilize it right, okay? There's different programs for us and our children to better success and move forward in our situation. I agree, there's too many vacant buildings, there's too many families that are homeless, and too much that you guys can do more, I believe, and we ask that you do. There shouldn't be any reason why there's a family out there today. That's my son, actually. He wants his 2 cents in, I guess. But yes, we appreciate what you guys are doing, and we ask that you just do a little more for those who haven't been helped yet, like me and my family. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Good. Well, thank you, Gerald. Good luck to you and to your family. Thanks. Okay, Eric, and then Eric will be followed by Heidi. Hi, Eric.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to let you know that I am a member of the homeless community myself, and I'm also with Next Move, and I would like to say that they do their best in helping a person help himself by, giving him all the resources that he needs to talk to someone, a peace of mind. My counselors and my caseworkers have been very well in keeping me informed on the different situations on what's going on out there and what I need to tap into to make my situation better for myself and my daughter. And they just, they help us out a lot. The people that really want to be helped and get on with their lives and everything, they tap into those people. And, if you're doing what you're supposed to do, you should be successful in, maintaining that, getting out of the homeless situation into a safe home for yourself and your family. That's pretty much all I need to say today, and thank you, everyone. You guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you both to Eric and certainly to the Franklins for being here, and we wish you well, certainly, and again, appreciate your voices here today. So, all right, next Heidi, and then followed by Jeffrey Tardigue will be our last speaker on this item today that I have signed up anyway. Okay.
Good evening. Heidi Stauffer, Director of Finance for St. John's Program for Real Change. And St. John's here in Sacramento provides crisis intervention, mental health services, alcohol and other drug services, shelter and transitional housing, family reunification services, employment services, and many other services to the women and children that we serve. Homeless women and children in Sacramento County are of the most vulnerable population. St. John's is a current recipient of CalWORKs funding for its shelter program. And like others have said, our program is geared toward transitional housing and other services, shelter as well. And in light of the imminent threat of the loss of the CalWORKs funding, we want to recognize the county and the staff's hard work in developing a plan that acknowledges that there are multiple pathways to families lifting themselves up and out of homelessness, including rapid rehousing, but as well as comprehensive supportive services like those offered by St. John's. We look forward to the continued partnership, potentially through the allocation of general fund dollars to help us continue to provide these services in Sacramento County. So thank you to the board and to the staff.
Great. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you to your program and to your work in helping families and children. Okay, I had Davi Rodriguez. Did Davi return? He signed up on this. And then Jeffrey Tardigue spoke earlier. I saw he was back in the chambers. Did Jeff leave? Okay. Anyone else that I didn't call upon that signed up to speak on item 51 and 52? All right. Thank you all very much. We'll bring it then back to the board for questions or any other comments, and we'll have Nav you sum up in a moment, but we kind of cut the questions short, so let me ask any board member any questions about the staff report? Comments? I'd just like to, a couple then, not so much questions, I think, but comments that may reflect some of the things you heard here today, and a lot of good words for, I think, the work that's been done thus far. But I guess I would just ask our staff, I think heard a lot about coordinated entry, and I think the efforts being made, this goes more to item 52, and obviously the recommendation that we move some of the money that's currently been dedicated to Sacramento Steps Forward for both the navigators, but also for the rapid rehousing. But I guess the coordinated entry piece of this, and there was suggestions made, as I heard them, that now we were setting up a third, I guess, pathway or a parallel system. And if I heard one thing clearly when our visit to San Francisco last week was that looking at their triage shelter, but this, the whole point, and you were there as well, Cindy, that, and I don't know if you heard the comment, but that the coordinated entry was a real important piece for certainly San Francisco and that community, and it's looking at its shelter system, its affordable housing, its entry into the system, and that they had been working for some time, when I think we certainly in this community have as well, but I think have gotten to a pretty good point thus far. Obviously, continue to work through some of the rougher spots. But so I guess I would ask you kind of your thoughts, and you heard the comments that I heard here today, and what about that?
So the comments I heard at San Francisco was that they place everyone that comes to the shelter on the coordinated entry path to resources from the continuum of care. I did not hear that they take folks from coordinated entry, and in fact, many coordinated entry systems do not encompass shelters. So I may have heard that slightly different. I think there are currently likely more than 3 rails of how to get to services, and in fact, there is not a single place to go, period. Even if coordinated entry were the only game in town, there is no number, there is no place to go. Can we be compatible with a frequent user approach that really targets on an objective basis who is using the most expensive services and are homeless with a coordinated entry? I think that was one of the most promising comments I heard, that those are not incompatible, that they can work together. And in fact, programs that are operating in Los Angeles, Santa Clara, et cetera, recognize the value of a frequent user approach to target resources. So I think it would be important for us to work together. I think it would be important for us to contribute to the development of coordinated entry. We have done some of that, and we will continue to do that to make sure it's functioning for all of the continuum of care programs. There's new resources coming online through the loss of the Mather money in a new application that VOA was successful in. Those have to integrate. So there's a lot of issues right now for coordinated entry. There are many, many resources. Most of those on page 3, as well as other resources, are not in coordinated entry. So I think it's a little bit not clear to say everything's in coordinated entry. A part of the continuum of care, HUD funding is, and a part of ESG, Emergency Solutions Grant, is, as they are required to be. HUD came out with new requirements. I think it's important that we all look together at what is working and what is not, especially in light of those new requirements, including a really short list, not a long queue that gives people no hope. And that's where I would think we could marry the approach of a really deeper prioritization than's currently occurring.
And who's going to be responsible for that?
That working together part, or?
Oh, that's everybody's responsibility to work together, but who's going to be responsible for what you just said, though?
Which part? I'm sorry, for
making
them work?
Yeah, pulling that together.
We will be happy to participate and lead that. To make sure that I think there's a much broader issue in that we have no clear pathway now to services in any of our systems. The fact that people are assessed doesn't mean there's a clear pathway to services. So I think it's a broad issue that there's not a simple solution, and we are more than happy to take leadership and work on that with SSF and others.
Well, and again, I do think that we need to, to be a party to that, certainly SSF and, cities and other social service providers and so forth. However that comes, I don't begin to even understand all those entry points, but I get what you're saying. I certainly heard the comments about being consumer friendly, about coordinated entry, and I appreciate the distinction that you offered in what we heard in San Francisco. I guess I would say that should be part of it's part of the challenge for all of us. There's been work done to try to get there, but it may never be a perfect system. But I wouldn't want to lose sight of that. We go off and work on our, frequent user piece of it and do some other things. And we're doing what we said you're going to do. But I think there's this broader picture, and I think that's part of the collaboration, coordination, and yet. People are busy, they're tasked with a lot of different things, and they're working with the immediacy of homelessness or serving particular clients or folks in need. And yet I think that's probably key to a framework that then provides, I think, a solid foundation for whoever is working in that system and whoever enters that system. And I think it could help to ensure quick attention to issues when there's the ability to serve, but also will allow us, I think some of the questions that I heard Supervisor Kennedy ask a couple of speakers was, as we collect data, as we know, and to your point you made earlier about pushing a button when you reach out to other partners that could help offer information, not just about data, but about real people in need. And so I guess I would hope that as a part of this, there's a lot of work embedded in what's being offered here and proposed, but to me that's a key piece, and I would want to make sure we have focus on that. I don't necessarily put it on your shoulders, but obviously you're the homeless coordinator for the County of Sacramento. We have a very big role and big stake in this, and you're going to bring a lot of resources with decisions yet to come to the table. And I think part of that, though, is to be sure that folks that we need to reach are reachable, but also that they don't just get kind of put in the circuit and you're on some list somewhere. That doesn't work very well.
If I could circle back also to the rest of the SHRA resources and wiring those, we haven't talked at all about how folks will enter those programs, if you will. Not exactly a program, but I think SHRA is interested in looking at that as well. And so I think sitting down with all of the partners on all of the resources and wiring them as we can.
Okay, I guess I would ask maybe through you or to Nad that we be the convener for that and take that as one of our tasks as a part of this overall effort, unless there's disagreement with my colleagues. But I think that's a key piece going forward.
Sure.
Okay. I just want. Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Before you leave that,
Sure.
I'd like to dovetail off.
Okay, you bet.
Your line of thinking there and your
Sure.
comments. I think your point is very well taken in terms of what I would take to be a statement about this board's allegiance to our constituents, both the neighborhoods that deal with the impact of homelessness, but certainly the families, the individuals that are homeless themselves. They are as much our constituents as anyone else. My allegiance certainly is to making sure that we're operating on all cylinders firing. I want to know from the county executive whether or not we are going to have a better understanding before June when we're asked to, make some big decisions about taxpayer dollars to fortify these parts of the continuum we've been talking about this afternoon, whether or not we're going to have a clear or a foggy picture of coordinated entry, whether it's steps forward, doing it relative to some of the new elements that we're introducing with what's being proposed today, or the other way around. Again, my allegiance isn't to agencies. It's to how best to accomplish the task. So it seems to me that would be the logical thing to pursue, would to have that clear picture before we're asked to commit millions of taxpayer dollars.
I mean, we will work with SACSTEF forward, SHRA, and get as clear of a picture as we can prior to June.
And I mean, maybe the response is that it's a refinement of what's being proposed today in terms of what the county feels, what we think we can do best, Or it may be, further discussions with others about the need for data and how best to have the dashboard that others talk about to understand where clients are going to be best served and which parts of the continuum at any given point in time. I feel a need to, at this point, I'm going to have some other comments later, to really chime in and stress the importance of understanding the system before we start committing large amounts of tax dollars.
Okay. Then I just had two other quick things. Spoke to it earlier this afternoon, and I would like to see, using other word we've already heard this afternoon, a more robust discussion about motel conversion, about, there was, staff touched upon it, certainly as it related to, how we might issue some bond capacity where the county then could be, either create some loans and or capital for construction. Again, I don't know, all the ins and outs of that. Obviously, we have some, limitations, but it seems to me that whether it's converting and or purchasing, or participating in some way with certainly the affordable housing piece of this, and whether it's long-term supported housing or some sheltering, there's some opportunities. The marketplace offers them. Again, I don't know what all it would take to do that. It's not just about having the money. It's obviously the practicalities of going out into the marketplace and acquiring properties and so forth, but and manage them long-term. The agency was able to do that over the course of many years, but some of the tools are still there, but money's not there. And so I guess now I think in light of everything that's here, that's an important piece, because I think that gets to some of the issues we hear about that really underlie our ability to strike quickly to help folks. But then what do you do in the long term? But we also know we've got some blights in properties that are cancers in our neighborhood that could be adaptable. They could actually be turned around. And again, maybe we don't have to own them, but bring some capacity to the system. And so I'm going to continue to stress that. And that, to me, for that initial capital investment with partners, and then maybe private sector partners, maybe some of the nonprofits or not-for-profits that are here in this room, or others that are representing the community, that to me needs to be a piece that I think we need to maintain. Folks, we get caught up in discussions about budget and what program we fund and how many beds are created and how many slots are created and so forth. That to me, though, this conversion piece or addressing those properties and trying to find some solution sets needs to get some more focus. Again, I know we've been working on a lot of different fronts here, but I would just ask that. And lastly, I would just comment, relates to, again, some of the long-term financing you've recommended, at least for our consideration, and it will come back in budget, using general fund. It may be that we bring that conversation about the boomerang funds, because that's actually, by what was quoted here today, a lesser amount than what's being recommended out of the general fund, but it's an amount that will grow annually, and it may be a way for this board and certainly successor boards at least to have some connectivity to what once was, which no longer is, but could be as it relates to having some definition around that. Because again, I know full well that general fund dollars can ebb and flow, and we're going to see that this year, not unlike other years, and that when times get tough, then we have to look at all the resources, all the services. To Supervisor Cerna's point, there's never enough. But it may be that at least that source, it becomes a source, I say dedicated in the sense that there's a recognition of the ties that that money flows from. So I'd like us to take a look at that. Good. Thanks. Okay, let me, then I think if there's no other questions, and then let's go to comments, and we'll entertain some motions here on both items 51 and 52. So I have Mr. Cerna, and then the rest of the board members will come right down the line if you like. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank both SHRA staff and our staff, Cindy and Paul, certainly Michelle and her staff from SHRA. I think over the last 45 days, there's been a very, very deliberate effort to really tease out quite a bit of detail since the last discussion we had with our colleagues from the city of Sacramento. At the time, I think there was some consternation expressed about not working faster, but as I think I recall saying in these chambers is that we necessarily had to give staff the time to be thorough, and I think it's paid off. I think what we see today with both board letters, both staff reports, is some very thoughtful approaches to options, which any decision-making body can appreciate in terms of big decisions. So I first want to start with my thanks to staff for doing what I think is a very, very commendable job of providing this board with the information we need to make these decisions. I want to secondly thank everyone that took time out of their busy schedules to be here today, and certainly in meetings past to get us to this point. I think it's quite serendipitous, quite frankly, that we began down this path as a board about this time last year because of growing concerns from our constituents that were calling us or emailing us or showing up at the end of board hearings to express their discontent with the status quo. And I think what they were met with is agreement by this board that the status quo is not acceptable. That has been an ongoing theme, I think, not just by this board, but all of our local governments here in Sacramento County and throughout the region, that the status quo is unacceptable when it comes to dealing with this very complicated subject of homelessness in our communities. I think it's serendipitous that we now have a mayor in our largest city in the county that wasted no time to make this his centerpiece issue, and so it really came along at the right time as far as I'm concerned, even after we had established momentum to seek change and pursue some initiatives early last spring, pursue some ideas that have really gotten us to this point where we have those options I just mentioned in front of us. So didn't thank him before he left, but certainly in absentia I want to give my thanks, sincerest thanks to Mayor Steinberg for his focused attention, continued attention on this subject, and we certainly welcome his partnership to get to a place that we can be satisfied with eventually and that our constituents can join us. I guess I want to say that the full service rehousing shelter idea, formerly low barrier triage, is the one component part, again, that I throughout the last several months have been most focused on because of the nature of the district I represent and having the lower reach of the American River Parkway in the district, and since being elected to this board, dealing with the impacts of homelessness, again, both the human and social cost of it on the parkway, almost on a daily basis. It really does consume a great deal amount of my time, my staff's time, responding to constituents' rightful concerns about safety issues, garbage and human waste issues on the parkway. It's completely unacceptable, and the two are inextricably linked in terms of the condition of our parkway and the ability to address homelessness in a satisfactory way. And so for me, the full service rehousing shelter really is that greatest missing link in our continuum, that if it is the will of this board to approve it and we work out the siting eventually, and certainly the funding will be, I think, one of the most pronounced additive aspects of what we do on the homelessness front anywhere in the region. If you think about it, and this is a really sad statement to say out loud, but I'm going to say it anyways, the city and the county of Sacramento have more infrastructure in place to shelter animals than we do people, if you think about it. We have a great animal shelter out on Bradshaw. You know, the city has their shelter down on Front Street, but it really is a travesty that we don't have anything under our direct oversight. So I think, you know, with a full service rehousing shelter, that would change. And it would be a change for the better, and it would, again, leave us actually more accountable to you, the public, for making sure that we have an effective means of entry into our continuum of care. So that's the part that, just like the other aspects, that excites me about what we're doing here today. I do want to share an idea, and I gave our county executive and our chair the heads up before the meeting, just briefly share an idea that we might want to introduce between now and the time that we actually appropriate funds in June and have the next steps of this conversation. And that is, this county remains the second largest public employer, at least, second only to the it's second only to the state of California in terms of its employment. We have 12,000 people that work for this organization. And it occurred to me on the drive in today, coming in the back way through Bannon Street and seeing people, homeless folks flocking to different service organizations, that as one of the largest employers anywhere in the region, why aren't we also having a conversation right now about how we might have some element of our employment practices that prioritize formerly homeless, formerly chronically homeless. And I'm not sure what that number is, but we have so many different things that employees are responsible for in this organization, everything from street cleaning to the CEO's office and everything in between. It seems to me that there's ample opportunity to think carefully about how we might expand employment opportunities for those folks that are struggling to come out of homelessness, that are looking to be self-sufficient. And of course, we all know that to do that in large part, you need to have a source of income. So to me, that seems like a very appropriate adjunct to the conversation we've had today. So I'd like to encourage, along with the motion that hopefully will be made here shortly, I may do it myself, that we add that to our to-do list to explore how we might look at the organization itself, Sacramento County, as a resource to enhance employment opportunities for formerly chronically homeless. I think that's all I wanted to say. Again, thanks to everyone, especially the advocates. We have no shortage of terrific nonprofits here in our region and in our county dedicated to helping different parts of the homeless population, whether it be St. John Shelter or WIN Youth Services or Next Move or VOA. We absolutely cannot do what we're trying to do without you. If you think about it, we rely so heavily on our network of shelters now. That's in one part why I think we're having this discussion is we really need to find that capacity and have some skin in the game. Now's the time.
Okay, thanks, Mo. Okay, Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. I won't repeat everything that my colleagues have said, though I agree with what they have said. A couple of things, and I've already voiced much of this already, but I'll say again. I'm still, I've been a supporter and believer in the triage center for a long time, regardless of what you call it. We had Jeffrey was here earlier and said you should go down to San Diego. I did a couple of weeks ago and took a look at what they're doing. They're doing good stuff. I'm still a little concerned that we are tying the triage center, now the full-service rehousing shelter, to direct housing on site. And Cindy made me feel a little better about that in her comments. But I want to be able to offer those services and then push people out to other housing as well, and not just make it a one-stop center. You get the triage and then you go to housing on site, but make it available to homeless people who are going to go to a variety of different places, even emergency shelters. And within triage, Supervisor Cern, I see, it as being more than simply looking at a person's medical issues and housing issues, but also looking at things like employment. I mean, I think a full service is just that. Full service, I can see offering, legal assistance to help people who have legal barriers that are keeping them from getting housing, and help them in that way too. So I really want to be very creative, and I know that what we do here today and what we do even in the next 6 months to a year isn't going to be necessarily where we are in 2 years. We're going to continue to evolve, and we're going to fine tune it. But I hope that we'll look at the full service what is it called now?
Rehousing shelter.
Rehousing shelter. I'm going to go with triage. I hope that we will, continue to see that can play a bigger role than what I'm currently hearing, and maybe I'm mishearing. A couple of the other things I did talk about, I'd like to look at strategies going forward and get a little creative. I think Cindy used the word, that's where we can get creative with certain strategies. I think I would like to see looking at a shared housing model. I've seen it work throughout the community, and I'd like to see that become a part of the conversation. And I also want to see that we don't skirt around the boomerang funds anymore, and we actually look at there's a clear nexus there, and it did leave a hole that we can easily patch by making those a part of the ongoing conversation and not have to revisit that discussion every time we look at budget. So just some of my, on the other hand, I didn't want to say I would repeat what my colleagues said, but I want to get that Supervisor of the Year certificate from staff one time, and just say that I too, have to say that you guys did some amazing heavy lifting. I mean, from the work that SHRA did before the commission and before us today. I thought that the report you did before SHRA's commission was one of the most balanced, well thought out staff reports I've seen in a very long time. And Cindy and Paul and everybody involved, you shouldn't name names because you'll leave someone out, but you've all just done a great job of listening to us, listening to the community, and really making some hard calls. And so I really appreciate the work that you've done. So.
Thank you. They'll get shorter and shorter as it goes down the line as you just absorb everything that's already been said. But I do want to repeat, thank you for all the work that was done. I know both SHRA staff and county staff have been under a lot of pressure to get this work done, and it's new work. It's I feel like we're taking a leap in a new direction by going after the chronically homeless, and I'm somewhat concerned about that because I don't want it to affect negatively the people that are easier to help, but I'm willing to take that leap with you. And now that you're not so completely wrapped up in this subject, Lachelle, I'd like to have some more help from you in putting together financial models on the motels. I haven't wanted to bug you about that because you had a lot on your plate. But I am collecting information, and I'd like to have something together in the next month or so I can talk to people about it. So thank you for this, again, for staff for all this work, and I'm going to cross my fingers. Hope it works.
Very good.
Well, I just want to thank the staff, Lachelle, Paul, Cindy, and executive staff for, I guess this has been going on for quite a while, months. And it was a comprehensive report. It was very aggressive. It talks about addressing changes in funding that make it challenging for us, and shifting resources, and it was very well done. I also want to echo what Supervisor Cerna said regarding we're listening, and we do have limited resources and the needs are growing, and so it's not easy, the decisions that are made regarding the budget. This will be my first time through the budget process, and it'll be interesting to see how that all comes together. I did have a couple of things that came to my mind. There is a lot of local community outreach. There are the local heart organizations, and I want to thank Mr. Foley and SAC Steps Forward for the work that you've done with the local residents and businesses who really, and the faith-based community who really want to make a difference. I wonder if there's a way that we can incorporate, the concept of, rather than give them fish, teach them how to fish, teach our local nonprofits and all those people with a big heart like Justin who want to make a difference, how to organize those wraparound services so that the community is actually wrapping around these people and actually helping us make something happen. I also want to mention that District 4, I like the idea that you were looking in the unincorporated areas for resources and shelters. We do have homeless people in each of our areas that do not want to come. They don't want to go to a different city. They live in our city. They're part of our, like Phil said, they're my constituents. So having more local resources makes it easier on our police and sheriff that are working out in the outside areas of the county. The 150 vouchers, Lachelle, the work that you did was just incredible, because you took a really hard situation where we were concerned about fair housing, and are we going to be able to prioritize, how do you prioritize one and exclude the others, but you didn't exclude the others, and I really liked the way you did that, and I thought that was magical the way you made that happen. Congratulations on that. And then I just want to quickly mention regarding the bonds. There was some mention of bonds in the report, and the fact that, you know, maybe an $8 million bond at 6% amortized over 30 years costs the taxpayers $280 million or something like that. The challenge, I'd have to think about that. The concern I have is that we don't know, you know, with homelessness, it seems like we can never just find the answer. There isn't one answer. And so if you establish, debt around one solution that doesn't work over time, now you're paying the bill on that while you're trying to move on. And so my input relating to the bonds would be, can we look at, I like Supervisor Peters' ideas about the motels. I know it costs money to rehab and do all that, but are there facilities that are already there that we can utilize and make those work? And I just, I guess with that, this is a good start, and in concept, I support moving forward, and thank the staff for a lot of, I know a lot of hard work went into that, so those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, and just before we entertain a motion here, then I would just thank my colleagues certainly for your patience, and I think not only the input that we give when we come together collectively, but certainly individually as we channel what we hear from folks in the communities that we represent throughout the county of Sacramento, whether they be in cities or unincorporated area communities. I would just acknowledge, too, that we received several pieces of correspondence from business partners, from other interested parties, certainly groups that, and organizations that advocate and provide services, but also those that I think recognize, as has been said here many times, the issue, the problems, the folks who are not only enduring the immediate situation of homelessness, but also then the impacts to their community, to their neighborhood, to their business. And so I think what we see today, certainly in the work that's been brought forward by county staff and by SHRA staff and leadership in both of those groups, but certainly other partners. And I guess I would just say that I appreciate the interest that the city of Sacramento, certainly the mayor and the council there, other city councils. I know that I had the opportunity with both SHRA and county staff to visit both the Rancho Cordova and Elk Grove city councils while they were in session. We had correspondence and representatives from both of those entities. I know we have a representative from Rancho Cordova here today who's been here through the entirety of the hearing. And I believe my colleague, Supervisor Frost, did outreach to both Citrus Heights and Folsom. And I know county staff reached out to both the city of Galt and the city of Ileton. And so it's been an inclusive process. One, obviously, it's had a lot of moving parts, but I think reflects, obviously, the depth of the issue and certainly the breadth of the solution sets that have been suggested. And but it's not all about money or resources. That's obviously key to doing a number of things we want to achieve. But I think it's the will and the commitment to look at things differently and recognize that each of those circumstances that we're talking about as it relates to individuals and families and their particular needs, they require a good deal of attention. Some are easier than others, as Ms. Peters said, but I think that there's an opportunity here to do something that's going to move us in a direction that hopefully we can all be proud of. Again, it'll be one where the success may be measured in many different ways, but knowing that we can help folks and do it hopefully in a cost-effective manner, but address some of the housing problems, but also the challenges that folks face in their particular sets of circumstances in their own lives. And so I'm certainly encouraged by that. I want to thank Nav and Michelle, and certainly folks from the cities for their collaborative effort on a governmental basis, but also our nonprofit partners, the advocates, and the folks who've been here on many occasions over the years to advocate for allocation of resources, but also for us to hopefully do things that will make a difference in our community as a whole, but certainly in our parts of the world in this great county. So with that, I'll entertain a motion. We can take out both items 51 and 52 together, I believe, since we sit both as the Housing Authority and the Board of Supervisors as it relates to the motions before us. So,
Chair?
Yes, Mr. Starr.
I'd like to move that we adopt the resolution that SHRA has prepared for this board's consideration. And then my understanding is that the recommended action on 52 is more general direction, is it not?
There's 4 items that you're going to be approving. It's general direction, you correct?
General, that we give staff the general direction, affirmative general direction that is detailed in those board letter under those 4 items.
Correct.
Okay. And before we vote, I'd ask to indulge me one last time. I would just want to make sure we thank Ann Edwards and her staff, especially Eduardo, Megan, Victor, who else? Julie.
Everybody's seated up on that side of the room.
Yeah,
so.
these are
A couple
all
scattered out there, mostly over there. I don't know what is about this right side over there.
I don't know.
Up here?
They can tend to hide in the shadows up there. But these are all, for those of you that don't know, these are all our committed Department of Human Assistance staff. And let me tell you, they are indeed some special people, especially with what we saw this last few months with the wet and the cold weather, and them going above and beyond to make sure that people that were literally living, in some cases, without even tents, had a warm, dry place to stay. So I want to make sure that before we do vote, that we acknowledge the hard work and contribution of our dedicated Department of Human Assistance staff.
Great.
So that's my motion.
Okay.
Bill, to clarify, you mentioned 1 through 4. Were you talking about just item 52?
No. We're taking 51 and 52 together.
You moved 51.
That's correct.
I thought we were, but you only mentioned 1 through 4, so I just wanted
1
to
through 4 and 52.
We're giving general
52
direction
okay.
on 1 through 4.
Okay, so we have item 51, the recommendations embedded in there with the
Resolution.
vouchers in the resolution,
Right.
and then item 52, the 4 points of
Right.
direction. So.
Thank you. I just need to clarify there.
Good, no, good. And Supervisor Frost?
I just wanted to, on item 51, I wanted to request, because I know in that report, it talks about 150 vouchers the first year, another 150 the next year, another 150 the next year, but with the specific request included that we're reporting back frequently, because I think that's ambitious. If we can't put them to work, why give 450, basically?
That's correct. One of the things that we should have mentioned is that we do plan on coming back to you twice a year to give you a status update on what's happening with 51, what's happening with 52, so that way rolling into next year's budget in June, you will have an idea of what the progress has been.
Yeah, thank you, yeah.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and clearly understood that we're adopting recommendations on item 51 on behalf of the Housing Authority and Redevelopment Agency, and then giving direction under the 4 items. And you added to your motion then relative to taking a look at the employment aspect?
With frequent report backs.
Okay. And I think you noticed some other questions that come out of that obviously will be embedded in the report back. Okay. If there's nothing further, then please vote.
Unanimous vote.
5-0, as good as it gets. So, okay. With that, thank you all very much. We have some other items to be on the agenda, off agenda. Okay, please exit quietly. We're still going to be in session. We have...
Good luck.
Please exit quietly. We're still in session. Okay, I'll give you a moment to exit.
I just don't want them.
Sometimes the gavel comes down on you.
Yeah, I know. That's right. Okay. Okay, we have one more regular scheduled agenda item, then we have speakers that we have a joint request by a number of speakers, and I'm going to allocate a block of time. We also have two other off-agenda speakers. I think it's Gina Knight and Karen Klinger, so we will take all those comments before we move to adjournments and supervisors' comments. So let's take the last action item, which is item 53. Flo, if you could, very quickly.
Okay. Item 53 are your nominations. You are continuing to April 25th, Fair Oaks Cemetery District, Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board. You are continuing to May 9th, Cemetery Advisory Commission, Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council, County Service Area 4C Delta, Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council, In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Board, North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council, Sacramento County Redevelopment Successor Agency Oversight Board, Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee, Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And for your items today, your first is Adult and Aging Commission. Mr. Natoli?
Yes, we have the chiefs have interviewed. Recommendations are to nominate James Donovan, Linda Kingsbury, Emmanuel Petrosor, and Marie Sasson, general public representatives, and then to continue the remainder to April 25th, 2017.
Okay. For Arden Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Peters.
Please continue to April 11th.
Okay. Next is the Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council. Ms. Peters.
I'd like to reappoint David Peterson and nominate Theodore Walter to the CPAC and continue the remainder to April 25th.
Next is the Children's Coalition. Mr. Natoli.
Yes, the chiefs interviewed, and they recommend Andrew Keller for public consumer seat and Danielle Cullum for public consumer seat as well, and then continue the remainder at April 25th.
Okay. And Disability Advisory Commission, Mr. Natoli.
Recommend to continue that until April 11, 2017. There's an interview pending.
Okay. Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee.
Continued April 11, 2017. Interview pending.
I have reappointing Michael Kraft.
Oh, Michael Kraft is that I didn't.
Well, maybe I didn't hear you.
Yeah, no, I didn't note that. I had it as a comment, so I guess we nominate Michael Kraft and then continue the other one. There's an interview pending, so I wasn't sure of my notes here.
Okay,
Thanks.
so we're nominating Michael Kraft and continuing to April 11th.
Right.
Okay. Right. Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council, Ms.
I'd like to reappoint Harry Azar.
Okay. And Public Health Advisory Board.
Okay, the chiefs have reviewed these, recommend nominating Martha Moon at the Public Health Professional category, along with Farla Kaufman, likewise in Public Health Professional category, and then also recommending Emmanuel Petrosor in the Health seat, and then close the filing for the community member, continue to April 11th, please.
We did just nominate Mr. Petrosor to Adult and Aging. Can he serve on two commissions? Is there any conflict there? Assuming it's the same person.
Yeah, I did too. I noted that, so I don't know. I don't know if anybody coordinated that or not.
I'll follow up
Why don't we
with
do that? So yeah, those are both nominations, so if we get some clarification, we aren't making the appointment today, but let's...
the nomination,
Yeah,
correct.
let's figure that out, yeah.
And I'll follow up before
Okay.
the adoption at the next meeting.
Yeah, good.
Okay, and then for Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council,
I nominate Susie Shields.
okay. And then Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Commission,
I'd like to reappoint Michael Alcalay.
okay. And then that concludes your nominations.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we have some folks that have been waiting very patiently in the audience, and we can denote most of them by their red attire. And with that, we have off-agenda items that I'd like to speak to. And since we have a group, I'm going to allot 15 minutes we have like 7 speakers signed up, and so we would do under a block of time. So I have them in a particular order. I'll call you in that order. So if you give more or less time, I'm going to put 15 minutes on the clock for all of you to do the presentation. You don't have to use all that, but it should be sufficient. So, okay, with that, we have Jana Lepage and Debbie Nussbaum first, and Angela Cox. Hello. So let me get the clock set here.
Well, thank you for hearing us in this late hour this evening. I am Jana LePage. I'm an RN case manager in California Children's Services. I am a 3-decade employee in county service, and we are here to talk to you today about the state of nurses in the county of Sacramento. Everyone has an opinion on the role of government, and that was very evident on the proceedings we had just witnessed. There will always be more demands on government than available resources. Therefore, you as leaders will always be burdened with making the difficult decision. However, rallying for county nurses is not one of those difficult decisions. The county is in the healthcare business, like it or not. And this is not about us as individuals. This is about who we are on the county's behalf. If we are to be leaders in our field and valuable problem-solving partners for the county and their issues with safety and probation and correction, child protective services, maternal child health, homelessness, and public health, then we have to be able to attract new graduates to experienced professionals. Today, the county is 30% below the market rate in nurses' salaries in our area. We are not asking to lead the market or even to be in the top 10%. However, being at 30% below market simply does not allow us to help you recruit the type of individual that will help team up to find solutions that are needed to meet present and future complex healthcare challenges. We as nurses can be your best partners in creating the solutions our community deserves. However, we cannot do this when we can't compete for the best and the brightest in our profession. And are you aware that nurses were voted the most honest and ethical of professionals for 15 consecutive years by the American public by the Gallup poll? Nurses are voted over medical doctors and law enforcement officers. Nurses draw on that trust to engage with our clients, to improve their health, and advocate for them to improve for the quality of care in this country. We are in historical times as far as change in our health care. The shift has begun from the acute care setting to the community setting like never before, and the shift is coming fast. The county needs to respond. Don't just follow the trend, be the trend. Give your county nurses leverage so that our clients will continue to receive evidence-based practice and standard of care to help them meet their optimal health care needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, next is Debbie, then Debbie's followed by Angela, and then followed by Kelly.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Nussbaum, and I'm a public health nurse with the In-Home Supportive Services IHSS program. I've been a nurse with Sacramento County for over 27 years, and I was a hospital nurse for over 5 years before I came to work for this county. I make home visits for the elderly and disabled residents of Sacramento County who are IHSS recipients. The clients are referred to me by the social workers in this program because the clients' medical needs are not being met. All of the clients are low income, and for many, English is not their primary language. I perform health and safety assessments in the homes, and I advocate for my clients and help coordinate their medical care. I collaborate with the healthcare system, including insurance companies, doctors' offices, pharmacies, rehab facilities, hospitals, home health, as well as many community organizations to ensure the health and safety needs of my clients are met. Of the nurses currently working for Sacramento County, approximately 40% could retire today, and in 4 years, the number jumps to 70%. I have seen a lot of turnover of nurses within the county in the last couple of years, and approximately 75% of the new nurses coming to Sacramento County as public health nurses do not have the required hospital experience that I had, and I'm concerned the county will not be able to recruit experienced public health nurses because the wages are not competitive. I'm not really speaking for myself when I ask for a wage increase, but for help recruiting the new nurses that will take over for me when I retire. The vulnerable population we serve deserves the opportunity to work with experienced nurses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David.
Good afternoon, supervisors, and thank you for the opportunity to give voice to concerns from our nurses. My name is Angela Cox, and I have been employed as a public health nurse here in the county for nearly 22 years. For the majority of those years, I took pride knowing we nurses were providing excellent and safe care to the vulnerable communities. In the difficult years of 2008 and 9, when budget cuts were implemented, unfortunately, nursing lost 20% of its positions. To the amazement of many, those remaining nurses stretched thin took on more and more, working diligently to provide that same level of quality care to a county whose population was growing all the larger. In 2014, overworked county nurses began noticing that more and more nursing positions were being filled now with non-county staff, non-county registry staff. Shortly thereafter, it was noticed that specialized nursing duties that require licensed staff were now being reassigned to non-licensed staff. When county staff expressed concern to nursing management, the response given was that management could no longer get experienced RNs to sign on with the low pay that the county offered. Unfortunately, the substitution of highly trained nurses for those without the proper licensure or adequate experience has not been devoid of consequence. Sure enough, morale significantly worsened as decisions by those without the right knowledge base went from bad to worse. Management began to ignore directives stipulated by program funding from the state of California, putting entire programs at risk for cuts. At this present time, not a month goes by without a fellow nurse bringing to the Committee of Professional Performance evidence of medical error or omission of sound judgment. These errors are being made because these new nurses to the county lack the required skill set, once mandatory, to do the job in a safe and prudent manner. The skill set threshold has been lowered in order to fill these underpaid positions. The few seasoned nurses remaining try to remedy these errors as much as possible when they come to our attention. With such few experienced staff remaining, and with nursing management at top deaf to the concerns of its senior nurses, it remains very plausible that other mistakes are being missed. Please do what you can, honorable supervisors, to make our wages equitable to basic local standards so as to bring better qualified nurses with their valuable skill set back to our county. This will be a beginning step to help protect your nurses and the patients they serve. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. Next is Kelly, then followed by Sharon Brown, and then Eva Simpson-Dill.
Hi, you guys. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be up here with you. I really appreciate it. My name is Kelly Ward. I'm a public health nurse with Sacramento County Primary Care Clinic. I work as a triage nurse and do navigation services for the Healthcare for the Homeless program. I also worked with Adult Protective Services prior to that, serving the elderly and dependent adults within our community. What I currently do in the Healthcare with the Homeless program is we assess clients for medical urgency, focusing on primary prevention efforts to keep as many of them outside of the emergency room as possible. It's extremely expensive that they're consistently using that as a revolving door. So our focus is to navigate them towards primary care services and ensure that those linkages are met. We also are responsible for screening for communicable disease, specifically for our program, tuberculosis screening. This tuberculosis screening is what grants homeless shelter clearance, and getting into the shelters is going to be lowering the number of homeless people camping out at the rivers and out in our local parks. They need to be cleared of communicable disease before they can be housed in large populations. Without the shelter, we all know that the human body can only take so much. We've seen this more recently with the Sentinel outcomes. The documented 87 homeless people recorded in 2016 as deceased by the county coroner's office out on the streets, one of which was a 28-year-old pregnant homeless woman who lost her life and the life of her unborn child because she was living on the streets and was hit by a car. The other two homeless men that died on the steps of City Hall within the same week just goes to show that where our needs are. When I worked with Adult Protective Services, the life of a community member was in danger. I served a woman. She was mute. She could not move. She could not eat by herself or advocate for herself. Her only advocate was her husband, and he loved her very dearly, but he didn't have the medical background to understand the urgency of her situation. I saved that woman despite the resistance of her husband, which was encouraged further by EMS personnel who do not have nursing backgrounds, but who sometimes do think that they know better than nurses or physicians. This patient had a pulmonary embolism. Had it not been my nursing assessment, she would have died that day. I bring up these scenarios because the things that your nurses are doing out in the community are so extremely vital and critically important for primary prevention. The assessments we do save lives. They keep the community safe from disease outbreaks. They keep more people without homes inside temporary shelter and outside of the view of your parks across the street. Public health nurses are responsible for several duties: monitoring for communicable disease outbreaks, supporting pregnant teenagers, reducing mortality rates of African American infants, responding to emergent child abuse crisis situations, and adult and elder abuse crisis situations. My question to you guys is, do you want to prevent Ebola and herpes and syphilis outbreaks in the community? Do you want to save infants from being dumped in garbage cans by terrified mothers who lack the support and the means to care for the children? Do you want to stop hearing on the news that another child was murdered by its mother's boyfriend? Would you like to know that if there's a public disaster, like the Oroville Dam breaking, that there are qualified, trained medical providers that will be dispatched to save you? The way you do that is by educating and empowering the nursing force that you have and providing a fair contract whose benefits aren't 20 to 30% below all surrounding competitive markets. Failing to do so and surviving on using expensive registry nurses and enticing new grads who I promise you will move on to higher benefits and higher pay will do nothing but cost the taxpayers more money, continue to promote system dysfunction, and continue to promote a turnover culture that digs us deeper into a hole instead of out of it. What we offer as nurses in this community is not something that can legally be deferred to an unskilled employee, medical assistant, or office assistant. The focus of public health nursing is to promote primary prevention, to get people set up with primary care services so it limits the fragmented care that they're receiving when they're in and out of random urgent cares and ER departments with no follow-up. We need you to help keep us strong and to keep this mission going.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay, Sharon and then Eva. Hi, Sharon.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sharon Brown. I have worked as a registered nurse for over 39 years. 17 of these years I have worked for Sacramento County in the Department of Health and Human Services in the Public Health Division. I stand before you as one of 140 RNs in Sacramento County, serving the 1,418,788 people in Sacramento County per the 2016-17 census. That is 10,134 constituents per RN. A lot of people. Sacramento County registered nurses are providing care, coordinating services in the county correctional facilities, mental health areas, and at least 16 public health programs. A few of these programs are for the infant health, communicable diseases, public health nursing services, child protective services, adult protective services, and, as was stated, greatly involved in the homeless program, which was interesting for today. Sacramento County nurses are also trained to respond to local and national emergencies as well as disasters. We are considered first responders, just like anyone else. Each area of nursing where a registered nurse works has a story to tell of how the Sacramento County RN has improved the quality of life and maybe even saved the life of an individual. Sherry Heller, director of the DHHS, in the December 29, 2016 issue of The Pulse, related the story of Carol Tucker, RN, public health nurse, in the Nurse Family Partnership program, who saved the life of a baby boy. This was an unscheduled visit. Ms. Tucker happened to be in the neighborhood of her patient and decided to check in on the baby and the family. When she got there, the baby was not breathing. Ms. Tucker called 911 and initiated CPR. She's a trained CPR nurse. The baby boy was revived, saved, and is currently thriving today and reaching his developmental milestones. This is who a Sacramento County RN is. She goes above and beyond. My long-term commitment to Sacramento County is not unique. 45% of the 140 RNs in the county of Sacramento have devoted 10 years or more to public service. 40% of these 140 RNs are eligible for retirement today, me being one of them, and 70% of these 140 RNs within the next 2 to 3 years. Who will be filling these positions? Retention and recruitment of qualified RNs to fill current open positions, as well as future openings, is crucial to the continuation of all nursing services in Sacramento County. California Nurses Association, Sacramento County, has been in contract negotiations since April 2016 with the County of Sacramento. This is soon 1 year. The economic package that Sacramento County has proposed, as well as the added cost to the nurse of an increased pension payment, the proposed wage increase of approximately 1% yearly, is disgraceful and it's unacceptable. Today, you as a Board of Supervisors this morning made the proclamation for the National Public Health Week for the County of Sacramento. I think that's ironic. How ironic is that? Without a competitive working environment and wages to recruit and retain registered nurses, National Public Health Week may become just that for Sacramento County, just a proclamation. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Okay, Eva, they left you 3 seconds, but I'm going to give you a couple minutes, so, okay?
I appreciate that.
Okay, all right. You're the last
I can
speaker.
talk fast, but not that fast.
No problem. That's right. I'm going to reset it for 2 minutes ago. Go ahead and introduce
Thank
yourself.
you. So good afternoon to distinguished board members and Mr. Chair. So my name is Eva, and I'm a nurse with Adult Protective Services. I have a special focus on the developmentally disabled, some of the most vulnerable in our county, and they very often have absolutely nobody to speak for them. Sometimes their family is unwilling or unable, but again, we service those that absolutely don't have a voice for themselves. So I wanted to speak today about the priorities and where the governing body chooses to allocate its resources, and funding speaks volumes for that body's priorities. Sacramento County is currently looking at a nurse staffing crisis and therefore a healthcare and safety crisis for these most vulnerable populations that have been mentioned here so far. It used to be that the county had a very competitive advantage to hiring skilled workforce and were able to justify a lower hourly wage because they were offered great medical coverage and good pension plans. Unfortunately, times have changed. With austerity measures eroding medical benefits at higher cost and pension reform forcing employees to pay more into their pensions, the county's competitive advantage has deteriorated. Private employers of nurses such as Kaiser Dignity Health are offering PEPRA competitive pensions and employer-paid health coverage for both employees and family, all the while having an hourly wage which has far outpaced that of the county. It's been mentioned before that they often earn 30% more than us. That's an entry-level wage. Once you've worked for them 10, 20, 15, 30 years, you're going to see 70 to 80% higher wages, and often much, much higher. Their ceiling goes way higher than ours. When looking at the top wage earners in nursing, they're not going to want to come to Sacramento County as an employee. When comparing to neighboring competitive and comparable counties, we are still 20 to 25% less than comparable counties. This has led the county into a position of facing a perfect storm scenario, wherein the county cannot recruit experienced nurses and struggles to recruit and retain new nurses. In February 2016, the county claimed it had nearly 30 vacant nursing positions they couldn't fill. From 2013 to 2016, the turnover rate was nearly 40%. This perfect storm is exacerbated by the fact that 40% of all the nurses can retire. You can look around this room. You can see that many of us are ready, if not today, very soon. So if the county's current wage proposal is woefully inadequate and cannot competitively advantage, it doesn't resolve the staffing crisis, and it could promote and assure that the perfect storm comes to pass, as nurses would be worse off due to these increased proposals, the increased cost. The county has repeatedly affirmed its expanding and deepening resolve to provide health care services to the most vulnerable, but who will provide that care when the county no longer has enough nurses to provide the care to this most vulnerable population? And it's time for the county to put its money where its claims and priorities are. It's time for the county to truly care for the most vulnerable, and it's time for the county to have a competitive wage so the county can recruit and retain these valuable nurses. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. I want to thank all of you for being here today, certainly sitting through a very long hearing, but certainly thank you for your work and for your expressions, obviously, of concern not only about what happens tomorrow when we go out to provide services to the community, but obviously looking to the future as the workforce continues to move to a point where folks are going to retirement. We're trying to recruit and retain people like yourselves who provide those services to, as you said, many vulnerable people, but certainly to the general population. So we'll take those into consideration, and I know we're going to get an update on our labor status probably as soon as tomorrow. We have a special session on labor to talk about where we are, not just with nurses, but with certainly all of our bargaining units. And again, I know some of you have visited with me in the past. I've shared that with the county executive. I think some of the same concerns that were expressed here certainly were shared in my conversation with you, and we'll take those into account. We can't act, obviously, today on what you've brought forth, but appreciate you being here and alerting us all of the concern and the ongoing issues that we confront, both in providing for public health, but certainly in dealing with the contract that affects you and your fellow members and those in the future. So thank you for being here today. Okay, we do have some other off-agenda speakers. So we have two. We have Gina Knight, and we also have Karen Klinger. So
Gina here?
Gina? Oh, you were part of that? Okay, I didn't know. Oh, well, you can speak. Yeah, you say, did you?
I just want you to know how it used to work as a manager.
Okay, we can come to the microphone very quickly.
I just wanted to say hello. I'm a nurse. This is actually my second occupation. I was actually a math teacher at Galt High.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Okay. You look familiar.
I just want you to know that we do make a difference. I have, just in the short year I've worked for you guys, found drug errors that the nurses either would have been given. One was 100 units of heparin versus 10, didn't fill the order, talked to the person, talked to somebody who wasn't a nurse, had a really tough time making them understand why this was important. The same went with a hormone shot. It was, again, too much dosage. And that would have been given by a mother who probably wouldn't have had the sense to go ahead and check it. So we really do make a difference. And I just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Okay. Okay. Gina got the last word for the nurses today, so, okay, thanks. All right. With that, then, I'm going to turn to Karen Klinger. Karen's the last person to sign up on an off-agenda item as well, so, Karen?
Thank you. Long time no see.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Chair Natoli, members of the board. I have legislation that I have a great concern about. I no longer see the process for legislation no longer comes before the board from what I'm used to seeing in the past. And I really appreciated the way legislation was presented. It gave the people an opportunity to see what was out there, what the board was looking at, what you supported, what you were opposing, what bills you were creating. The bills I'm going to give you today are ones that will not only add to the homelessness, and it will not only add to the cost that the county will have to pay. With realignment, that was a huge issue of distributing illegals into, or I should say, criminals into the public communities. And we see it today with all of the break-ins, and we don't know for sure who they are, but we have way too much of it in our neighborhoods. Senate Bill 54, De Leon, sanctuary state, huge concern for me. What is a sanctuary state? Sanctuary cities, sanctuary counties, now the state. This means open borders, welfare state. I don't know what you think about this bill. I see it as a national type of a replacement for Germany, for France, for European countries that allow anybody to come over their borders. We don't know who will step over that border, and a lot of the homeless could be the very people who are stepping over the border. They're undocumented. We don't know who they are. We don't know their cultures. Senate Bill 6. I'll give a list of this because I think it's important. Free legal services from state for illegals. Well, who do you think the state is going to drop the cost down to? It'll be the counties throughout California. Senate Bill 29, Rudy Lara, restraint on legal law enforcement agencies on how they contract and detain illegals. This is really the removal of the safety for the people. I don't care what culture you are, if you're undocumented, you will not have the services of the police because this will remove the police from being able to maybe call ICE because somebody from who knows where, could be Mexico, it could be international wherever you go. Senate Bill 31, Laura, removes government entities from compiling data information based on religious belief, practice, affiliation, national origin, or ethnicity. Now, all of these are of huge concern to me. We had there were at one point 10,000 refugees that were released into California. We have my neighbors of mine are asking for different pieces of furniture, toys, and everything. You wonder where housing goes? It's going to these very people that are not documented, and they're not even made. These housing units are not even made available for the very citizens that probably have paid their taxes. Interest rates will be rising. Those who took variable interest rate mortgages, you'll see more homeless on the streets. You will not stop homelessness. It hasn't stopped since I've been a kid, so it's certainly not going to do anything but increase.
We're almost 3.5 minutes.
I greatly appreciate that. I have two others, and then I do have a bill that I really want you to support. I will give a copy of this to the clerk so she can make copies of this.
Okay.
But Senate Bill 18, which is a Children and Youth Bill of Rights, this bill removes parental rights in the best interest of their children, and it does insist on home visits, which Child Protective Services, supervisors are being sued. This bill is just going to increase the duties and your responsibilities. Senate Bill 1146, Laura, bans religious and pro-life organizations from requiring employees to be pro-life practice. Now, the one I support, and I support this bill because I have a daughter who, excuse me, Senate Bill 1279, valley fever. Valley fever. Salus This hasn't been heard yet, probably be heard next week. Valley fever, I am asking, the bill doesn't go far enough. I am asking that every county, every city in California supports this bill to allow citizens to become aware of something that appears like it's nothing, but it can be camouflaged. You can think you have pneumonia, which my daughter thought she had, after walking an area close to the border of Mexico. A week later, she was so sick, had no energy whatsoever. She went to the doctor, and the doctor gave her an antibiotic, two C-packs. That didn't work, so now the doctor, after that time went by, the doctor gave her amoxicillin. Now she's getting more and more drugs, which is making her body immune system probably worthless at this point. Now the third medication, antibiotic that she was given, was a horse pill. She said, Mom, it was so big, a horse pill, extremely strong antibiotic, 2 of those. Through this process, months went by. Her doctor now is telling her that it's all in her head. It's all in her head. She's an executive. She has no time to have it all in her head. She needs to get better.
Yeah.
Sorry about
That's
that.
okay. I know, Karen. It's very personal, but kind of got to conclude here if you could. So,
Now her doctor encourages her to go to a doctor in San Diego who will finalize what the problem is. Now she's told she has cancer. The long story of this, after almost a year, she is still on heavy medication. After a year, and all of this stress and $20,000 of her own money, she finds out she has valley fever. Valley fever is something that we cannot wait for Assembly Bill 1279 to be heard, for it to be diagnosed, for a medication to be provided, and then 5% of each county needs to report there's this problem before any doctors and people become aware of it. We have how many people just visiting the American River Parkway? 800,000. And do you know that they could be visiting Southern California or other areas where those spores, where that fungus is kicked up with all this rain? You will see more and more reports in the southern and central parts of California that will give people valley fever, and I hope that is not one of you. There's just one last bill that I hope you pay attention to, and it's permanent new taxes and fees. It's Senate Bill 1, Jim Beal, and that has to do with transportation funding. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Good to see you again, and all the best to your daughter.
Sorry. That's
okay. It's all right. And you'll get us that information. We'll take a look. Have our folks take a look at that legislation. So, hope your daughter gets better. Okay, that's all I had then for folks. Jeff, we already had the hearing. Thanks for coming back. And with that, then let me go to kind of exec comments and then supervisor comments. I do have at least one adjournment.
We have one revision to tomorrow's agenda. Robin.
Subsequent to the posting of the initial agenda, something's come to our attention regarding an existing litigation, so we'll need to add that tomorrow. It's Hardesty Schneider et al. Versus County of Sacramento, U.S. District Court, Eastern Division, case number 210 CV 02414 KJM KJN.
Okay, very good. All right, that has been noticed within the 24-hour, and so we'll have that for tomorrow's agenda. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Gill? Okay, supervisor's comments. I do have one adjournment, then if you'll bear with me for a moment.
Supervisor,
yes.
I just want to let you guys know that I did find out that Emmanuel Petrosor can be on both boards, PHAB and the Adult and Aging Commission.
Okay, those are nominations today, so we'll come back for the consideration. Thank you for following up with Flo. Okay, I'd like to today ask that we adjourn in memory of Elsie Mae Davis, who passed away a few days ago on March 16, 2017. Elsie was born to Francis and Lydia Mack on October 5th, 1927, at her grandparents' hotel stage stop in Oakland, Oregon. She attended elementary and high school in Elkton, Oregon, before she headed off to business college in Eugene. Her desire was to teach school, and she enrolled at Oregon State University, where she earned her Bachelor of Science degree in business and a master's degree in education. While at Oregon State, she met her husband, B. Carl Davis, and they married in 1952. They were blessed with 3 children, Cheryl, David, and Jimmy. You may recognize Cheryl as being a member of my staff. I've been a long time a member of District 5 staff. Her life achievements were varied and many. While Carl attended Cornell University, she would teach business courses at the local high school during the day, and at night she typed the theses for college students in order to earn money for the family of 4. Even with all this, she had time to be an active member in her children's education and growth. She served as a PTA member, homeroom mom. She sewed children's clothing and also Barbie dresses, wrote weekly letters to her mother and father back home, and the list went on and on. She believed in family, and they felt that the grandparents should know their grandchildren. Thus, every summer, she and the children would drive from New York to Oregon to spend the summer at the ranch. When Jimmy arrived, the trips were from Illinois to Oregon, a much shorter trip. In the 1980s, Carl and Elsie owned a commercial apple orchard in Yakima, Washington. When he passed, she managed and operated the orchard until 2000, when she moved back to Oregon Ranch to take up a different farming adventure. She would later move here to Sacramento and resided in Elk Grove and with her daughter here in Sacramento in latter years. She loved the outdoors. She helped others. She loved visiting and caring for those in need. Traveled the world, including the Antarctica, with her daughter Cheryl, and spending time with her family, which now includes daughter-in-laws Renee and Cindy, and granddaughters Jasmine, Melody, and Lacey. In early April, Elsie would be laid to rest next to 2 of her favorite people, her father, Francis Mack, and her son-in-law, Gabe Benengas. And again, I know that certainly I had the opportunity to know Cheryl's mom, and she was a very gracious lady, but was very plain-spoken, and had very strong opinions about things, but certainly was a great support for her daughter, Cheryl, and I'm sure for the rest of the family. So it's with our condolences and sympathies certainly to Cheryl and to her family that we today I'd ask we adjourn in memory of Elsie Mae Davis. Any other adjournments? If not, then we will adjourn, and we'll be back in session tomorrow for closed session items at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Thanks.